Her head felt dizzy. Not just her head. Her whole body was light and floating, tingling and numb. Maybe it was the side effect of the cold medicine she took before bed. It always made her feel like she was drifting on clouds. But this time, something felt different. Why was she sitting up? Hua Zhao was startled. She reached out with her hand and touched something firm and warm, a broad chest. A strong, rapid heartbeat thumped against her palm, making her even dizzier. Shocked, Hua Zhao forced her heavy eyelids open. The room was dark, only faint moonlight shining through the window behind her, enough to let her see things vaguely. The room was small. On the floor stood 2 old wooden tables and cabinets, so worn out that even junk collectors wouldn't want them. Above one table hung a large mirror, tilted slightly. In the mirror, she saw a tall, strong figure sitting on top of a man. Hua Zhao lowered her head. The man's features were hidden in the shadows, but his sharp outline was clear. Just from that outline, she could tell this was a movie star-level handsome guy. What was going on? This had to be a dream. Yes, that must be it. Her face grew warm. Had she really been single for 30 years until her mind finally snapped, and now everything was bursting out in a dream?
Haha.
Well, since it's a dream, might as well enjoy it. The heartbeat under her hand grew faster and stronger, as if it might leap right into her palm. The man let out a low sound, his voice hoarse. You.
Get down.
Even his voice was exactly her type. Deep, magnetic, and rich. She loved this dream already. No way, I'm not tired, yet the man drew in a sharp breath. Hua Zhao was surprised too.
Why did her voice sound like that?
Soft, sweet, almost childlike, yet carrying a natural charm. It was like the playful call of a mischievous little fox. The faint lilt at the end of her words felt like tiny claws scratching at someone's heart. Even she felt her whole body tingle, let alone the man. But wait, those weren't the words she meant to say. She would never speak in such a teasing way. Still, it was just a dream. No one could hear her anyway. Forget it. Forget it. The man beneath her began to struggle. Hua Zhao instinctively pressed down with both hands, holding his wrists tightly so he couldn't move at all. In her dream, she was super strong? Forget it. That's not important. What matters is continuing the dream. The sound of a rooster crowing outside startled Hua Zhao awake. The moment she opened her eyes, it felt as if a flash of white light pierced through her mind. Countless images rushed through her head, and after the sharp pain faded, she understood her situation. She had traveled through time. She had ended up in the year 1976, inside the body of a village girl with the same name as hers. Memories of that girl's short life flashed by. She had brought about her own downfall. The girl had lost her parents early and was raised by her grandfather. Because of his overindulgence, or maybe just her own nature, she grew up lazy, spoiled, and bossy. On top of that, she was dark-skinned and overweight, so almost everyone in the village disliked her. By the age of 18, no one had come to propose marriage. One day, her grandfather's old comrade sent his grandson to visit. The young man was tall and handsome, and both the old man and the girl immediately took a liking to him. The grandfather encouraged the match, and the girl, being reckless, forced the young man into marriage. Surprisingly, the young man didn't argue and married her. But on the very same day, he left. After that, he only sent living expenses each month and never returned. 10 months later, the girl gave birth to twins. Not long after, her grandfather passed away. Left alone to raise 2 children while working in the fields and managing the household, her temper grew worse. She quarreled with everyone, especially her slim and pretty cousin, Hua Xiuyu. One day, after picking a fight with Hua Xiuyu, she slipped by accident, fell down a hill, and died. Hua Zhao sighed. How could time travel really exist? And why did it have to happen to her? Why did she have to end up in such a terrible body? Why couldn't she have arrived just one day earlier? A sweet dream might be nice, but when it turns into reality, it becomes frightening. She had forced a man into marriage. If she thought about it from his perspective, he must have been furious enough to want revenge. Hua Zhao lay stiffly under the blanket, pretending to be asleep. She didn't dare move her heavy body or turn her round, pancake-like face toward the man she had wronged. And that pancake was dark-skinned too. Oh heavens! Please strike her down with lightning. Hua, Xiao Hua, get up quickly, your third aunt is here. A sudden elderly voice came from the yard, followed by a few coughs and loud talking. Hua Chong warmly invited matchmaker Zhao into the house. But Zhao moved very slowly. With Hua Chong's troublesome granddaughter, whoever she married would suffer. Zhao didn't want to get into trouble. Still, since she and Hua Chong were distant relatives, and she had already refused many times before, this time his humble attitude made it hard to turn him down. Facing a respected veteran, she couldn't refuse again, so she agreed to come. Of course, she only planned to go through the motions. Later, she could introduce Hua Zhao to a few unsuitable men, and Hua Chong would surely reject them. Then the matter would be over. Inside the room, Hua Zhao suddenly sat up, startled. She had just received the original owner's memories and realized this was actually a staged scene meant to trap someone. Her grandfather and grandson had planned for Ye Shen to be caught in a compromising situation with her. If he refused to marry her afterward, there would be witnesses, and they could report him to his unit. Hua Zhao clutched the blanket tightly. She couldn't let this happen. It would be too humiliating. Things had already gone too far. She couldn't let his dignity be ruined any further. Which auntie is it? The one who said, "I'd never get married and would never step into our house?" Hua Zhao shouted sharply. "Tell her to leave. Even if I never marry, I don't need her to find me a husband." Her voice sounded sweet, but her words were sharp and offensive. Matchmaker Zhao's face turned red, then pale, then red again. She turned around and left. Hua Chong froze on the spot. This wasn't what they had planned last night. Through the dirty glass, Hua Zhao saw only her grandfather in the yard and let out a sigh of relief. A cold draft brushed her back, and she suddenly remembered she wasn't dressed. She could also feel a burning gaze fixed on her, as if it could pierce right through her. Hua Zhao quickly pulled the blanket toward herself, wrapping it tightly around her. Ye Shen froze for a second, then jumped up and swiftly put on the clothes scattered on the floor. Hua Zhao buried her head under the blanket, refusing to turn around. With the lights off, all women looked the same. But with the lights on, the differences were clear. She imagined her current appearance would only embarrass her further if she turned to face him.
Hua.
"Little Hua?" Hua Chong called as he walked closer. "Grandpa, don't come in," Hua Zhao shouted. Hua Chong stopped as told and asked nervously, "What's wrong? Did he bully you?" Ye Shen, who was buttoning his clothes, paused and lowered his head to look at the bruise on his wrist, his eyes dark. Who was really the one being bullied? Hua Zhao felt it was actually she who had taken advantage of him, and the awkwardness nearly made her want to disappear. Didn't she know what her granddaughter was like? Besides, weren't the two of them practically set up for this? Who bullied whom didn't even matter. And yet he still had the nerve to ask, "I'm not dressed yet. Don't come in," Hua Zhao said irritably. Anyone would be upset in such a situation, unless they were someone completely indifferent. Oh, all right. Hua Chong quickly replied, his tone carrying a smile.
This was settled then.
It was just that he hadn't managed to bring in a witness as planned. Would that be a problem? After a pause, Hua Zhao called out again, "Grandpa, I want to eat meat. Go buy some." Without hesitation, Hua Chong agreed. All right, Grandpa will go buy meat and cook it for you." Even though this month's ration tickets for meat were already used up, since his granddaughter wanted it, he would swallow his pride and find a way to bring back at least a pound. Today was an important day. His granddaughter finally had someone to rely on. Coughing as he walked, Hua Chong slowly made his way toward the town 10 miles away, since the village had no butcher. Hearing the old man's weak cough, Hua Zhao's memory stirred, and she recalled why he had arranged all of this. About last night. "I'm really sorry," Hua Zhao said softly. "Do you think just saying sorry is enough?" Came a deep, steady voice from behind her. Under the blanket, Hua Zhao rubbed her ears. She was sensitive to voices, and this one was the most pleasant she had ever heard, so much so that she couldn't resist it. If only last night hadn't happened, she would have tried every way to become his friend, just to hear him talk more. "You're right, just saying sorry is too little," Hua Zhao said sincerely. "What do you want me to do? If you want to scold me, or even report me, I'll accept it." Her sweet, youthful voice no longer carried the tension of last night. Instead, it sounded soft and pitiful, like a small kitten seeking comfort. Most of Ye Shen's anger and complicated feelings faded in an instant. Forget it. Why argue with someone so much younger? She was only just an adult, 8 years younger than him. Although this child's back was broader than his, and her strength was greater than his, her looks were really not that good. But when he thought about last night, in the beginning, it was true that she had bullied him, but later, he couldn't honestly say he had been forced. "I'll take responsibility," Ye Shen said.
Huh?
Hua Zhao was stunned. She didn't cry or make a scene like the original person would have, nor did she threaten him with his future. Why was he still insisting on taking responsibility? No, she quickly said. "It was all my fault. You don't need to take responsibility. If anyone should, it should be me apologizing to you. About last night, if you're upset, you can scold me whenever you want. If you're not upset, then let's just pretend nothing happened. I'll be grateful to you." She couldn't afford the kind of responsibility this man was talking about. A marriage certificate and a few dozen yuan a month for living expenses. Was that supposed to tie her down for life? To live like a widow while he was away? She refused. In her past life, even though she was in her 30s and unmarried, it was because she didn't want to marry, not because she couldn't. If she married this man, it would be a military marriage, and that meant being tied down for life. She wasn't willing. She didn't even know him. How could they marry after just one night? That was far too hasty. Ye Shen froze for a few seconds, finally realizing that this little Hua was speaking sincerely. This was strange. Could it be that the grandfather and grandson had set up this whole situation, just so she could spend one night with him? From that interrupted scene earlier, he had thought she wanted to marry him. "You should go quickly. Otherwise, you'll miss the passing bus." "Don't you still need to catch the train?" Hua Zhao urged him. "I need to get dressed and head out to work in the fields." After saying that, she pulled down the blanket, revealing her broad shoulders. Ye Shen immediately lowered his head, turned, and left the room. Phew! Hua Zhao let out a sigh of relief and quickly got dressed. As she dressed, she felt tears welling up. Were those shorts made for sumo wrestlers? How much did she actually weigh? Thankfully, this was the 1970s, when people mostly made their own clothes. If it were decades later, even plus-size stores might not have her size. In the corner of her memory, she found the original owner's weight, over 200 jin. She didn't know the exact number, since the village scale only went up to 200. She stood up, struggling inside for a long time, then finally lifted her head to look at the mirror hanging on the wall. Because it was tilted, she could see her whole body. The moment she looked up, she was startled by his huge figure. He really looked like a sumo wrestler. Then she actually cried at how unattractive she thought she was. If she was big enough to be mistaken for a sumo, what was there to hope for? Her features were squeezed together on her round face, her skin was rough and dark, and she looked more like a bear than anything else. She realized she had been wrong. She wasn't a young, charming fox spirit, but more like a clumsy black bear spirit. The only bright spot about her appearance was her eyes. Even though her face was round, her eyes were still large, with double eyelids, dark and shining. From outside came the sound of someone packing. Ye Shen had finished preparing his luggage. He had a mission to complete. Originally, he shouldn't have stayed for dinner the night before, but Hua Chang, who had once saved his grandfather's life, had been so warm and welcoming that Ye Shen couldn't refuse. And so, things had turned out this way. "I'm leaving now. It could be 1 month, or maybe 3. When the mission is over, I'll come back for you," Ye Shen said from outside the door. "We'll get married." The last few words were spoken with difficulty. The Hua family had no electric lights, so the night before they had relied on candlelight. He hadn't seen Hua Zhao's face clearly, but her figure was unmistakable, her size, her presence, even the way she felt when he accidentally brushed against her. He had never imagined that the woman he would spend his life with would be like this. But if he had made a mistake, he had to take responsibility. Married? No, that's not necessary. Hua Zhao was startled and quickly refused from behind the door. But she clearly saw Ye Shen's face. The words of refusal froze on her lips. How could a man be this handsome? Tall and straight, with perfect proportions, dressed in a military uniform that made him look even more striking. His face was so handsome it was almost unreal. Sharp brows, bright eyes that seemed to shine with light. And with his calm, noble aura, he was breathtaking. For a moment, Hua Zhao wavered. She thought, I'm young, I can take risks. Maybe sometimes it's okay to be a little impulsive. Wait for me, Ye Shen said firmly. Without giving Hua Zhao a chance to refuse, he turned and left. Hua Zhao opened her mouth, but no words came out. Some people just had a kind of magic. You only needed one look, and your heart would be moved. She thought, I'll wait until he comes back to decide. Maybe once he left, he would think it over and regret it. If she agreed now and later he didn't return, wouldn't that be embarrassing? The surroundings grew quiet. Alone in the room, Hua Zhao sat heavily on the heated brick bed, trying to sort out her messy thoughts. She had traveled through time. What a waste. She had just finished paying off her house and car loans. Who ended up benefiting from that? Thinking about it now, her parents passing a year ago almost seemed like a blessing. At least they didn't have to suffer the pain of sending off their own child. Other than that, she realized she had no real attachments in her past life. In fact, she even felt a bit relieved. No more endless overtime and sleepless nights. But looking at her current situation, Hua Zhao lowered her head. Sometimes dreams coming true wasn't a good thing. This body was far too much for her to handle. Just sitting there made it hard to breathe. Sweat was breaking out on her skin, and her stomach growled with hunger. When she saw the little green onions growing in a pot on the windowsill, she even thought about pulling them out to eat. What a joke. In her past life, she had been someone who lived delicately, never touching onions or garlic. No, this couldn't go on. She felt too uncomfortable. She reached out and lifted the heavy weight pressing on her chest. The most urgent task now was to lose weight. Otherwise, one day she might even suffocate in her sleep. When it came to losing weight, she had experience. After her parents passed away, she had drowned her grief in food and gained 30 pounds in no time. But when the mirror shocked her, she worked hard for half a year and lost it all again. In truth, weight loss came down to just two things. Eat less, move more. Move. Hua Zhao shouted to encourage herself, then began to look around her new environment. The Hua family home was made up of 3 small mud brick rooms. Her grandfather lived in the east room, she lived in the west, and the middle served as both living room and kitchen. The house was old and shabby, more than 10 years in age. Luckily, her grandfather was a respected veteran, so every year the village helped replace the roof, keeping out the rain. But the walls were still covered with old newspapers, yellowed and dusty, full of cracks and bumps. The whole family owned only 3 pieces of furniture, a broken table and cabinet in her room, plus a kitchen cupboard missing half a door. The only impression the house gave Hua Zhao was dirty, messy, and broken. It was understandable, though. The original owner had been extremely lazy, and Hua Chong, an old, sick man, had never cared about cleaning. As long as the house didn't collapse, he was fine living in it. Stepping outside, however, Hua Zhao's eyes lit up. What a big yard. Spacious, more than 2 acres. Surrounded by a simple fence made of branches, the land inside was completely empty, nothing planted, just lying in waste. Because it was spring, April in the northeast, the season when food was still scarce. Looking around, there were gray hills in the distance. Behind the Hua family's house stood a small hill, and on its shaded side, patches of winter snow still hadn't melted. Hua Zhao looked at the yard and broke into a big smile. She was a city girl, but she loved farming. She had worked hard and spent hundreds of thousands more just to buy a ground-floor apartment with a tiny 20-square-meter yard. But now she had a whole 2 acres of yard. Even if it was just a rural homestead that wasn't worth much, she loved it. To her, it was like a countryside villa. She took a deep breath of the cold, plant-scented air, shivered, and hurried back inside. Time to get started. She was a neat person and couldn't stand mess or dirt. She decided to begin with the clothes and bedding. When she had been inside earlier, she hadn't noticed much, but after stepping out and coming back in, the smell hit her. The clothes and quilts looked like they hadn't been washed in ages. How could anyone live like this? Lifting the quilt, she suddenly noticed a faint red mark. At once, she remembered last night.
Wait.
Skipping over those private details, she suddenly recalled something important. After last night, the original owner of this body had become pregnant, and later gave birth to twins. Hua Zhao froze. She was going to have children.
2 of them. Ah.
Thank you, heaven. Thank you, all the gods. She was overjoyed. In her past life, she had been in a car accident that led to the removal of both ovaries. She had been told she could never have children, which was one reason she had remained unmarried in her 30s. She didn't care much about marriage, but she had always longed for children of her own. Now this body was hers, and the babies inside were hers too. Thank you, thank you. Hua Zhao dropped to her knees and bowed deeply. If traveling through time was possible, then what else couldn't happen? Things she never believed in before, she now accepted. After bowing 3 times, she suddenly noticed a glimmer of green under the edge of the bed. She reached out and picked it up. It was a jade pendant shaped like a gourd, translucent and bright, of the finest quality, a deep imperial green. Decades later, it would be worth millions.
She remembered it now.
In her memory, this pendant belonged to Ye Shen.
She had pulled it off him last night.
Later, Ye Shen had come back looking for it, but the original owner had refused to return it, so he had left without it. Later, when the original owner was pregnant and often craved food, she spent all the family's money. At that time, her cousin Hua Xiuyu came over and bought the pendant from her for 10 yuan. Suddenly, Hua Zhao narrowed her eyes. There were some memories left by the original owner, but she hadn't understood their meaning. Now, from Hua Zhao's perspective, the meaning was huge. After Hua Xiuyu got the pendant, she seemed like a completely different person. Within a year, she changed from an awkward girl into a graceful beauty. Her family's life also improved quickly, and before long, they had become quite wealthy. By the time Hua Zhao died, Hua Xiuyu's family had already left the countryside and moved to the city. In the original owner's memory, there was a scene where she received living expenses sent by Ye Shen. She then took 10 yuan to try to buy back the pendant from Hua Xiuyu. But Hua Xiuyu refused no matter what. Even when the original owner slapped her hard, she still wouldn't let go of the pendant. That very night, Hua Xiuyu's whole family moved away. The Hua family had been poor farmers for generations, and Hua Xiuyu's family was no exception. They couldn't possibly have known the true value of imperial green jade. Besides, in 1976, even though imperial green was precious, such a small pendant would only be worth a few hundred yuan. By then, Hua Xiuyu's family no longer cared about such an amount. Hua Zhao clenched the pendant tightly. She had a strong feeling that this must be a special gift for someone who had traveled through time. Space, let me in. Hua Zhao shouted excitedly. But everything around her stayed quiet. Nothing happened. She felt disappointed. So it wasn't a space. Wait, maybe it hadn't recognized her as its owner yet? Without hesitation, Hua Zhao went to the kitchen, washed the kitchen knife several times, and even heated it over the fire to disinfect it. Then she made a small cut on her arm, and blood immediately flowed out. She placed the pendant against the wound. For a brief moment, she thought she saw the pendant flash with light. Space, let me in. Hua Zhao called again. Still, nothing happened.
Ah. Ha ha ha.
Hua Zhao laughed awkwardly to ease the embarrassment.
Even though no one else was around, she still felt silly for doing something like that.
Well, even if there's no space, it's still imperial green jade.
Worth million.
She lifted the pendant, comforting herself. But then, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed something strange. The wound she had just made was already gone. Hua Zhao was overjoyed and kept studying the pendant, but no matter how much she examined it, she couldn't figure it out. No hidden space appeared, and nothing strange happened. But after a while, her eyes began to shine. She was kneeling on the ground, legs tucked under her, bowing 3 times. At first, she felt short of breath, but now, to her surprise, she could breathe easily. With every breath, her chest rose and fell, yet she no longer felt weighed down. Could this pendant make her healthier? Help her live longer? That would be amazing. At least now, she didn't have to worry about her weight causing sudden illness. After studying it a bit more, Hua Zhao was finally sure the pendant worked. She really didn't feel suffocated anymore. She carefully tied the broken string back together, hung the pendant around her neck, and happily began tidying up the house. Everywhere she looked, there was junk. She threw it all out. In the end, only a mirror, a comb, and a cabinet were left inside. The table and the old clothes were carried to the yard, waiting to be washed. Then she swept the floor, wiped the dust, and cleaned the windows. When Hua Chong came home, Hua Zhao was in the yard washing clothes. He froze at the gate, wondering if he had mistaken her for someone else. But in the whole village, no, in the whole county, there was only one girl with her size. It was impossible to confuse her with anyone else. Still, Hua Chong called out softly, "Xiao Hua?" Hua Zhao stopped scrubbing, looked at him, and felt a little conflicted. This big, rough man, how could he call her little flower so naturally? To anyone else, it would sound like he was calling a sweet, delicate child. But she also knew that Hua Chong had always been truly good to the original Hua Zhao, caring for her with all his heart. Hua Chong was a retired soldier who had earned many honors. His medals could cover half his chest. Even after leaving the army, he still received a monthly pension, and it wasn't a small amount. By 1976, it had already risen to 50 yuan a month. On top of that, he received rare ration tickets that even city workers couldn't always get. All of this money and those tickets had been spent on Hua Zhao, raising her into her current size. Oh my, it really is my Hua. Hua, what's going on with you? Hua Chong hurried into the yard. His little Hua had never washed clothes before. What had happened today? What had gotten into her? So exciting.
Huh.
Could it be that I need to show myself in front of my own man? That sounds good. That sounds really good. Hua Chong immediately laughed. Hua, Grandpa bought a pound of meat. We'll cook it later, and give some to Ye Shen too. It'll be good for him. He stretched his neck to look inside the house, and was startled again. The main door was wide open. The kitchen was empty and spotless. The windows in the east room were so clean they almost looked invisible. From outside, he could clearly see that no one was inside. Where is he? Hua Chong's face suddenly darkened. His thin, wrinkled face looked fierce and frightening, and even his cloudy eyes carried a sharp, dangerous light. This was a hero who had walked out of mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Hua Zhao instantly felt deep respect for this grandfather she had just gained. Now this body was hers, the child was hers, and this grandfather was hers too. Grandpa, you must be tired after walking so far. Come inside and rest. Hua Zhao stood up, took the meat from his hands, and helped him into the house. She guided him to the heated brick bed in the east room and poured him a cup of hot water. This old man was seriously ill, and his time was running short. Holding the cup, Hua Chong opened his mouth and widened his eyes, staring at the spotless room in shock. Hua Zhao knew it was because her behavior was too different from before. The original owner of this body had always treated this grandfather harshly, ordering him around like a servant, never showing him a kind face, as if he owed her something from a past life. Grandpa, I'm grown up now. I know I was wrong before. From today on, I'll change completely. Hua Zhao said sincerely.
Good.
Good. Hua Chong's eyes instantly turned red. He quickly lowered his head and pretended to drink water to hide his feelings. Grandpa, be careful. It's hot.
Ah,
Yes, yes. Not too hot, not too hot. After a few sips, Hua Chong calmed down and asked the important question. Where is he? He has a mission. Of course he went to catch the train, Hua Zhao replied. Hua Chong's eyes turned sharp again. He just left like that? Didn't say anything?
Grandpa.
What do you expect him to say? Hua Zhao sat on the bed and reasoned with him. After what happened, the fact that he didn't punish me is already his kindness. What more could you want from him? But, looking at his granddaughter's face and figure, then thinking of Ye Shen's qualities, the old man couldn't bring himself to say the words, "You've suffered a loss. But if you don't keep him here, what will you do in the future? When I'm gone, how will you live?
Can you work?
Can you cook? You won't even be able to keep this house. Huashan's family will definitely take it away, and then they might even send you off to a faraway place, to someone who won't treat you well." Although Huashan was his younger brother because their family was poor when they were children, Huashan was adopted by another household, so the two were not close. That family didn't raise him well either. When he was young, Huashan became a bully in the village, and when he grew older, he raised a group of children who also caused trouble everywhere. If it weren't for him keeping them in check, no one knew what kind of harm that family might have caused. Once he died, they would surely come after his house and even his granddaughter. Losing the house was a small matter, but if they tried to take his granddaughter away, that would be the real disaster. I've already heard they're asking around about it. If you don't marry before I'm gone, you'll be in danger. If it weren't for this, I would never have done something that weighed so heavily on my heart. Cough, cough. Hua Chong grew so anxious that he coughed violently, suddenly spitting out blood. Grandpa, Hua Zhao cried out in shock. She quickly helped him breathe easier and said, "Grandpa, I was wrong. I was just teasing you. Actually, he promised to come back and marry me. At the soonest in a month, at the latest in 3 months, once his task is done, he'll return for me." Really? Hua Chong's eyes lit up. Really? Hua Zhao nodded again and again. Look, he even gave me a keepsake. She pulled out the pendant hanging from her neck. Hua Chong had spent half his life working outside and had even served as a guard for a leader. He had good judgment and could tell this was something valuable. "This isn't something you took, is it?" Hua Chong asked hesitantly. "Grandpa, when have I ever taken anything from others?" Her family was the wealthiest in the village, with more than enough to eat and use. She never needed to steal, and she wasn't interested in anything beyond food anyway. "That's true. My granddaughter has never taken even a needle or thread from anyone else." Hua Chong finally noticed a shining quality in his little flower and laughed. "Grandpa was wrong. Grandpa was wrong. Grandpa, don't worry about the rest either. Before, I didn't know how to work or cook, but if others can learn, so can I. If I can't learn in one try, I'll practice 100 times, 1,000 times, until I get it right. Yes, yes. My little flower is the smartest." Hua Chong smiled through his blood-stained lips, his eyes filled with relief and hope. Ye Shen agreed, and that put his mind at ease. He trusted the Yi family's character. They always kept their word. Hua Zhao felt a pang in her heart. She lowered her head and said, "Grandpa, you rest. I'll go cook now. Just wait and see how I do." Hua Chong hesitated, then finally said yes. Food at home was running low. He had been eating less these past few days so that his granddaughter could manage until the 1st of next month. They couldn't afford to waste anything. But he couldn't dampen her enthusiasm. "All right, go ahead," Hua Chong said, closing his eyes and forcing a smile. "Grandpa isn't hungry, so just make a little." "Okay." Hua Zhao felt heavy-hearted as she got up and went to the kitchen. Outside, Ye Shen, who had been listening for a while, quietly slipped away from the Hua house. So that's how it was. On his way back, Ye Shen realized his pendant was missing. It was a keepsake from his grandmother, something he treasured deeply, so he immediately turned back to look for it. That was when he overheard their conversation. So there was a reason behind everything. Grandpa Hua was seriously ill, and Hua Zhao also had troublesome relatives. Her future looked uncertain, And that was why. And in the end, she had even changed her mind, not wanting to marry him after all. That showed she had some kindness in her. His resentment faded a little. He decided to give her the pendant. After all, it would belong to her sooner or later. When his grandmother gave it to him, she had said it was meant as a gift for his future wife. With that thought, Ye Shen turned and left. Meanwhile, Hua Zhao began cooking. In the cupboard, there was still some coarse grain left. Beside it were 2 wilted cabbages and a few sprouting potatoes. That was all the food they had left. From the original memories, she recalled that food was always scarce, except on the first day of each month, when meals were especially plentiful. That was the day Hua Chong received his wages in town and bought a month's worth of rice and vegetables. Although they lived in the countryside and received rations from the production team, the yearly allowance of 360 jin per person was far from enough. Even 720 jin couldn't cover their needs. So, despite living in the village, the Hua family had to buy extra food like city folks. But there were still 5 days left until the first of the month. These supplies would never last. At the end of every month, Hua Chong had to go hungry for several days. As Hua Zhao washed the rice, she sighed. What a good grandfather he was. Now, she finally picked it up washing the pot, starting the fire, rinsing the rice, cooking. Hua Zhao could do all of these. Although she wasn't very skilled with this kind of rural stove, she had tried it a few times at farm stays, so she knew the basics. She also understood the theory of controlling the heat. She just needed more practice. Hua Chong got up from the heated bed, sat on a stool in the kitchen, and watched. Seeing his little Hua working so neatly and quickly, without once complaining of being tired, he was so moved that he wiped away tears. His little Hua had finally grown up. In a typical village house in the northeast, there were usually 2 stoves, one in each room, one for cooking meals and boiling water, the other for preparing pig feed. Back then, almost every family raised pigs. The Hua family used to as well, but this year Hua Chong was too weak to continue. Hua Zhao had already cleaned both stoves. Now she didn't bother with the old rules, one pot for porridge, the other for stew. Potatoes stewed with cabbage, with a few slices of fatty pork. The smell soon filled the room, making Hua Zhao's stomach growl and her mouth water. Hua Chong felt the same. He had never been good at cooking. After more than 10 years of practice, his food was still barely edible. It was the original cook of the family too, eating such food for years and still managing to grow so big. Grandpa, dinner's ready. Hua Zhao served him a big bowl of porridge and a big bowl of stew, while she only kept a small bowl of each for herself. Hua Chong thought he must have sat in the wrong place. The portions were completely reversed. Hua, let's switch. He reached for the bowls. Grandpa, don't move. These are yours. From today on, I'm going on a diet, Hua Zhao said. Diet? Hua Chong had never heard the word. No one around here ever needed to diet. He didn't think his granddaughter needed it either. She was a bit chubby, sure, but what was wrong with that? It just meant using a little more fabric and food. People around would envy him for having such a granddaughter. Grandpa, don't you think I look ugly like this? Hua Zhao asked. Hua Chong slapped his chopsticks on the table and glared. Who said you're ugly? Tell me, I'll go find them. Hua Zhao sighed. If even she wasn't considered ugly, then what was? This was pure doting.
Ye Shen said.
Being too heavy might make it hard to have children, she said softly. Hua Chong's beard bristled and his eyes widened, but he couldn't find the words to reply.
So,
he dislikes you? He finally asked. Hua Zhao sighed again. How could he not? It wasn't like he was blind. Not bad. He already said he wants to marry me, so even if he dislikes something, he'll have to accept it. But I really do need to lose weight. Otherwise, if I can't have children, that would be a problem. She couldn't understand how the original person with this body had managed to give birth to twins. That must have been some kind of medical miracle. But in her memory, the twins were born very thin and weak, often falling sick. Sometimes, just because the mother eats a lot doesn't mean the children get enough. For the sake of the children's health in the future, she had to lose weight, even during pregnancy. Yes, children are important. In the future, you should have more kids. When you're old, they can take care of you. Hua Chang nodded repeatedly. He almost never argued with Hua Zhao. Whatever she said, he agreed. Finally, the grandfather and grandson lowered their heads to eat. As soon as the food entered his mouth, Hua Chang's eyes lit up. My little Hua is amazing. This is your first time cooking, and it's already so delicious. In my whole life, I've never eaten food this good. Thank you for the compliment. Hua Zhao thought he was joking. In her memory, Hua Chang often talked about the past. He had suffered hardships, but also enjoyed a few good years. When he worked as a guard for important people in the capital, he had eaten in the best restaurants there. Surely, their cooking skills were better than hers. But when she tasted the food herself, Hua Zhao was shocked. She had never eaten anything this delicious either. Not just the capital's restaurants, even world-class ones she had tried before couldn't compare. No dish had ever amazed her like this. It felt like she wasn't eating potatoes and cabbage, but potato spirits and cabbage spirits. Only something magical could taste this good. What's going on? Hua Zhao stared at the food in her bowl. It was really just plain potatoes and cabbage, and it didn't even look that good. She hadn't used any special skills, just stir-fried a bit, added water, and simmered. The only seasoning was salt. It couldn't be the ingredients, otherwise Hua Chang wouldn't be so surprised. Hua Zhao's eyes sparkled. Had she unlocked a cooking skill? Or was it because of the pendant? She would test it later. For now, eating was more important. The pendant had eased the tightness in her chest, but other feelings remained, like hunger and pain. Her stomach hurt from being so hungry. But after just one small bowl of food, Hua Zhao froze, staring at her bowl again. The original person's appetite was huge. She used to eat from a basin, finishing one in a single sitting. This little bowl? The original her could have swallowed it in one bite. Normally, after eating, she should still feel hungry, but now her whole body felt warm and comfortable, and her limbs were full of energy. She was so excited, she could hardly sit still. Could the food she cooked really have special effects? Across from her, Hua Chang had already finished 2 big bowls of food. So comfortable. I haven't felt this good in so long. Hua Chang sighed as he rubbed his stomach, almost moved to tears by the relief. Hua Zhao thought of his illness, and her eyes grew red. Hua Chang had a serious stomach disease. The doctors had no way to treat it and told him to just go home and live as he wished. Hua Zhao felt that his illness was partly caused by being spoiled by his granddaughter. Well, since the original owner owed this debt, she would repay it. She just didn't know if she had the ability. She quickly cleared the dishes and then went back to washing clothes. When she finished, she went outside. She had planned to say something to Hua Chang, but found that he had already fallen asleep on the bed, snoring loudly. This was truly rare. Hua Zhao knew that because of his illness, Hua Chang often spent entire nights in pain, unable to sleep. Even adding up all the short naps in a day, he barely got 2 hours of rest, leaving him completely exhausted. She gently covered him with a quilt and quietly left. Wanting to find a quiet place, she headed toward the back mountain. But as soon as she entered, she felt something unusual. The moment she stepped into the forest, that comfortable feeling seemed to rush at her from all directions. No, more precisely, it was rushing toward the pendant on her neck. From there, part of the energy flowed into her body, while another part returned along the same path. The deeper she went into the mountain, the stronger the feeling became. The flow of energy grew clearer, and in her senses, countless threads of energy appeared, weaving together. Hua Zhao realized that this energy was being drawn from the plants around her. This was truly a treasure. No wonder, in her previous life, Hua Xiaoyu had tried so hard to protect it. This time, no matter what, she had to keep it safe. After all, this was Ye Shen's possession. But giving it back now felt too painful. She wasn't generous enough to return such a powerful gift once it was in her hands. Well then, it could be considered the inheritance of his children. Keeping it wasn't wrong. Hua Zhao spent the whole afternoon in the mountains, managing to figure out a little of its mystery. The pendant could absorb energy from nearby plants and pass it to its owner, while also returning some purified energy back to the plants. The returned energy seemed stronger, and she could feel the plants around her becoming more vibrant. As they grew healthier, they provided even more energy in return. It was a positive cycle of mutual benefit. She could also control the pendant, choosing whether it absorbed energy from all plants around her, or just from a single one. Fixing her gaze on a wild lettuce sprout that had just emerged in spring, she decided to exchange energy only with it. But perhaps the pendant was too powerful, or the sprout too weak. In just one round, the tiny plant shot up to a foot tall and smacked right into Hua Zhao's face as she leaned in to watch. After another round, the plant quickly scattered seeds all over the ground and withered away. She realized that energy exchange could not change the natural laws of life. Everything still had to reach its end. For a moment, Hua Zhao felt disappointed. So, immortality was impossible after all. But soon she let go of the thought. Living forever would be against the natural order. With modern technology, people would eventually discover her secret, and the outcome would surely be terrible. Even if no one found out, she would still have to watch her loved ones pass away one by one, carrying the pain of endless farewells. Just imagining such a life felt unbearable. Thinking this way, Hua Zhao was suddenly relieved that the pendant did not grant such an unnatural ability. Then she looked at the seeds scattered on the ground. Considering how fast they had matured, she grew excited. This could make her rich. It was almost like having a magical storage space, but even better. Even if some higher power had given her a special space, it couldn't possibly be as large as an entire planet. Whether it was 1 acre or 10, even 1,000 or 10,000, it would still be small compared to the vast lands outside that could be rented with money. I'm going to be rich. Hua Zhao cheered and eagerly began testing the pendant on other plants. When she tried it with trees, they didn't suddenly shoot up, but after just one round, all their buds burst open at once. Startled, she quickly switched to another tree. This time, she chose a young blueberry plant. After a few rounds, the ground was covered with a thick layer of ripe berries. She happily grabbed a handful to taste, and the flavor was so good it far surpassed any blueberry she had ever eaten before. In her memory, blueberries had only a faint taste, without any special fragrance. But now, their scent was so rich that she couldn't resist. After finishing a handful, she reminded herself she needed to lose weight, so Hua Zhao managed to stop. Then, using her strong arms, she buried the leftover berries into the soil with her bare hands. She couldn't leave any traces. Other plants hadn't even sprouted yet, and if these berries were found scattered on the ground, how could she explain it? Suddenly, a strange feeling entered Hua Zhao's mind, startling her. What was that? Here, more. The tall blueberry tree in front of her shook its green leaves. Was that you talking? Hua Zhao asked softly. Yes, more. The leaves rustled again. Hua Zhao was stunned. Could she really communicate with plants? But why didn't other plants speak? She thought about it and quickly guessed. Maybe the energy exchange with other plants was too little, so they received less purified energy and the resonance with her was weaker. She tried it with another blueberry tree nearby, and sure enough, it was the same. After a few rounds, that tree also dropped a pile of berries, shaking its leaves and calling out more. All right, Hua Zhao replied casually. She buried the berries, then controlled her pendant to absorb and release energy, pushing both trees into the next early spring stage. Their leaves instantly fell off, leaving them bare like the other trees around. The two blueberry trees stopped calling, but she could sense their disappointed mood. Hua Zhao giggled and went down the mountain. When she got home, she found visitors waiting. 2 women in their 40s stood in the yard, each holding a. One of them, dressed neatly, wasn't working but was ordering the other woman, who wore patched clothes, to do this and that. Hua Zhao stood there for a moment before realizing who they were. The well-dressed one, with neatly combed hair, was the eldest daughter-in-law of her third granduncle, Hua Shan. The one in patched clothes was Hua Shan's second daughter-in-law. Seeing them reminded Hua Zhao of Hua Shan's family. Hua Shan was Hua Chong's third younger brother. He had been given to a relative in the village when he was young. After growing up, he became domineering and even forced a woman to marry him. Together, they had 3 sons. The eldest was called Hua Daniu, the second Erniu, and the third Saniu. Then Hua Shan had 2 more daughters, but they were given away right after birth. Later, she had 2 sons, Hua Zhenyo and Hua Daniu. Finally, she gave birth to a little girl, Huaya, and this one she kept to raise herself. Thinking of the Hua family full of cattle names, Hua Zhao couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, little Hua is back," Hua Daniu's wife called out, turning her head. Her tone when saying little Hua was mocking, as if making fun of her. But Hua Zhao didn't care at all. She walked straight into the yard, planning to go inside. The original owner of this body had this kind of personality, and Hua Zhao wanted to keep it the same when dealing with Hua Shan's family. "Oh my, what's that awful smell?" As she passed by Ernia's wife, the woman suddenly covered her nose and shouted. Dania's wife smelled it too, quickly covering her nose and stepping back, looking at Hua Zhao with disgust.
What happened to you?
"Did you fall into something dirty? It's so gross." Hua Zhao could smell it herself. Every time she absorbed energy, a layer of grime would appear on her skin. At first, she didn't notice, but after a whole afternoon, the grime had built up and was now dripping down, damp and sticky. The smell was indeed unbearable. If not for that, she wouldn't have rushed home. Ignoring them, Hua Zhao went inside, lit a fire, and prepared to heat water for a bath. But Dania's wife wasn't ready to let her go. Standing outside where the air flowed, she nagged loudly. "Little Hua, I'm not trying to scold you, but you're a grown girl now. How can you walk around like this? If outsiders find out, won't they laugh at you to death?" "Ha ha." When no one else laughed, she just kept laughing at her own words. She was already planning to spread it around the village. Hua Chong's chubby granddaughter was becoming more and more useless.
Ha ha ha.
Silly Ernia's wife stood beside her, laughing along without thinking. The noise woke Hua Chong. He came out of the east room, his face dark, staring at them. Hua Zhao, however, stayed calm, quietly tending the fire as if she hadn't heard a thing. Dania's wife's laughter quickly died down, leaving only Ernia's wife still giggling. "What are you 2 doing here?" Hua Chong asked in a low, stern voice. Only then did Ernia's wife stop laughing, shrinking back with her shoulders hunched. "Uncle," Dania's wife forced a smile. "Spring is coming, and I saw your garden still empty, so I thought I'd help you tidy it up. Would you really be that kind?" "The sun must be rising in the west," Hua Chong mocked directly. Danyo's wife looked a little embarrassed. This ungrateful old man. Luckily, he won't live much longer. Enduring a few harsh words is nothing, as long as she can take over his house and land. This was a mountain area. Clearing more than 2 acres of good land to build a house and grow vegetables wasn't easy. Digging out tree roots, moving stones, filling soil, it would take years. How could it compare to taking over land that was already ready? "Listen to you, uncle. I'm the kindest person around. If you don't believe me, go ask the villagers. Who would dare say a bad word about me? Of course. Who would dare? If anyone says a word against your family, wouldn't you tear down their house?" Hua Chong replied. Danyo's wife couldn't help but smile proudly. Her family had many sons, and that made them powerful. "Envious, aren't you? Enough talking, we're going back to work." She wrinkled her nose at him, ignored Hua Chong, and pulled Nyo's wife along to keep digging. Everyone in the village already knew Hua Chong was seriously ill. The barefoot doctor had said he wouldn't live more than a few months. So if they planted the land now, they could grow whatever they wanted, and when harvest came, it would all be theirs. Hua Chong stood there, fuming as he watched their backs. These people would never have dared treat him like this before. Now that they thought he was dying, they weren't afraid anymore. He wasn't dead yet, and they already dared to act this way. What would happen after he was gone? Hua Chong quickly turned to Hua Zhao, his eyes full of worry and love. Hua Zhao was sorting through her memories, piecing together everything about Hua Shan's family. She could already see through the two wives' intentions. Or rather, it wasn't just theirs, it was Hua Shan's plan. "Grandpa, help me boil some water. I'll go deal with them." Hua Zhao grabbed a firewood stick and stormed out. Hua Chong obediently sat down to tend the fire. He wasn't worried at all. His granddaughter was straightforward, strong, and had never lost a fight. Hua Chong sneered. Those two women were getting arrogant because they thought he was dying. They had forgotten what kind of person his little Hua really was. When Dinyo's wife and Ernyo's wife saw Hua Zhao charging over with a firewood stick like a fierce bear, they suddenly remembered this was not someone to mess with. They had avoided direct conflict with her for years and had almost forgotten. "Oh no! What are you doing?" The two women shouted in unison, raising their hose in panic. Hua Zhao stuck the firewood stick into the ground and shouted, "This is my family's land. You don't need to plant here." She had to shout, otherwise with her naturally soft and cute voice, people might think she was just acting spoiled. Honestly, if it weren't for her strong presence, no one would take her seriously. They might even laugh. Mrs. Nyo suddenly remembered how this girl had once beaten her up a few years ago. Just thinking about it still made her back ache. "Look at you, child. No one said this isn't your land. Annie just saw that it's spring, and you haven't planted yet, so I came to help. My family always plants later in the season. Haven't you noticed in past years? Why are you suddenly so eager this year? Did your eyes suddenly get sharper? You child, why do you talk so harshly?" Mrs. Nyo was angry. She was used to being the strong one, and few dared to speak to her like this. "Don't think I don't know what you're planning. If you plant here now, later you'll claim this land as yours. Then when we eat from our own field, we'll have to ask your permission, right?" Mrs. Nyo was surprised. This girl wasn't foolish at all. She had guessed everything clearly. The Hua family's yard was one of the largest in the village. Most families had at most one mu of land, since the team wouldn't allow more. But Hua Chong was a respected war hero, so he was given special treatment, and the team helped him get a yard of more than 2 mu. As for Mrs. Nyo's family, they had only 1 mu of land to feed more than 10 people for the whole year. It was far from enough. If Hua Chong passed away before summer, then this land would naturally fall into her hands. If not, then at least she could say she had planted it, used her seeds, and put in her labor. Later, if her family didn't have enough vegetables, she could come and pick some here without guilt. But she couldn't say that out loud. So she reluctantly muttered, "Of course not. You can eat as much as you want. We're just helping with the planting. No need for your so-called help." Hua Zhao pulled out the stick and pointed at the row of soil they had already turned. "Flatten it back, right now. Put it exactly the way it was. Don't think you can claim a whole mu of vegetables just because you dug one row." She knew the Nyo family was shameless enough to try something like that, so she had to block every possible excuse. Mrs. Nyo stared at Hua Zhao in surprise. Well, this girl had thought of everything. And it wasn't even Hua Chong who told her what to say. She was sharper than expected. Even Hua Chong, who was boiling water inside, looked at Hua Zhao with surprise. How did his granddaughter suddenly seem so different, as if she had grown up overnight? Seeing the others still standing there, Hua Zhao waved the stick in her hand and rushed forward. "Hurry up." She didn't actually hit them, after all, they were elders. If she really struck them, Hua Shan's family would have an excuse to tear down her house. But her strength was great, and the sound of the stick cutting through the air carried a chill that made people's hair stand on end. Aunt Nyo and Aunt Nyo were startled. They didn't dare to argue anymore and quickly did as she said. The freshly turned soil was soon trampled flat. The two women left angrily. Before leaving, Aunt Nyo turned back and glared at Hua Zhao, her lips moving silently. "You troublesome girl, just wait and see." Hua Zhao didn't care at all. Once they were gone, she hurried into the house. "Grandpa, is the water ready?" "It's ready. It's ready. Quick, I need to wash up." She swiftly carried the wash basin inside, then prepared a smaller basin and towel. A bathtub? A bathroom? Those didn't exist here. The original owner of this body hadn't cared much about bathing, so there was nothing like that. Even if she wanted a tub, it wouldn't fit through the doorway. Hua Zhao closed the door, stood in the basin, and wiped herself down again and again with a towel. For now, this would do. When she had money, she would build a big house with a 50-square-meter bathroom, wide windows, and a large tub facing the back mountain, so she could enjoy the view while bathing. After an hour and several pots of hot water, Hua Zhao finally felt refreshed. She even noticed her skin looked a shade lighter. That delighted her. She had confidence in losing weight, but changing her skin tone had seemed impossible. At first, it had worried her, but now, with this mysterious gift, everything was different. Hua Zhao picked up the pendant and kissed it hard. Suddenly, she remembered its original owner and the heartbeat that had once fallen into her palm. Her face flushed red. Xiao Hua, Xiao Hua. A sharp, panicked voice came from outside the yard. Run quickly. My grandpa is bringing people here. Before the words had even faded, the door was pushed open. Hua Zhao turned her head toward the newcomer. It was a delicate, fair-skinned girl of about 16 or 17, with long black braids and wide, frightened eyes staring at Hua Zhao. She was a pretty girl, but her only flaw was that she looked too thin. At 16 or 17, she was a little over 1.6 meters tall, but her figure was still very flat. Hua Zhao's eyelids twitched as she recognized her. Xiuyu, you're here. Hua Xiuyu was Hua Ernia's daughter, 17 years old. In the original owner's memory, Hua Xiuyu was like her little shadow, always following her around. She was also quite pitiful. Hua Ernia's family had 5 children, 2 daughters and 3 sons. Xiuyu had an older sister who was already married and 3 younger brothers. Those 3 brothers were all troublemakers. Hua Erniu and his wife didn't bother to manage them, leaving everything to the 2 sisters. Since the older sister had married years ago, all the chores, feeding, cleaning, and looking after the boys, fell on Xiuyu's shoulders. Life at home was not easy for her. She was good at talking and always acted very caring toward the original owner, treating her like a real sister. Whenever the original owner was in a good mood, she would share some food with her. That made their relationship even closer.
Heh.
Hua Zhao let out a cold laugh.
Get out.
Don't you know to knock before entering someone else's room? Where are your manners? Hua Zhao clutched the pendant at her neck and quickly hid it under her clothes. It wasn't thieves she feared most, but people who kept thinking about what wasn't theirs. In her past life, considering Xiaoyu's position in the family, the fact that she once spent 10 whole yuan to buy this pendant showed just how much she liked it. That money was probably her savings from over 10 years. But Xiuyu had already noticed. She hadn't seen the pendant itself, but she had spotted the cord around Hua Zhao's neck. What was she hiding so carefully? Xiuyu didn't move, as if she hadn't heard Hua Zhao telling her to leave. Sister Hua, you should run. My grandpa is coming, and he's bringing my uncle and cousins. Xiuyu said nervously. Why should my granddaughter run, if I'm the one coming? A voice suddenly sounded from the outer room. It was Hua Chong. Xiuyu seemed startled. She lowered her head, shrinking back, not knowing what to say. But Hua Zhao noticed that in that brief moment, when Xiuyu lowered her head, her eyes lit up and the corners of her mouth curved into a smile before she quickly hid it. Hua Chong's face had already darkened with anger. Hua Zhao instantly remembered there had been similar scenes in her past life. Back then, before her grandfather passed away, Xiuyu often came to deliver news, while Hua Shan and his sons frequently came over to stir up trouble. On top of the gossip in the village, Hua Chong's health grew worse day by day. If it weren't for his willpower to hold on until Hua Zhao gave birth, he might have already been worn down by people's words. So it was all with bad intentions. Yeah, why should I run? Weren't you shouting so loudly just now? Why are you quiet now? Lost your voice? Hua Zhao raised her hand and slapped. She had already held back her strength, but Hua Xiuyu was still knocked to the ground. Hua Xiaoyu immediately burst into tears. Hua Chong sighed but said nothing. Hua Zhao had always been like this since she was little, quick to fight whenever she disagreed with someone. She had hit Hua Xiaoyu more than once, and no one could stop her. Besides, Xiaoyu wasn't exactly an honest child either. Footsteps sounded outside the yard, and a large group of people walked in. Hua Zhao quickly stepped forward before her grandfather could. Third grandpa, uncle, second uncle, third uncle, and cousins, are you here to see my grandfather? Hua Zhao asked before they could speak, her face even showing a smile. The Hua Shan family was stunned. For a moment, they realized this was the first time they had ever seen Hua Chang's granddaughter, known for her fierce temper, actually smile. And surprisingly, it looked cheerful. With her sweet voice, it even felt welcoming. The Hua Shan family's imposing manner faltered.
We are. Hua Shan began.
I knew Grandpa was right. Hua Zhao cut him off. Grandpa said you are brothers, bound by blood. Now that he's sick, of course you would come to see him. Otherwise, the whole village would talk. How could it be that even outsiders have visited, but you, his own family, haven't come once? Except for the simple-minded Hua Sanyu, the rest of Hua Shan's sons and grandsons all looked uneasy. They glanced at Hua Zhao, then at Hua Chang behind her. Was this something he had taught her to say? It had been more than a month since Hua Chang returned from the city after seeing the doctor. Almost everyone in the village had visited, but Hua Shan's family truly hadn't. The truth was, the two families had never gotten along. Hua Chang and Hua Shan had always looked down on each other, and even the surface politeness was hard to keep. But the reason they hadn't come this past month wasn't because they didn't want to. It was because they hadn't yet decided who would inherit Hua Chang's house. Several of their grandsons were about to get married, and they couldn't decide who should receive it. Hua Chang was a little surprised by how sharp-tongued Hua Zhao was. His granddaughter had never been good with words. She usually relied on her fists. Hearing her speak with such hidden sharpness truly caught him off guard. But there had already been so many surprises today that he was starting to get used to it. He decided to stay quiet and see what other surprises his granddaughter might bring. Hua Zhao could strike with words, while Hua Shan preferred to strike with force. Looking at Hua Chang behind Hua Zhao, Hua Shan said, "Your two nieces-in-law are working the field for you. Why didn't you stop them? Do you think they don't work well? If they can't do it, your nephews and grandsons can. You're sick now, so from now on, let them handle the work. And your family's private plot. Let them help plan it this year too. Go on. Work for your elder uncle and great-uncle." Hua Shan waved his big hand. The younger men, all carrying hoes, rushed into the field like bandits and started working hard. Hua Zhao's eyes darkened. So when words didn't work, they turned to force? Were they just going to take over openly? Not so easy. Hua Zhao lifted her head, smiled at Hua Shan, and called out loudly, "Third grandpa, we're all close relatives here. My uncles and brothers are helping my family with the field, right? You won't be asking for money, will you? You child, what are you saying? Of course not. We're family. Who would take money?" Hua Shan glared at her.
Hua Zhao smiled again.
No money and no vegetables either, right? You won't come later with excuses to take the harvest, will you? Like saying you planted the field, or you provided the seeds. Or maybe you'll say you're just borrowing, and will return it later? Hua Shan fell silent. The men from his family, who had been swinging their hoes, also stopped and stared at Hua Zhao. They hadn't expected her to speak so directly and so accurately. "Let's be clear," Hua Zhao said firmly. "I won't lend anything. I eat as much as 10 people, and this little field barely produces enough for me alone." "Bah, you'll eat yourself sick one day." Aunt Dania leaned on her and said, "Hua Zhao, you're already 18 or 19, almost ready to marry. You'd better eat less, or who could afford to take you as a wife?" Because of Hua Zhao's size, they couldn't get a good marriage price for her. Even the mountain folk who weren't picky about looks still wanted a wife who ate little and worked hard. But Hua Zhao? She wasn't good at work, yet she never left food behind. If she married into a family, forget about raising children. She'd eat them out of house and home within a year. Who wants it? But Hua Zhao didn't look at her, as if she hadn't heard. She only looked at Hua Shan, waiting for his answer. She couldn't let them change the subject. "Third grandpa, will you still come to my house asking for vegetables in the future?" Hua Shan still said nothing. Aunt Dania rolled her eyes and curled her lips. "TSK, TSK. Tisk. Everyone listen to this child. What kind of words are these? Among relatives, picking some vegetables is normal, and now she calls it asking for food? As if we were beggars. In the mountain village, flat land was scarce, and the houses were spread out, but everyone could still see each other. When Hua Shan led so many people, looking fierce, toward Hua Chang's house, many villagers noticed. There weren't many families in Kaoshan village, and since it was the farming off-season, almost everyone came to watch. But because of Hua Chang and Hua Shan's reputations, the onlookers stayed quiet. If it had been someone else's family, they would have already started a heated discussion. Still, Hua Zhao's words were indeed offensive. Among relatives, taking vegetables was always considered sharing, not asking. Aunt Dainey sneered. Among close relatives, picking some vegetables is just helping each other. Hua Zhao's smile disappeared, and she said mockingly, "Who doesn't know that my family never has enough vegetables? My grandfather spends money every month to buy them. Has any of you ever let me pick from your gardens? I was even chased out once for trying. That was years ago, when the original Hua Zhao was still little. Her family's garden couldn't provide enough, and she knew that in the village, relatives usually shared their extra vegetables. But when she went to Hua Shan's house, she was driven away." Aunt Dainey's face turned awkward, but she still muttered stubbornly, "We have more than 10 mouths to feed. We barely have enough for ourselves. How could we give you any?" "You're right." Hua Zhao raised her voice. "That's exactly the point. My family doesn't have enough for ourselves either, so how could we give any to you?" Her words struck hard, leaving Aunt Dainey speechless. The people from Hua Shan's family leaned on their hoes, staring at Hua Zhao, then at Hua Shan. Hua Shan fixed his eyes on her. The neighbors around were also surprised, unable to believe that such sharp and logical words came from Hua Chang's granddaughter, who was known for being quiet and clumsy. Hua Chang was already so moved that he almost shed tears. Hua Zhao looked at Hua Shan again and said directly, "Third grandpa, if your family truly wants to help us out of kindness, then I thank you. But if you come here pretending to help, just to take our land, then don't bother staying." The surroundings fell silent, and even the air seemed to freeze. Hua Shan stared at Hua Zhao for a few seconds, then suddenly shouted, "Let's go." So blunt and shameless, his words were almost the same as admitting he had bad intentions. But Hua Shan didn't care. He was a bully, and bullies don't care about saving face. If he cared about dignity, he wouldn't be one. With a loud clatter, the men of the Hua Shan family put away their hoes in unison and followed him out. As they left, each one turned back to glare at Hua Zhao. Hua Shan had 5 sons. The house was too crowded, but only the 3rd and 4th sons had moved out. The other 3 still lived with him, and the family had never officially divided their property. Without dividing the family, they couldn't get their own land. Hua Dainyu had 3 sons, Hua Erniu had 3 sons and 2 daughters, and the youngest, Hua Tiniu, was already 25 and still unmarried. Altogether, 15 people lived in one household. With just over an acre of yard, the vegetables they grew were far from enough. They had long been eyeing Hua Chang's courtyard, just waiting for him to pass away.
"Wait!"
Hua Zhao suddenly called out. The Hua Shan family stopped. Hua Shan turned back and looked at her. "Third grandpa, my grandfather is sick and must not be upset. Our 2 families don't have such close ties, so from now on, please don't come over without reason. And if something happens, don't come either. Otherwise, I'll have to suspect you're trying to anger my grandfather on purpose, just to take our house." Her words were so sharp that the air seemed to grow colder. Hua Shan's eyes widened, his gaze fierce as he glared at Hua Zhao. But Hua Zhao wasn't afraid at all.
Who was she?
In her past life, she had been a lawyer specializing in criminal cases. In her later years, her reputation grew, and she became even more skilled. The people she defended were almost always dangerous criminals. Yet every case she handled ended in the death penalty, never even life imprisonment. That earned her the nickname the Demon Slayer. Compared to those people, Hua Shan's glare was nothing. Almost gentle. Hua Shan frowned slightly. He hadn't expected her to be unafraid. But then again, Maybe she was just reckless. He turned to Hua Chong. Big brother, are you saying you want to cut ties with me? Hua Chong looked at him, paused for 2 seconds, then pulled at the corner of his mouth and sighed. 68 years. And only now do I finally hear you call me big brother. I never thought I'd live to see the day. Hua Shan's face darkened. He had been given away at birth, and by the time he turned 20, the family that raised him was gone. To survive, he returned to the Hua family, but he was never close to his siblings. He never called them brother or sister, always keeping a cold face, as if the whole family owed him something. You're the kind of relative who wishes me gone early. I don't need you, Hua Chong suddenly shouted.
Get out.
A veteran who had walked through battlefields carried a presence no village bully could compare with. Hua Shan said nothing, turned, and left. The onlookers outside the yard glanced curiously at Hua Zhao, then slowly dispersed. Hua Zhao helped her grandfather back into the house. When she looked up, she saw Hua Xiaoyu standing in the corner by the wall. She hadn't left. Hua Xiaoyu's eyes were wide as she stared at the furnishings inside, completely stunned. How had Hua Zhao's pigsty-like home become so clean? And where was that person? Sister Hua, where's the big brother who came to your house yesterday? Did he leave? Hua Zhao froze, then noticed the mix of shyness and disappointment on her face. How do you know someone came to my house? And calling him big brother? Do you even know him well enough to call him that? Aren't you embarrassed? Hua Zhao asked. Hua Xiaoyu's face turned red. She quickly explained, he came into the village yesterday, asking about your house. I happened to pass by, so I told him. I even brought him here myself. Don't you remember?
Oh.
Hua Zhao really didn't remember. But she felt no guilt for doubting her. From now on, stop saying our house. This is my house. Your family was just here, and already left. Now you should leave too. Hua Xiaoyu's eyes reddened, but she said nothing more and lowered her head as she walked out. She didn't take Hua Zhao's harsh words too seriously. Whenever Hua Zhao was upset, she either scolded her or pushed her away. But later, she always forgot after being coaxed a little. Foolish as ever.
Wait.
Hua Zhao suddenly called out. Hua Xiaoyu pouted with her back turned.
See?
Just like that, sometimes Hua Zhao forgot without even needing coaxing. Like a silly pig. What is it, Sister Hua? Hua Xiaoyu turned back with a sweet smile. You heard what I said outside just now, right? It applies to you too. Hua Zhao picked up a firewood stick from the ground. From now on, don't step into my yard again. Not even to stand at the fence and call out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, she simply held the stick with her thumbs and index fingers, then gave it a light twist. The elm branch, as thick as a baby's arm, snapped in two. Flower Xiaoyu already knew how strong she was. Seeing her so serious now, Xiaoyu was surprised but didn't dare argue. She lowered her head and quickly walked away. Once the outsiders left, the yard finally became quiet. Hua Zhao began preparing dinner, the usual potato stem stewed with cabbage. The grandfather and grandson ate happily, and after the meal, Hua Zhao carried A to tidy up the garden outside. The reason she didn't let others touch it was simple. She wanted to plant everything herself. Every strike of the was a joy to her. Of course, she also had no intention of sharing the harvest with outsiders. Through her experiments, she had already discovered that fruits purified by energy tasted exceptionally good and even had special effects. How could she let Hua Shan's family eat them? She wouldn't even give away a single green onion. Hua Chong wasn't idle either. He felt especially cheerful and healthy that day, so he also picked up A to help turn the soil. When Hua Zhao told him not to, he was actually unhappy about it. Meanwhile, Hua Shan's family wasn't in such a good mood when they got home. Tell me, how did Hua Zhao suddenly become so sharp? Asked Danyo's wife curiously after they sat down. Maybe it wasn't sudden, replied Sanyo's wife, Jiang Qin. Perhaps she's always been sharp and we just didn't know. The only one in their family who had real contact with Hua Zhao was Hua Xiaoyu. Everything they knew about Hua Zhao being foolish came from Xiaoyu's words. In truth, they themselves had barely spoken to her. When she was younger, it was fine, but later Hua Zhao became so lazy she wouldn't even leave the house. She refused to work in the production team. If anyone called her, she would cry as if her life was in danger. Sometimes she would walk a few steps, then collapse, saying she was dizzy. No one could do anything with her. Doesn't matter if she's sharp or not. We just need to get rid of her, Hua Shan declared, looking at his daughters-in-law. What about the matter I asked you to look into? Why is there still no news? Daigneau's wife quickly answered, I already asked around about a few simple-minded people and even made contact, but their families also asked about us. In the end, none of them agreed.
Can you believe it?
Even someone like that was being picky. It's really frustrating. Although she said this angrily, deep down she actually agreed with those families. After all, not everyone was completely foolish. Hua Shan then turned his gaze toward Ernia's wife. Ernia's wife immediately said with a silly smile, My mother said it's the same in her village. When the Lu family heard that the matchmaker wanted to introduce Hua Zhao to them, they almost chased the person away with a stick. Can you believe that? Isn't it annoying? Hee hee. Hua Shan glared at her at once. These days, just looking at this second daughter-in-law made him upset. Back then, when he chose wives for his sons, he always picked someone who could balance their personalities. The eldest was fierce but not very clever, so he found him a wife who was good at talking. The second was too shrewd and full of schemes, so he gave him a simple-minded wife. The third was straightforward and careless, so he found him a wife who was thoughtful and sharp. The fourth was most like himself, so he found him a gentle and kind wife, easy to get along with. The fifth was his greatest hope. He wanted him to lead the family out of farming life, so he raised him carefully all these years. Now he was already 25, yet still hadn't found a suitable match. He never regretted any of his choices, except for this second daughter-in-law, who often made him angry. Hua Shan turned his eyes to the third daughter-in-law. She was the one he was both most proud of and most cautious about. Jiang Qin, Sania's wife, had just turned 40. She wasn't especially pretty, but she always kept herself neat and tidy. With her short hair, shirt, trousers, and a Lenin-style jacket, she looked almost like a city woman. She worked as the brigade's accountant. In her father-in-law's eyes, Jiang Qin adjusted her hair and said, I don't really have anyone suitable in mind. Besides, I think even if we choose someone, it won't work. If my eldest brother-in-law finds out we tried to match Hua Zhao with someone foolish, he might cause big trouble. As she finished, the corners of her mouth curved slightly. The rest of the family wasn't afraid of Hua Chong making a scene. In fact, they almost wished he would, just to wear himself out. But Hua Chong was capable. Even if he couldn't deal with others, it would be easy for him to target her. If he made a fuss at the brigade, her job would be at risk. That was why she would never directly find someone unsuitable for Hua Zhao. In her opinion, the family was being foolish. Why look for someone obviously unfit? Why not take a more indirect approach? What idea do you have? Hua Shan asked. Jiang Qin smoothed the other side of her hair and said, In my home village, there's a man, 28 years old. He's not foolish, looks decent, strong, and healthy. The only thing is, he lost his wife, has 2 children, and his family is poor. Because of that, he hasn't been able to remarry. I think if we suggest him, my eldest brother-in-law might agree. Hua Shan hesitated and asked, How many brothers does his family have? 3. He's the oldest, and the other 2 are not married yet, Jiang Qin replied. Hua Shan immediately felt a bit reluctant. Having many brothers-in-law in the family could make things complicated if conflicts arose. They had their eyes on Hua Chong's land, but Hua Chong was gone. Logically, that land belonged to Hua Zhao, who was Hua Zhao's son-in-law. The other family wouldn't easily give it up. There would be a fight. Jiang Qin understood what her father-in-law was worried about. They have their own house and land, so they don't need those 2 acres. As long as we don't ask for a bride price, it's fine. No bride price. No way. Ernia's wife immediately said. With Hua Zhao's kind of person, what would be the point of asking for a bride price? No one would even want to pay extra. Hua Shan still felt uneasy. Jiang Qin thought for a moment and whispered, That person's mother is known to be very strict, and he is also harsh. He likes to hit his wife. I heard that his previous wife was driven to death by them. Oh my goodness! Nyo's wife exclaimed, grinning. That can't be. If he kills someone, the older brother would really fight us. Jiang Qin rolled her eyes at her. Dania's wife said, what's wrong with that? With Hua Zhao's build and strength, could she die in front of the older brother? I think she could even torment that family to death.
Huh.
She looked excited. What do you call that? It's like water on tofu. One thing overcomes another. Evil people meet their match. Oh, Hua Zhao and her family are just perfect together. But Hua Shan hesitated even more. Dealing with such a person was very troublesome. Jiang Qin lowered her voice and said, that family knows Hua Zhao's situation. They don't mind. They believe they can help Hua Zhao lose weight and become more diligent. If it works, they'll keep her. If not, they'll sell her for a good price. It didn't matter if they didn't like this daughter-in-law. They wouldn't lose anything. She was given for free. They could tidy her up, keep her if she suited them, or sell her if she didn't. If they found a rich fool, they could sell her for more and use the money to marry a new wife. What a good deal. Dania's wife and Nyo's wife both stared in surprise. Who is this person? How could she come up with such an idea? Hua Shan, Hua Nyo, and Hua Zhenyo looked at Jiang Qin. This idea was hard for most people to think of, but Jiang Qin could. Jiang Qin's face was expressionless. Yes, it was true that the idea only came to mind because of her suggestion. But so what? What was wrong with that? Hua Shan finally nodded, realizing that this third wife was quite clever. Don't get involved in this matter. Let the man find a matchmaker and propose himself. Just say you heard about it, and that it has nothing to do with us, Hua Shan said. It needs to be done quickly. Tomorrow. No, the day after tomorrow at the latest someone should go. Within a month, Hua Zhao should get married. If it's too late and the season passes, the 2 acres of land will be ruined. He loves to grow beans, and this year he definitely wants to plant more bean rows. The next day, Hua Zhao went up the mountain again. First, to absorb energy and improve her health, and second, to find something to eat. Every day, she ate only cabbage essence and potato essence, an unbalanced diet. It wasn't good for her recovery or for the baby's growth. Hua Zhao happily touched her belly, her eyes full of tenderness. She stepped out of the yard and immediately met a male villager. When he saw Hua Zhao, he paused for a moment, then rolled his eyes at her, clutching something tightly in his arms, and hurried away. He didn't hold her, so Hua Zhao didn't notice at first. When he moved, she saw that he was holding a small black piglet. Her eyes lit up. She shouted, "Wait a minute." The man was startled and froze, then ran off with the piglet. "Why are you running? I'm not stealing your pig. When have I ever stolen anything, Hua Zhao?" She called out. Hearing this, the man stopped and thought for a moment. That was true. Although Hua Zhao was notorious in the village, known for being lazy, greedy, unreasonable, quick-tempered, and sometimes hitting people, she had never used her strength to steal from anyone. "I just want to ask, which family did you buy this piglet from? Do they have more?" "I want to buy one too," Hua Zhao said. "Oh, I see." The man relaxed. Hua Zhao's strength was famous. In the village, no child who had been beaten by her dared to seek revenge, which made the adults quite afraid of her. "Lu Laosan's family is selling some." "They still have a few," the man replied. It was 1976 now, and the rules about private sales weren't as strict. Rural families often kept sows, and piglets could be sold freely. "Thanks," Hua Zhao called out, then turned to leave. The man was left standing there, surprised, watching her back. "Thanks?" Hua Zhao actually said thank you? So naturally? Wasn't she known for scolding and hitting people? And she was even carrying a shoulder pole with a basket, looking like she was heading up the mountain to work. Isn't she the kind of person who wouldn't even help when a bottle falls? TSK. Rumors are not trustworthy. Hua Zhao doesn't go out much, so Hua Chong wouldn't speak badly about her. Nor would he complain that his granddaughter scolded him. The rumors about Hua Zhao in the village are all spread by Hua Xiuyu when she visits home, then passed around by the Hua family. Hua Zhao continues to go up the mountain, now with an extra reason: making money. In the countryside, how can there be no chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, or pigs in the family? Chickens are called chicken banks because most families rely on the small income from selling eggs for their daily needs like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Pigs are also a main side business. Usually they raise 2 pigs, sell one as a task pig to save some money, and slaughter the other for meat to last half a year. Now, piglets cost over 10 yuan each. For chicks and ducklings, most families hatch their own eggs, but her family doesn't have a mother hen. She ate them all. Now they can only buy them, costing about 2 mao each. Most families raise about 10, which adds up to over 2 yuan. Right now, there might be less than 2 yuan left at home. Hua Zhao walks while calculating. Although the family's money isn't in the original owner's hands, the original owner does nothing all day but think about the little money the grandfather has, planning what to eat today and tomorrow, making sure not to leave a single cent at the end of the month. And even if the grandfather has money, she doesn't want to rely on others' wages to live. She prefers to work hard herself. Earn money, earn money, earn money. Hua Zhao walks vigorously, feeling full of energy and motivation. She loves this feeling of starting from nothing and building up. If she were reborn into the home of the world's richest person, she wouldn't mind. She loves fighting to become the richest herself. When she reaches the mountain, energy floods into her, making her feel so refreshed she wants to shout. Hua Zhao doesn't dare stay in one place too long, afraid that the plants there will exchange too much energy and bloom. She walks along a small path made by villagers into the deep mountains, heading toward a hot spring area her original self visited a few years ago. This is in the far northeast of the country, in a range of mountains. Not far from the mountain village of Kaoshan, there is a geothermal area. Not far in straight-line distance, but climbing over mountains and ridges, it's already noon by the time she reaches. This is a small hot spring area with a dozen or so pools connected, floating with a faint mist, making the surroundings look like a fairyland. Hua Zhao doesn't dare get too close to the pools. The original owner cannot swim. She can swim, but she is not sure if she still can after changing to a body that weighs over 200 jin. For safety, she stays away from water. Besides, she didn't come here to enjoy hot springs. Flower Zhao looked around. The plants here grow earlier than elsewhere. The grass is already half a foot tall, wildflowers are in full bloom, and nearby various shrubs have new leaves. She immediately saw several elm trees. Elm seeds, bitter herbs, and plantain. She has arrived. Flower Zhao found a small area dense with edible wild vegetables, then started planting, harvesting, planting again, and harvesting again. In just a few rounds, her basket was half full. Next, she went to a low elm tree, pulled down some branches, and picked over a pound of elm seeds. After finishing, she looked carefully around. It was quiet, with only the sound of birds singing, and no sign of people. It was spring, and villagers were busy working in the fields. Almost no one had time to come here to relax in hot springs or pick wild vegetables. Still, Flower Zhao cautiously moved into a thick patch of grass, squatted down, hid herself, and then pulled out a small piece of wild grass, revealing the dark soil. Finally, she planted a sweet potato. Soon, one sweet potato grew into a plant with many sweet potatoes. She dug out about 10, each weighing over a jin. Then she planted a pumpkin seed. She harvested 5 large pumpkins, each weighing about 10 jin. Her 2 baskets were full. Flower Zhao covered them with a few handfuls of wild grass. Then she stood by the hot spring, took out a prepared towel, and carefully wiped her body several times. After half a day, she had a layer of black mud all over her, which made her feel sick. After cleaning up and changing into her clothes, she carried her shoulder pole and left the mountain. Back in the village, she just met villagers finishing work. Everyone was stunned to see her full willow basket. "Little flower, what have you been doing?" finally asked Zhao Yongkai, the village head of the mountainside team, unable to hide his curiosity. "Oh, Uncle Team Leader," Flower Zhao said with a bright smile. My family is preparing to catch pigs. I came up the mountain to gather pig feed and vegetables. What else can they eat? Everyone was so surprised they almost dropped their jaws. Did Flower Zhao stop caring about what she eats? Now she cares about what pigs eat? And she actually did some work. Don't talk about digging 2 baskets of wild vegetables. Just carrying so many things is already incredible enough. They know that during the season, the only place where such large pig feed vegetables can be found is far away at the hot springs, which takes a whole day to go back and forth. Is Hua Zhao too lazy? Zhao Liangkai was surprised to see Hua Zhao. Has she called him Captain Uncle? That surprised him even more than Hua Zhao working hard. Captain Uncle, I'm going home now. My grandpa is waiting at home to cook for me. Hua Zhao didn't stop and continued walking with her shoulder pole. When she passed by an old farmer staring blankly at her, she suddenly said, Uncle Lu-san, I heard your family sells piglets. Save me a good one. I'll come to catch it tomorrow. Don't worry, I won't be short of money.
Okay.
Old Lu-san was startled and couldn't believe that Hua Zhao was saying such normal words. And she even makes food for her grandpa? Before Hua Zhao reached home, she saw her grandpa standing outside the fence, looking eagerly. Seeing Hua Zhao carrying 2 big baskets full of things, Hua Chong was more surprised than anyone because he knew exactly how lazy Hua Zhao was. But his granddaughter said she had changed. Hua Chong happily went to help her carry the shoulder pole. Grandpa, don't worry about me. Hua Zhao avoided his hand. I'm strong enough. I don't need your help. I used to be so lazy because of you. From now on, don't spoil me. All right. Hua Chong replied with a smile. Hua Zhao directly carried the 2 baskets into the house, then took off the grass on top to reveal the sweet potatoes and pumpkins inside. Hua Chong was stunned. Where did these come from? From the hot springs, Hua Zhao said casually. That place is really a lucky spot, spring, all year round. I didn't expect to find sweet potatoes and pumpkins this season. I didn't have time today, but I'll go again later to see if there are other vegetables. Hua Chong was a bit confused. After so many years, this was the first time he heard that pumpkins could grow at the hot springs during the season. But it's true that the place is warm, and out-of-season growth is normal. Maybe they used to grow there, but no one picked the vegetables and told others. My little Hua is so lucky. Hua Chong praised with a smile. He didn't think anything else. These sweet potatoes and pumpkins looked fresh, just harvested. They must have grown at the hot springs, not on someone's stove. Hua Zhao put down the things and started cooking dinner. Boiled pumpkin, stir-fried pumpkin, steamed pumpkin, and pumpkin pancakes. He still didn't use any special cooking skills. He relied on the pumpkin itself to turn into a delicacy. Hua Chong still thinks this is a delicious treat. The more he eats, the happier he becomes. Finally, his little flower has a skill worth showing off. With such good cooking, Ye Shen probably won't dislike him so much anymore, right? Grandpa, I just told old Lu-san that we will go to his house tomorrow to catch a pig, Hua Zhao said. Are they starting to plan for life? Hua Chong is even happier. Yes, we'll go tomorrow morning. I felt stronger these days, so raising a pig is no problem. You don't need to raise it yourself. Just catch one and bring it back. I won't complain, Hua Zhao asked again. Do we still have enough money? Yes, enough. Hua Chong waved his hand. Don't worry about money. Give him 2 yuan now, and after I get my salary in a few days, I'll give him more. It's not a big deal, and he won't think I'll cheat him. Hua Chong has never been someone to cheat others. Hua Zhao was surprised. She forgot that they are in the countryside, where people help each other and credit is common. It's not like she can't pay a single penny without trouble. There's no rush to sell these big pumpkins in the city, and honestly, they don't sell for much anyway. So, she decided to take a different approach. Grandpa, I want to make money, Hua Zhao said. Hua Chong was stunned, doubting he heard her right. Make money? He exclaimed happily. Great. I'll go to town tomorrow and see if I can find you a job. He thought that the only way for someone to make money was to work as a laborer and earn wages. He had considered this before and even mentioned it to Hua Zhao. She was happy at first, but after working for a while, she complained about being too tired and quit. Now his granddaughter has truly grown up, become sensible, and started thinking about the future. She's a real adult.
No, no.
Hua Zhao quickly said. Working only earns a little money, not enough for me to eat. Plus, I'd have to leave home to work, and I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone. Hua Chong was so touched he almost cried. I want to sell something myself, Hua Zhao said directly. Hua Chong suddenly forgot to cry, was so surprised he almost jumped off the bed. He kept waving his hands and nervously looked outside the window. Seeing that the front and backyards were clean and empty, he finally relaxed and sat back down. What to sell? Private selling is not allowed, don't you know? That's capitalist thinking. He lowered his voice and said, This is a serious matter that can't be taken lightly. Selling things is something only the government should do. If a private person buys and sells, it's called speculation and illegal. If caught lightly, they might be warned. If serious, it could be a big problem. Grandpa, you're overthinking. I don't resell things. I just sell some farm products like mountain goods and vegetables. She studied law, so she knew how dangerous speculation was at this time. She doesn't dare to get involved in speculation, but selling a little extra farm produce is okay, as long as it's a small amount. Of course, it must be a small amount and done secretly. Because it's only 1976, just after the chaos ended. The authorities are unsure about the future and the way forward. Selling mountain goods and vegetables? That's a good idea, Hua Chong said, feeling relieved. But then he hesitated. But we don't have any mountain goods or vegetables to sell. Not to mention now, when food is scarce, the family has almost nothing extra to eat. During summer, other families have fresh vegetables, but they can't eat freely. They have to dry some to keep for autumn and winter, or else his granddaughter might starve thin. Hua Zhao said, I plan to grow bean sprouts and sell them. Hua Chong blinked, reached for his ear, and wondered if he heard her right. Hua Zhao lowered her head and whispered, My mom used to grow bean sprouts. I watched her, and I remember how she did it. Hua Chong immediately stopped asking questions. Hua Zhao was 5 years old when her father went to the mountains and died in an accident. When she was 6, her grandmother's family found her mother, Zhang Guilin, a new husband. That family didn't want Zhang Guilin to take her child, so she was left at Hua Chong's house. She only lost her mother. Her mother didn't die. Zhang Guilin married a man from a village 100 miles away, from a working-class family. Later, she heard that the man was transferred to the provincial capital for work. This news came from her grandmother's village. After Zhang Guilin left, she visited for the first 2 years, but then there was no more news. Hua Zhao spent a year working as a maid at Hua Shan's house. At that time, she was thin, small, and timid. Everyone wanted to hit her. Until Hua Chong returned. With love and care, Hua Zhao suddenly burst out, gaining weight, a fiery temper, and courage. She wanted to hit everyone she saw. Thinking of the first time she saw her granddaughter after returning, Hua Chong felt a pang of sadness again. Hua Zhao looked pitiful but continued, Grandpa, you take the pumpkin to someone's house to exchange for a few pounds of green beans. I will grow bean sprouts and then sell them in the county. In the countryside, it's hard to sell things. The mountain villagers are few, with only about 30 households in the mountain village. They eat bean sprouts every day, but hardly make any money. Okay, Grandpa will go now, right now. Hua Chong said without hesitation and started walking. Whether it makes money or not, whether he can grow bean sprouts or not, whatever little Hua wants to do, he will do. Hua Zhao didn't let him go alone. She stayed behind with a pumpkin and a few sweet potatoes, packed the rest in a basket, and carried it behind him, going door to door to exchange for green beans. She really knows how to grow green bean sprouts. Such a fun thing. How could she not know? Besides work, her favorite thing to do was these simple, physical manual tasks. Hua Chong and Hua Zhao went all over the village. They didn't visit the Hua Shan family, but went to everyone else's homes and exchanged for a total of 50 pounds of green beans. Their 2 baskets of vegetables weren't enough to trade. Wild vegetables couldn't compare to beans. 1 pound wouldn't get a pound. Pumpkins didn't work either. In the end, Hua Chong said they could pay with money, and everyone agreed. After the grandfather and grandson left, every household was talking about them. They didn't believe Hua Zhao could grow bean sprouts. That was a skill no one in the village knew. No one was willing to risk wasting food to try. I guess it's because Hua Chang's family has no food left. They're just trying to trade food in a sneaky way, but don't want to admit it, said an older aunt.
Come on.
Your family has no food and eats green beans every day? Are you trying to starve yourself? Another aunt said while cracking pine nuts. Everyone around laughed. But look at Hua Zhao. She doesn't seem that unpleasant, someone said in surprise. And she smiles at everyone. She looks quite kind. Not at all like the fierce, grumpy black bear spirit I remember. Yeah. What's going on? Has she changed? Maybe she saw her grandpa was about to die, and since no one would protect her anymore, she's trying to earn good favor now. This kid. No parents, no relatives, she's all alone. It's really sad. Yes, others agreed, and the topic quickly shifted to Hua Zhao's mother, who had been missing for many years. Although the original owner was quite disliked, she didn't really harm others much, so now that her attitude is changed, she has gained a lot of sympathy. Hua Zhao doesn't care about anyone's opinions. When she hears comments, she ignores them and gets busy at home. She soaks beans in warm water. They need to soak for 2 days until they sprout. Then, she places them in a willow basket. After 7 days, they will be ready. Of course, there are many details to pay attention to. For example, the bottom of the basket should be covered with mesh, the sides lined with plastic, and the top covered with a quilt to block light and keep warm. Otherwise, the bean sprouts might change color or taste bitter. She also rinses them several times with water. Some people have used fertilizer water to rinse the sprouts, which makes them grow faster, whiter, and plumper. One basket uses 7 gene of green beans, and after 7 days, it yields about 80 to 90 gene of sprouts. Hua Zhao believes she can grow even whiter and plumper sprouts without fertilizer. Grandpa, our baskets are not enough. Can you weave a few more tomorrow? Hua Zhao asks. 50 gene of green beans can produce 7 baskets of sprouts. She plans to grow 1 basket a day and sell it, so there's no break. Later, once she finds a good way, she plans to grow 10 or 8 baskets a day. Anyway, she wants to expand. Only then can she earn more. Earning just a few yuan a day feels like an insult to her identity as someone who has been reborn. Okay. Hua Chang agrees happily. Most older people know how to weave baskets. It's both difficult and easy. Having used all kinds of baskets in their lives, they've seen and heard how to weave them. As long as they are willing to try, they can learn. Hua Chang can do it, and he has a good talent for it. When he was healthy before, many families came to ask him to weave baskets. His storage room still has plenty of materials for weaving, so making dozens more is no problem. The next morning, after a nice breakfast, the grandfather and granddaughter started working. Grandpa, I want to learn how to weave baskets, Hua Zhao says. Good. Hua Chang is very happy. His granddaughter wants to learn a skill. And it's been 3 days. She hasn't relapsed, so it seems she has truly learned well. Hua Chang secretly wipes away tears. Hua Zhao also had a willow basket she made under his guidance, and no matter how she looked at it, it seemed better than the ones he made. The gaps between the willow branches were even, straight, and the basket looked like a piece of art, making people feel comfortable just by looking at it. Hua Zhao looked at her basket, but was not satisfied. She thought the material she chose was not refined enough. She enjoyed making baskets so much that she couldn't be bad at it. Not only could she weave baskets, but she also knew many types of weaving: grass weaving, rattan weaving, bamboo weaving. She could make baskets, shoes, small animals, and even furniture like tables and chairs. She also learned to knit sweaters, crochet mattresses, and embroider handkerchiefs. She had a bit of obsessive-compulsive tendencies, and especially liked this kind of simple, repetitive craft work. When she was doing these repetitive motions, she felt very relaxed. Just now, when she relaxed, she forgot to be careful and said that the basket was made by a beginner, which most people wouldn't believe. Fortunately, Hua Chang was not an ordinary person.
To him, his granddaughter was the best.
Whatever amazing things she did, he wouldn't think much. He would just be happy. My little Hua is so smart. She learns quickly. She's even better than Grandpa.
Ha ha ha.
Hua Chong laughed heartily, feeling like he hadn't smiled like this in many years. It seemed that ever since they returned to this village, he hadn't smiled like this before. After working for a while, they saw it was getting late and went to Lu Laosan's house. They brought back 4 piglets. Originally, Hua Zhao planned to buy just 1, but Hua Chong said they should buy at least 2. Only if they had 2 could they complete a task and then be allowed to slaughter 1 for meat. If they only raised 1 pig, they would have to complete a task and couldn't eat it themselves. She also heard that pigs raised in spring and slaughtered in winter didn't get very fat, usually only reaching about 100 jin, about 50 kilograms. That didn't seem enough for her to eat. Even though she wanted to lose weight, now that she had special abilities, she felt it wouldn't stop her from eating meat. She used to be someone who loved meat very much. So, in her impatience, she caught all the remaining piglets. If she couldn't eat them, she could sell them for money, right? On the way back, passing by some houses, Hua Chong went in again and brought back a batch of chicks, ducklings, and goslings, 10 of each. Grandfather and granddaughter left, leaving behind a trail of gossip. Raising 4 pigs at once, what are they going to do?
Hua Zhao just wants to eat meat so badly.
She's so reckless. Does Hua Chong not understand either?
You always spoil the children.
Look, this pig will eventually turn into a wild boar. And that goose, eating as much as a farm animal. Raising 10 at once? What kind of family is this? Who are you to judge how they raise their animals? It doesn't affect your grain. Just watch quietly and don't speak. They raise pigs mostly free-range, letting them roam the hills during the day and returning home at night. But they still need to feed them some grain. Otherwise, why would the pigs come back to be slaughtered? Do they sleep in your house? The same goes for chickens, ducks, and geese. Although free-range, they still need grain, or they won't come home. Most families raise animals within their means and don't keep too many. Hua Chong understands this, but since his granddaughter wants to raise pigs, let her do it. She can raise them for a few days, but not kill them immediately after. Hua Zhao also understands this principle. But is she short of grain? No, she needs meat and money. She has plenty of grain. Grandfather and granddaughter happily walk home, but from afar, they see 3 people standing outside their fence. A young man and 2 older women, none of whom they recognize. When they see Hua Zhao, their expressions immediately turn critical. They scan her from head to toe, then quickly look away, as if even glancing again is uncomfortable. As they look away, they notice the small pigs in Hua Zhao's basket and the chirping yellow chicks in her other basket. The oldest among them, a thin, 60-something woman, suddenly brightens her eyes with surprise. She exclaims, "Did you buy these? Raising so many at once? Can you handle it?" Hua Zhao doesn't know her, so she stays silent. Hua Chong asks the 3, "Who are you looking for?" Another woman in her 30s, wearing gloves, smiles and says, "Are you Uncle Hua? We're from the north. Can we come inside to talk?" Hua Chong glances at her gloves, feeling a bit surprised. It's rare to see someone wearing gloves in this season, and hers look clean, not like work gloves. That suggests she might be a matchmaker. Could it be that a matchmaker has come to visit, and with a man too? Hua Chong's gaze shifts to the only man there. He looks quite old, nearly 30, and still unmarried. There must be something wrong. Hua Chong's eyes also turned critical and dismissive, so he stopped looking at him. If this had been 3 days ago, he wouldn't have acted like this. He would have carefully examined him and maybe even felt a bit satisfied. After all, this man doesn't look foolish or silly, not old or disabled, and has all his limbs. But now, compared to Ye Shen, these people don't catch his eye at all. Hua Chong's disdain immediately made the 3 people look unhappy, and they all turned their gaze to Hua Zhao. How could he, who raised this black bear spirit, have the right to look down on others? "Uncle, shall we go inside to talk?" The matchmaker forced a smile and said, "Debepo is quite far from here. They walked all morning to get here. It would be a shame not to go inside for water and a meal before leaving. His little Hua was actually being courted. Hua Chong felt a strange pride. See, his little Hua isn't so bad after all. He modestly said, "Come in." The group entered the house. The thin, old woman's eyes immediately darted around, inspecting the place. Good grief, there was nothing inside, bare walls. It looked even poorer than her own home. The rumors didn't quite match up, but the house was surprisingly clean. The glass was wiped so well it looked like there was no glass at all, and there was no dust in the corners or on the walls. This also didn't match the rumors. Hua Zhao went to the backyard, put the 4 piglets in the pig pen they already had, and placed the chicks and ducklings into 3 baskets, then took them to the barn. It was still a bit cold outside, and since this was a mountain area, the animals were free-range at such a young age, which meant they could be eaten at any time. Then she went inside to wash her hands, do the dishes, and pour water for everyone. Although she wasn't very enthusiastic, she behaved quite well, calm attitude, gentle movements, like an ordinary, shy, hard-working farm girl. This also didn't match the rumors. The thin, old woman's eyes showed some satisfaction, and the man also looked at Hua Zhao directly. Although Hua Zhao didn't know that the woman with the gloves was the matchmaker, she could feel the gaze. She was a woman who had been courted 99 times.
She also looked directly at this man.
He looked about 28 or 29, with thick eyebrows, narrow eyes, a long face, a serious expression, and a cold gaze. He seemed to have a bad temper, and she, having experienced a lot, could faintly sense a fierce energy from this man. Hua Zhao made a conclusion and immediately wanted to see the guests off. "Why are you here?" Hua Zhao suddenly changed from her shy attitude to a cheerful one and asked. This surprised the 3 of them. The person speaking to the guests was her? And she looked like the head of the family? Forget it. The Hua family is strange from inside to outside, very different from what they had heard before. This is Wang Ziyong, one of the best young men in Debeipo. Look how handsome he is. The matchmaker laughed happily and started introducing the man to Hua Chong. She praised him extravagantly. This man is truly one of a kind, unique in the world. But because he is so good, his wife was unlucky and didn't match with him, which caused her to die early. They checked around for miles and found Hua Zhao was very lucky. Maybe she could barely match such a good man. Hua Zhao immediately shook her head.
No, no, no.
I am also unlucky. I've never heard of someone without parents being lucky. You must be mistaken or have asked about the wrong person. Hua Zhao looked at the man. Such a good man, I don't deserve him. Sorry to waste your trip. Everyone, take care and don't see us off. She stood up to see them out. The matchmaker praised the man to make her feel inferior, implying she only barely deserved him. You deserve nothing. Hua Zhao suddenly stopped being polite. Not everyone needs to be treated politely. When someone spits in your face, do you still smile? Are you waiting for them to spit again? The right thing to do now is slap them. Hua Zhao's attitude was very dismissive, clearly looking down on the man. Wang Ziyong and his mother were so angry they almost fell backward. Wang Ziyong stared at Hua Zhao silently. His mother opened her mouth to scold her. You little. Suddenly, a pig squeal came from the backyard. 4 piglets were fighting, squealing loudly. The sound was lively and strong, full of a rich, meaty smell. Wang Ziyong's mother shivered and snapped out of her anger. She bit her tongue hard and grimaced, saying, You little girl, you don't understand. Whether someone is lucky or not isn't up to you. It's up to heaven. Some people have bad luck in the first half of their life, but are very lucky later. Some are unlucky before marriage, but lucky after. I think you're quite good. Your build shows you'll bring good luck to your husband. Plus, with my son's good luck, he can definitely bring good fortune to you. The matchmaker looked at the old witch with a sidelong glance, never realizing how good she was at talking. Wang Ziyong's mother, whose family name was Yao, was spoiled and mean. Over time, everyone secretly called her old witch. Actually, she didn't mind being called Yao Mama to her face, since no one dared to provoke her. She thought it was a good thing. Before Hua Zhao could refuse again, the old witch quickly asked her own question. Her grandfather, I heard you earn 50 yuan a month? At this point, privacy was not a concern. Almost everyone's salary was known, and there was no need to hide it. Hua Chong nodded. Yes, 50 yuan. Did this family like his money? That was okay. When people look at each other, they usually want to see what the other has. He glanced at his chubby granddaughter. Only he knew her good qualities. Outsiders only came for his money, and he didn't mind. No one had even come before for money, because everyone in town knew his granddaughter had spent all his money, and now he was about to die, with no more money left. Who would come then? The old Yao Mama's eyes lit up. 50 yuan a month? Her family hadn't saved 50 yuan in decades. Not to mention saving, they even owed a few yuan to the collective farm every year. The old Yao Mama suddenly turned her head and looked at Hua Zhao. This was a hen that laid golden eggs. 50 yuan a month, which adds up to 600 a year. Even a few months of this would be good. It could help their family survive the famine. She was determined to get her, even if she had to fight for her. Uncle, look, we are sincere. Today, we came to do serious business. The old witch told Hua Chong. How about this? We have lunch together, and the matter of the children is settled. In the afternoon, she can come home with us. From now on, she will be part of our Wang family. Don't worry, we promise to treat her well. If she didn't die, she wouldn't be a coward. For that 50 yuan a month, she was willing to go home and support this black bear spirit. Hua Zhao and Hua Chong were both stunned. Hua Chong never thought his worried granddaughter could get married so easily. Hua Zhao hadn't expected that within 3 days, she would be proposed to again. This romantic luck was even better than when she was a beauty in her past life. It was truly a mix of joy and worry. You came too late. My granddaughter has already agreed to marry someone. Hua Chong suddenly spoke. Everyone in the house was surprised. Did they arrive too late? Who did you give her to? The old woman quickly asked. This you don't need to worry about, Hua Chong replied. Since he hadn't seen Ye Shen come back, he couldn't promise anything. The old woman misunderstood, thinking it was Hua Chong's excuse. Does she really look down on her son? The old woman shot Hua Zhao a fierce look. How shameless. Her grandfather, if you have any conditions, just say them. Besides money, everything else can be discussed. Our Hua family has already decided on her marriage. You'll find out when the time comes. Hua Chong also stood up to see the guests off. Both the grandfather and granddaughter were very firm. Rural folks also care about face. The old woman wanted to say more, but Wang Ziyong and the matchmaker felt embarrassed and left. The old woman had no choice but to follow out. Hua Zhao casually said a few polite words. She didn't even see them out of the yard before going inside to cook. She took out the meat she bought a few days ago and started stewing it. It had been several days. If she didn't eat it soon, it might spoil. As the old woman turned to look back, she saw Hua Zhao suddenly throwing half a jean of meat into the pot. She immediately grimaced with pain. Such old meat. Cutting it into 2 slices each time, it'll be tasteless in a month. Hua Zhao, you're so wasteful. I need to talk to her about this. The matchmaker rolled her eyes and firmly held her back. It's your family's business how they eat meat. If you go in and say something, it'll just be embarrassing. Getting involved in someone else's pot? She looked like she was about to drool, so shameful. The Wang family was very poor, so poor they couldn't even afford piglets. Even if they bought some, they had no extra grain to feed them, so they hadn't eaten any meat in a long time. Just looking at raw meat made the old woman drool. Wang Ziyong wasn't much better, but he cared about face and turned away. Hua Chong loved his granddaughter and was willing to give her good food. This rumor was true. Looking at Hua Zhao's figure, it was obvious. The old woman kept turning her head as the matchmaker pulled her away. She muttered, Hua Zhao, this daughter-in-law, I will make her mine. But if she didn't agree, she had no good way to do it. Son, what do you think we should do? She asked Wang Ziyong. This eldest son of ours is really the backbone in my heart. Wang Ziyong looked back at the small courtyard with curling smoke rising from the kitchen. They were walking slowly, and the fragrant smell from the courtyard drifted over. The scent made him swallow unconsciously. "I'll come again tomorrow," he said. A strong woman fears being entangled by a man. She's just a woman. How can she not handle it? Besides, she's soft but can turn tough when needed. He was most experienced at this. He knew exactly where to hit to make a woman hurt with words she couldn't say. Seeing his son speak confidently, the youngest wife felt reassured and swallowed hard as she headed home. Hua Zhao didn't take these people seriously. After lunch, she went up the mountain. She needed to prepare food for the piglets. The small amount of grain she had wasn't enough for her and her husband to eat. Hua Zhao carried a shoulder pole and headed up the mountain. During her rest, she met many villagers along the way. Surprisingly, someone started talking to her voluntarily. "Little Hua, going up the mountain again?" The person was friendly, just small talk. Hua Zhao greeted with a smile. "Yes, Aunt Sunday. I'm going to dig some pig food and vegetables." "Going to the hot spring again?" Aunt Sun asked.
Yes.
"Where else would I go? The nearby grass is just sprouted, so I can only dig in solitude." Aunt Sun hesitated, wanting to say something, but stopping herself. In the end, she said nothing and just smiled and walked on. Hua Zhao felt a bit strange. But when she met the second person who spoke to her voluntarily, she understood why. "Little Hua, going to the hot spring again?" This was another aunt. Before Hua Zhao could answer, she said, "If you find pumpkins or something, how about trading some grain with me? I don't have mung beans anymore, but I still have some soybeans, millet, and grains. Whatever you want." Yesterday, she traded a pumpkin she found there and cooked it. Oh my, that smell was so good, better than meat. It made the children scream with delight. But the hot spring was too far away, taking half a day to go there and back, which delayed her work. Otherwise, she would have gone already. Hua Zhao was worried about her family's limited staple food. "Sure, Auntie. If I get lucky and meet you again, I'll come to trade with you."
Great.
The woman immediately smiled happily, finding Hua Zhao especially likable. Who said Hua Zhao was rough? She looked so good. Hua Zhao smiled, quickening her pace up the mountain. A small act of kindness, like helping others, makes the environment more peaceful. It is a good and necessary thing. Otherwise, when her children grow up, will they be bullied by the other kids in the village? To prevent that, she needs to build good relationships with the villagers. Today, she didn't need to explore, so she moved quickly. In 2 hours, she reached the hot spring area and saw a few children walking back together. Yesterday, she exchanged wild vegetables and pumpkins, which made everyone smell delicious. Adults need to work, but children around 10 years old don't have to. They have time to find food. However, they didn't find much. Only some wild vegetables. Seeing Hua Zhao, the children froze for a moment, then lowered their heads and ran away, afraid to talk to her. Most of their older siblings had been scolded by Hua Zhao before, so they knew how strict she could be. Hua Zhao smiled, knowing it was easier to handle things when people left. She looked around and guessed that these children had already been here. The area had been cleaned out. Except for some wild grass, there was nothing edible left. The land isn't very big. She waved her hand casually and left. After wandering around, she found a small, hidden wild chestnut tree. Then, with a quick exchange of energy, the chestnuts fell to the ground, filling 2 baskets. Hua Zhao smiled happily. Wild chestnuts are a good food. They contain plenty of folic acid, which pregnant women need to prevent early labor. The original owner had a tendency for early labor and even gave birth early. When she returned to the village, it was already dark. Every house was smoking from cooking and lights shone from inside. Occasionally, a rooster crowed or a dog barked. From afar, the village looked peaceful and beautiful. Hua Zhao immediately saw her house door. Her grandfather, Hua Chong, was standing there, looking out eagerly. Her anxious and confused feelings settled down instantly. "Grandpa, I'm back," Hua Zhao said with a smile, her soft voice sweet and warm. Hua Chong immediately smiled and went to greet her. The grandfather and granddaughter happily went inside. Under the light, Hua Chong finally saw what was in her basket. Why do you have so many chestnuts? Did you find a squirrel's nest? The chestnuts were fresh and clean, well preserved. It was clear she didn't pick them from the ground. They weren't stored away by squirrels. After a winter of freezing and melting, they would rot if left outside. Yes, I think the squirrel probably got eaten by accident, and the tree hole is full of things that are quite valuable, which makes me happy, Hua Zhao said with a smile. Haha, my little Hua is just lucky, Hua Chong said happily. Hua Zhao packed a few pounds of chestnuts and immediately steamed them. Actually, candied roasted chestnuts are the best, but if not, stewed chicken is fine. However, given her current conditions, she could only steam them plainly. Fortunately, these chestnuts are quite special. They taste good no matter how you eat them. Sure enough, after a while, a rich aroma wafted from the pot. The grandfather and granddaughter enjoyed their meal happily. Hua Zhao then packed a large bowl, over 2 pounds, as she was about to go out. Where are you going? Hua Chong asked curiously. I'm delivering some to Aunt Ma at the east end of the village, and exchanging some millet with her, Hua Zhao replied. Hua Chong stared blankly as she left. His little Hua has really changed. Not only has she become more diligent and quick-tongued, but she also handles social situations smoothly. Has she been blessed by a divine blessing? No, maybe it was Ye Shen who blessed her. He didn't know when this young man would return. Ye Shen was already thousands of miles away. The task he faced was quite difficult and seemed impossible to finish quickly. He thought for a moment and made a phone call. Political Commissar, I have something to report. What's the matter? Came a serious voice from the other end. I want to file a marriage report, Ye Shen said. There was no response on the line. I said, I want to file a marriage report.
Ye Shen répétait l'aude.
I heard you, the Commissar said, scratching his ear curiously. Who did you choose? Is it the girl from the He family, or the Ma family, or the teacher your mother introduced you to? Ye Shen had a good family background and was outstanding in talent, making him the best candidate for a son-in-law. Since he was 20, many people had introduced girls to him. Especially in the past 2 years, there were even more. But in the last 2 years, the number decreased because no one succeeded, and everyone thought he had high standards. Those with slightly worse conditions didn't even bother to try. However, 2 families with very good backgrounds had their eyes on Ye Shen, and they were fighting fiercely for him. Rumor had it that 2 girls had even fought secretly over him. Everyone around was watching the show. The political officer also found this exciting. He didn't expect that with a quick click, the result would be out so fast. Tell me who it is, he asked eagerly. Ye Shen paused for a moment and said, It's the granddaughter of an old comrade of my grandfather from back then. She lives in XXXX and is called Hua Zhao.
Ha!
The political officer thought the phone quality was poor and didn't hear clearly. Hua Zhao. Lives in XXXX, Ye Shen repeated loudly. Remember the address so you won't get the wrong place during the background check. His tone was a bit blunt because this political officer was his uncle by marriage. Ye Shen grew up in his house, so he was the first to inform him about this matter. I'll remember, Qin Xiongdong said seriously, writing down the address and name. After a moment of silence, he asked, What's going on? Ye Shen was silent for a few seconds before replying, I don't like the way the He and Ma families do things. We're not on the same path, so it's better not to be involved with them. He spoke somewhat indirectly, but in fact, he believed those 2 families would fall apart sooner or later. As for that teacher my mom introduced, he paused, not because he was rude, but because he couldn't remember the woman's name, who she was, or what kind of teacher she was. Forget it, I won't mention her.
There was no point in talking about it now.
His wife-to-be was already decided. All right, you decide your own affairs. As long as her background check is fine, I fully support you, Qin Xiongdong said curiously. What kind of girl is she? Did you fall for her at first sight? Did you decide on your lifelong partner after just one meeting? When will you bring her home for me and your aunt to see? Ye Shen's lips twitched. When the time comes, it might scare you both to death. First, we'll get the marriage certificate. When I have a holiday, I'll bring her home, he said. Since they were practically married now, there was no need to delay. It would ease her worries and prevent her from losing her confidence if her relatives made trouble.
Although Hua,
The girl, wasn't very attractive, she was already his person. He had to protect her. I have some trouble on my side and don't know when I can go back. Please help me get the marriage certificate done and deliver it to her. Also, help organize the wedding. Have everyone in her village come and eat together, he asked, so her relatives would stop bothering her.
wow, so urgent.
Qin Xiangdong suddenly asked with a bright idea, is there something I don't know? Ye Shen's ears suddenly turned red, and it seemed like that gentle, teasing voice echoed again in his mind. Although he knew it was just a one-night thing, and unlikely to happen again, that night had happened more than once. What if? He couldn't let his family find out? I drank a little that day, and I couldn't hold back, Ye Shen whispered.
Oh,
You, young man. You. Qin Xiangdong's ears were very sharp. He heard clearly. He was scolding Ye Shen, but inside, he was very curious. What kind of girl could make his strong-willed nephew lose control? People say men get carried away after drinking, but that's not true. Men only pretend to be crazy when drunk. They don't really lose control. When truly drunk, they can only or do nothing else. Ye Shen's ears turned red. He wasn't reckless after drinking, nor was he pretending to be crazy. He just lost control for a moment and was overwhelmed by her. Ye Shen took a deep breath and interrupted his rambling. Don't tell my parents about this yet. When I go back, I will tell them myself. Qin Xiangdong immediately said, okay, I understand. From the girl's address, he could tell she was from the countryside. If Ye Shen's parents found out their best son married a girl from the countryside, they would be furious. Not that he was afraid of their anger, but he worried they would oppose the marriage. He and Ye Shen's family had different ideas. He believed that a man should rely on himself to build his career. Achievements earned through hard work were the most real. Relying on family connections was not only fake but also dangerous. Ye Shen understood this well. He knew that family ties could bring trouble. Moreover, when a man works hard outside, he should relax at home. Find someone he likes and who suits him. That's the way to live happily. His nephew finally found someone he liked, and he had to protect him. After hanging up, Qin Xiangdong took action. He made a few calls, and someone in a district in the northeast immediately booked a train ticket to the mountains that very night. Hua Zhao exchanged 2 jean of chestnuts for 1 jean of millet. At this moment, snacks were less precious than grains. Hua Zhao had specifically brought cooked chestnuts, whose aroma was so tempting that people couldn't resist. If she had brought raw chestnuts, maybe no one would want them, because chestnuts and other mountain products were the least valuable in these mountains. Everyone had plenty of them. In autumn, they could be gathered easily and stored for a year. Hua Chong's family has few people, mostly old and lazy. No one goes mountain climbing, or else there wouldn't be any mountain products at home. After finishing her chores, Hua Zhao thought of her little loved ones at home. She quickly cooked a batch of chestnuts for them to eat. Seeing this, Hua Chong felt very sad. Once we sell the bean sprouts, it will be better. When we have money, I will buy some rice bran to feed them, Hua Zhao comforted him. Of course, she was just saying this casually. She wanted the little ones to have tasty meat and eggs, which naturally meant she used her special cooking. But she couldn't tell Grandpa about this. The next morning, Hua Zhao got up early and started working on her bean sprouts. They had already sprouted long, thin shoots. She quickly changed the water and arranged the baskets. Hua Chong saw how easily she succeeded with the first step and became hopeful. He hurried outside to make more baskets. Meanwhile, Hua Zhao began her usual mountain trip, digging out squirrel nests or collecting firewood. The original owner was too lazy. Only Hua Chong collected firewood, but this year he was unwell, so he collected less. Now, there wasn't enough firewood to last. Most importantly, she was exchanging energy and working to burn off her excess fat. But this time, she didn't go to the hot spring because she saw a few children carrying baskets heading that way. The chestnuts she brought back yesterday had spread among the 30 or so households in the mountain village. Some bored children set out to gather them. She didn't mind. Today, she decided to explore behind her own mountain. This mountain isn't very high, filled with mixed trees that are still young. The main benefits are mushrooms in spring, summer, and fall, firewood all year round, and occasionally some would ear mushrooms or hazelnuts. If she wanted other mountain products, she'd have to go deeper into the mountain. During times when there's little to harvest, she gets nothing, but she doesn't mind.
No harvest?
No problem. She can create one. Hua Zhao found a bushy area, dug a hole, and planted seeds. This time, she planted chili seeds. After a while, bright red small peppers hung heavily on the branches. But Hua Zhao didn't pick them immediately. She focused on the fruits, trying to communicate with them. Tell me, which one of you is the least spicy? She loved spicy food. She couldn't live without chili peppers in the past. But eating too many caused pimples on her face and diarrhea, which was painful and frustrating. Now, everything is ready. She plans to create her own special type of chili that is fragrant but not spicy. She only likes the unique smell of chili, but she doesn't enjoy the burning sensation in her mouth and stomach. The bright red fruit trembles slightly. She receives some signals, but they are weak and confusing. Hua Zhao analyzes for a long time and picks one fruit to taste. It is still very spicy. Despite that, she carefully selects one seed from the fruit and plants it. Another energy exchange occurs, and the ripe fruit hangs heavily on the branch. Tell me, which one is the least spicy? 20 rounds pass. Hua Zhao picks a chili. Each time she pauses, the chili is naturally mature and dried. It is fragrant and crispy, full of chili aroma, like natural chili crisps. It only smells good, without causing mouth pain.
Perfect.
This is exactly what she wanted. She immediately harvests the entire chili plant and gets about half a gene of seeds. These will be planted in her garden at home, so she can openly use them later. After harvesting this one, she plants another chili seed. Earlier, she also asked another question. Which one is the spiciest? 20 rounds of natural optimization seem not enough, so she adds 30 more. After 50 rounds of successive improvements, she finally gets the chili weapon she desires. Wow, it's so spicy that it makes her cough repeatedly. She covers her mouth and nose, crushes a fruit, and her hand immediately hurts and swells visibly. Then a cool energy flows into her fingers, and the swelling disappears.
Haha.
Hua Zhao happily picks all these fruits, wraps them in cloth, and grinds them into powder. Is it too harsh? She mutters while coughing. The chili water made from this could probably blind someone, right? Never mind, she has already made it. She can't just throw it away. That would be a waste of effort. By noon, Hua Zhao carries a basket of firewood back home. As soon as she enters the yard, she sees someone unexpected. Why are you here again? Hua Zhao snatches from his hand and frowns. Wang Jiong looks at her with a dislike and takes a few steps back. Hua Zhao smells again. She is dirty. I saw your garden hasn't been planted yet, so I came to help. He turns his head away from Hua Zhao and says, another person trying to take advantage of my family. You're not welcome here. Leave now, Hua Zhao ordered sharply. Wang Jiong immediately got angry. He had never seen someone so ungrateful. She might be a fairy, but she was so ugly it made the heavens cry, and she still acted so proud. What's wrong with her? It was all because her grandfather spoiled her. She didn't know her own worth. Once she entered his house, he would teach her a lesson and make her understand. I don't mean any harm. I just want to help you with some work, Wang Jiong said, refusing to leave. He wanted to teach her a lesson, but first he needed to get her inside. Hua Zhao looked him up and down, guessing his intentions. Don't get your hopes up. My grandfather's monthly salary isn't enough for me to eat alone. No matter who my future husband is, I'll spend my money how I want, she said firmly. Wang Jiong wasn't convinced. He even sneered and lowered his head. She hadn't entered his house yet, but once she did, he had plenty of ways to make her spit out whatever she ate. Hua Zhao saw through his plan. Well, this was a stubborn person who wouldn't listen. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. She had no patience for persistent men. Hua Zhao grabbed her and swung it at his feet, digging holes with each strike. The flying dirt hit Wang Xiong's shins, making him feel pain. He was startled and instinctively backed out of the yard. I, Hua Zhao, know my limits. I can't handle a perfect man like you who would ruin his wife. Don't come to my house again, or I'll break your legs. Hua Zhao waved her and smashed the wooden door into splinters. The door was old and crooked, no longer pretty. Today, Hua Zhao had found some new wood and planned to replace it. Now, she was making good use of the old one. The flying wood chips hit Wang Xiong's face, leaving a cut. He wiped his face and looked at Hua Zhao with a dark expression before turning and walking away. Hua Chong came over, stood beside Hua Zhao, and watched his back with a grim face. He's a troublemaker. If you can avoid offending him, do so. But Hua Zhao shook her head calmly. Right now, he wants what we have. No matter how much he tries, he can't hurt us. We can't avoid him. So, there's no way to escape. If you want to fight, just fight. Either prepare for battle or strike first. Take him down. In short, just do it and get it over with. Bright sparks suddenly appeared in Hua Chong's cloudy eyes. He looked at Hua Zhao and, for the first time, felt that this granddaughter resembled him. There was also his fierce spirit in her blood. Not only fierce, but also smart, calm, and able to judge people. This made him tear up with pride. He was now ready to accept her, even if he had just passed away and she couldn't marry Ye Shen. He could rest assured. Hua Zhao, however, didn't have many feelings. She quickly grabbed her and planted her small yard. She wanted to prevent anyone from coming to bother her. Unaware of this, two serious-looking men in military uniforms arrived outside the village, heading to Zhao Liangsai's house. The whole village was alarmed. Everyone stood in their yards, watching Zhao Liangsai's home. What was happening? Was there going to be a meeting? Was someone going to be criticized or scolded? Everyone was nervous. Zhao Liangkai was also very anxious. When the men asked about Hua Zhao, he was stunned. Then he wondered if Hua Chong had caused some trouble. He was quite old and still being scrutinized. He was sick too, which was quite pitiful. Hua Zhao, that girl, has never done anything bad, he said. She eats and drinks a lot, but she doesn't take from others or cause trouble, so it shouldn't be considered bad, right? As for scolding her father or mother, both were gone. He hadn't heard anything bad about her. And about not working. She was so fat that walking was hard for her. He understood if she couldn't do farm work. A few days ago, Hua Zhao called him uncle, which was quite respectful. Plus, Zhao Liangkai felt sympathy for Hua Chong, so he didn't say anything unpleasant. They asked Hua Zhao and Hua Chong about their lives over the years. Before coming, the men had checked Hua Chong's background. They were shocked to find such a hero in this remote mountain village. Such a hero should be living in a big city or at least in a provincial sanatorium, not here. They thought he didn't want to burden the country. Even his allowances were minimal, showing he's a true hero. Both men felt deep respect. They asked about Hua Zhao as a routine. Since she was the granddaughter of a hero who had never left the mountains, there shouldn't be any problems. Zhao Liangkai observed that the two people seemed quite friendly, not like they intended to arrest anyone. He cautiously asked, "Are you here to see the heroic flower Lao? His house is on a mountain. Shall I take you there?"
Next time.
"We have other matters today," one replied. Normally, they should have gone to Hua Zhao's house for an interview and gotten her signature on some forms. However, instructions had been given not to go there. The girl was shy, and Ye Shen wanted to surprise her. Young people's affairs are not their concern. They just follow orders. This was a special instruction from Ye Shen to Qin Xiangdong. He was worried that if his uncle found out what Hua Zhao looked like, he might oppose it. Zhao Liangkai asked carefully, "What is it about?" The two exchanged a quick look. It wasn't anything bad. To avoid causing trouble for the old hero, one of them said, "Comrade Hua Zhao is going to join the big family of military wives. We are here to do a routine political review." Nowadays, in the modern world, political reviews for military marriages are done on paper. But now, Everything is very strict, especially because of Ye Shen's special status, so the checks are even more thorough. The visitors not only had to ask the squad leader directly, but also had to go to the village to ask villagers about Hua Zhao. If she had serious ideological issues, it would be a problem. Zhao Liangkai blinked a few times and suddenly remembered the young man in military uniform he saw a few days ago. He was very handsome, and Zhao had looked at him several times. Hua Zhao and that young man. Suddenly, it felt a bit uncomfortable to think about. For a moment, he even regretted not saying something unpleasant earlier. But he quickly regained his composure. He said nothing and took the two people to ask other villagers. He specifically took them to the Ma family at the east end of the village. This morning, he had heard the Ma family's wife praising Hua Zhao. Sure enough, at the Ma family's house, Hua Zhao was praised like a beautiful flower. Then they went to Lu Laosan's house. Hua Zhao bought 4 pigs from him, making him a big customer. Naturally, he liked to say good things about her. Moreover, his child was honest and had never been hit by Hua Zhao. Since Hua Zhao had no grudges against his family, they also didn't mind speaking well of her. They visited a few more families where children had been hit, but under Zhao Liangcai's watchful gaze, no one spoke badly of Hua Zhao. Satisfied, the two wrote and drew in their notebooks. Another outstanding woman was about to join their big family of military wives. After they left, the village erupted in chatter. When Ye Shen arrived that day, many people had already seen him. The young man was so handsome that people couldn't forget him, and no one dared to approach him. How did Hua Zhao end up getting close to him? His grandfather is very impressive. I heard he's a comrade of that young man's grandfather. This was the news Hua Xiaoyu heard when she was guiding others and shared it. It must be a life-saving comrade. Otherwise, how could he be connected to such a grandson? Someone surprisingly uncovered the truth. But he thought Hua Chong had entrusted his family to others before he died, and that they married Hua Zhao to repay the kindness of saving his life. Most people agreed with this guess, but there were other versions too. Anyway, the village was in chaos. But even with all the chaos, Hua Zhao's family was not targeted. Lunch break was over, and everyone went back to work. During the spring planting season, unless someone was very sick, everyone had to work. Someone as lazy as the original owner could skip work, but that was very rare in the whole village. And now, even though she didn't work, everyone accepted it. Now that she was working harder, no one mentioned it anymore. No one told them about this matter. Besides, if she was getting married, wouldn't she know? Everyone thought Hua Zhao knew, so no one would specifically come to tell her. Relatives should visit and ask about these things, but Hua Chong's relatives in the village were only Hua Shan's family. Hua Shan's family was furious. They wouldn't come to celebrate his family's good news. They hoped to go to his family's mourning instead. Hua Xiuyu was crying while working. Why wasn't she Hua Chong's granddaughter? Why didn't such good things happen to her? Hua Zhao knew nothing. She was just happily planting crops. She grew common vegetables like cabbage, spinach, rapeseed, beans, eggplants, peppers, cucumbers, and tomatoes, all with seed she had. Outside the yard wall, she planned to plant a circle of sunflowers. With such a big yard, a circle of sunflowers would yield a bag of sunflower seeds. After quickly finishing her work in her yard, she carried her to her private plot. According to current policies, each person has a 3-mu plot to grow grains and vegetables, and the harvest belongs to them. With the 360 gene of grain the brigade gives each year, they could mostly be self-sufficient. Of course, this was an ideal situation. In reality, most households in a production team couldn't eat full meals year-round. Because the harvest was small but the labor was intense, and people ate more since they didn't consume much meat. Producing little, eating a lot, it's simply a vicious cycle. The 6-mu plot of land isn't very big, not much larger than her family's yard, but this is the first time since spring that Hua Zhao has come here to tidy up. Actually, it's the first time in over 10 years that she has visited this small piece of land, and it kept her very busy. She didn't finish cleaning it that day, so the next morning she spent another whole morning working there before planting seeds. This land is good for growing large vegetables like potatoes, cabbages, and radishes. But now isn't the season for planting cabbages and radishes, which are usually planted in autumn, radishes in the first fall, cabbages in the second. Hua Zhao planted corn, soybeans, and potatoes on this 6 mu land. When harvest time comes, she can plant cabbages. Just as she finished, she saw Zhao Liangkai running toward her, shouting as he ran, "Xiaohua, hurry home." Hua Zhao was surprised, dropped her, and ran. She thought Hua Qiang might be in trouble. But Zhao Liangkai kept shouting, "You're getting married today. Your grandpa wants you to come home and prepare for the wedding." Hua Zhao's legs trembled, almost hurting her back. Hua Zhao went home feeling confused. She saw Hua Qiang standing in the yard, smiling so happily he couldn't close his mouth. Next to him were several officials. Hua Zhao recognized these people. They were county staff. During festivals, they would bring things to visit her grandpa. Now they had brought a lot of gifts, several bags of rice, flour, some candies, a few packs of cigarettes, sunflower seeds, and 2 boxes of white wine. There was even half a pig. It wasn't a holiday or a festival. Were they giving her wedding gifts? Hua Zhao guessed correctly. These were indeed wedding gifts, but not from them. They wouldn't have these items unless they were given as gifts. These gifts were sent by Qin Xiongdong, who had transferred money privately to ask for help with the wedding. They were gifts from him to his nephew and niece-in-law. When the officials saw Hua Zhao, they weren't surprised. They had watched her grow from a shy, weak girl into someone strong and capable. What surprised them most was that Hua Zhao was getting married. But when they thought about Hua Qiang's status and Grandpa Ye Shen's, plus Hua Qiang's earlier words about their childhood engagement, they understood. "Hua Zhao, come quickly and see. This is your marriage certificate." Hua Qiang excitedly handed her a red booklet. Hua Zhao was very surprised. At this time, people didn't need to be present to get married. They didn't even need to know about it. This marriage certificate has no photo. Comrade Ye Shen has a task and can't come back. Later, you two can just take a photo and stick it on, said a staff member. Hua Zhao blinked, said nothing, and had already lost her words. Even the wedding didn't require her to attend in person. She carefully kept the marriage certificate, without any refusal. When she initially refused Ye Shen, it was because she had just arrived and didn't understand the situation. She was impulsive. But when she remembered she was pregnant, she started to regret it. Now that she held the marriage certificate in her hands, she felt incredibly at ease. She was very grateful that he was a responsible man who kept his promises. If he said he would marry her, he would. Otherwise, her 2 children would be considered illegitimate and unwanted. Born in the 1970s, with no known father, for these 2 children, it was a nightmare. The ridicule and attacks from others could crush 2 young lives and leave a lifelong shadow. Thank you. Thank you. Hua Zhao carefully placed the marriage certificate in a box and hid it well. At this moment, she decided that, to give her children a normal family and a good father, she would treat Ye Shen better in the future. "Look at this child. So happy he's almost silly," joked a villager outside the window, watching the excitement. At this time, the onlookers were openly peeking through the window. "Little Hua, come out and cook. Prepare for your wedding. Today, we want to invite the whole village to celebrate with us." Hua Qiang happily shouted. "Hey, Uncle Hua, that's not how you talk. Hua Zhao is the bride today. She shouldn't be doing any work." I'll do it, said Aunt Ma with a smile. "I'll help too," said several women immediately. They stared at the half-pig, feeling a bit envious. They hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Today, luck was on their side. They could borrow some. Okay. Hua Qiang was so happy, he forgot everything. But someone was thinking for him. Dania's wife and Ernia's wife heard the news and ran over. When they heard this, Dania's wife pouted and said, "Big uncle, you should wait until little Hua speaks. Otherwise, we don't dare to eat. If we swallow it, we might have to spit it out." From her understanding of Hua Zhao, she could definitely do something like that. The atmosphere around them grew cold. Based on past rumors, everyone believed that Hua Zhao was capable of doing such a thing. It was said that Hua Zhao was very particular about meat. The meat bought at home was only for her to eat, and even Hua Qiang couldn't touch a single piece. What are they supposed to be? Hua Zhao pushed open the door curtain and smiled at Dinyo's wife. Auntie Dinyo is right. The things in my house are mine. If I don't say anything, no one else can touch them. The atmosphere grew even colder, and even Hua Chang's smile looked stiff. His granddaughter, could she be getting sick? Hua Zhao turned to smile at everyone again. Today is a happy day for me. I declare that no one should leave yet. Eat well and enjoy yourselves before going home. Ma Auntie, I see you still have some pickled vegetables. Could you bring a couple? I want to cook a hearty dish for everyone, Hua Zhao added. Ma Auntie was surprised, but immediately smiled happily. Oh, I'll go home and get some right now. Her family was well off, with plenty of laborers. Every year, they fermented 2 large jars of pickled vegetables, enough to last through the summer. She was happy to take out a couple without hesitation. Besides, Hua Zhao wasn't stingy, with even half a pig. How could she be less generous? Ma Auntie hurried off and soon returned with a big basin containing 4 large pickled vegetables. Meanwhile, Hua Zhao had already started cutting up a whole pig, seemingly ready to stew it all. She was unusually generous. She was truly happy. The children even had a father they could be proud of. As for her relationship with the children's father, marriage could be managed. If there was love, it could be managed. Even if there wasn't, it could still be managed. Although she hadn't managed a marriage before, she had plenty of theoretical knowledge and confidence. No matter what, she believed she could create a harmonious family for the children. If it really couldn't be managed, when the time was right, she would find a new father for the children. Her granddaughter wasn't sick. Hua Chang immediately relaxed and smiled even more brightly. The yard was filled with laughter and joy, more lively than during the New Year. Only Dinyo's wife couldn't manage a smile. She looked at the meat being cooked with some sadness. She had even thought about taking some home. Now that it was hot, she couldn't keep it. Hua Chang's family couldn't eat it all, so what was wrong with giving some to her own brother's family? They didn't ask for it for free, they paid for it. Of course, they didn't have cash right now. They had to wait until after the harvest when the team distributed money. Of course, if Hua Chang couldn't wait until then, it was not their fault. But now, their plans have failed. Hua Zhao carefully prepared all the meat, dividing it into different dishes. There was braised meat, steamed meat, and mixed stews. When she opened her eyes, she had already made 7 or 8 different dishes, all looking delicious and smelling wonderful. Not only the children, but even the adults chatting in the yard kept looking toward the kitchen. Some said they had never smelled such a wonderful aroma before. Does Hua Zhao really know how to cook? And she's so good at it? And she's so diligent. All these dishes were made by Hua Zhao alone. Others wanted to help, but they were clumsy and couldn't match her skill. Everyone was stunned. She didn't seem like the lazy person people talked about. Even 7 or 8 wives combined couldn't cook as well as she did. All the wives in the village together couldn't make food as tasty as hers. Today, Hua Zhao truly surprised everyone and showed her talent. When the dishes were served, many elders tasted the delicious food they had never experienced before. Some even regretted not choosing Hua Zhao as their daughter-in-law. They cared more about a wife's ability to work hard than her looks. If she could cook well, that was enough for them. But now it was too late. She was already married. When everyone left, they each took a bowl of food. Ma Dazhen's bowl was especially full, filled with meat. She had contributed 4 cabbages of pickled vegetables. No need, no need. You keep it to eat, Ma Dazhen said with a smile, refusing.
Take it.
I can't eat any more meat. I've gained so much weight, Hua Zhao said with a smile. If I eat more, my husband won't like me anymore. Everyone nearby looked a little uncomfortable. Her words sounded as if her husband had already chosen her. Almost everyone in the village now knew Hua Zhao's husband was very handsome. They also knew that their marriage was a match made when they were children. Hua Chang had saved her grandfather's life when he was young. They also knew that this was a remarriage. The marriage certificate had the date written on it, and the day the young man came was the actual wedding day. That day was when they officially got married. However, because of an important task, he couldn't stay long, so he left the next day. This was what Hua Chong and Hua Zhao said. Especially Hua Zhao, who is very determined about her life. After all, they had a serious matter that day, which is why they had the child. If she doesn't explain things clearly now, the child won't understand in the future. So she secretly asked her aunts some questions, feeling a bit shy and saying, "Sorry." "Oh, dear. Why did it hurt for so many days? And why was there bleeding for so long? Is something wrong?" The aunts were very surprised. They couldn't believe she could do such things. They weren't picky. After the surprise, they shared their experiences. They felt sorry for children without mothers and thought they should take extra care of them. Everyone believed the story about the grandfather and grandson with no doubt, except for the last part about being busy with a task. They thought the person must have been scared off by how much the child looked like an adult, not a child, and didn't want to stay longer. People who saw Ye Shen leave said he left very quickly, with a hurried back view. But he had already done the serious thing with the black bear spirit, with little flower. He even held a wedding and gave many gifts. What a responsible man. The village girls and young women looked at Hua Zhao with envy. Especially Waxiao, who ate 2 big bowls of rice very fiercely. Hua Zhao's family had some trouble. At first, only 2 cowhood wives came from Hua Shan's family. But when they heard there was a feast, the whole family, young and old, came, except for Hua Shan's wife who didn't come. Now that everyone else had left, they still stayed. "Why are you all just sitting there? Don't you know how to help me? Clear the table, wash the dishes, and then send them back after cleaning." Hua Zhao shouted at them. They held a feast for the whole village. Although only 1 person from each household came, they set up 5 tables, mainly because Hua Shan's family took up 2 tables. Their own tables and dishes weren't enough, so they borrowed from neighbors, and they had to return them later. People who cared about cleanliness made sure to clean everything before returning it. That child, she even ordered your 3rd grandpa to do chores? How unfilial, said the cowherd wife, sitting there without moving, criticizing Hua Zhao. "I didn't order 3rd grandpa," Hua Zhao said. The cowherd wife wanted to say more. Hua Zhao added, "I didn't order you either. Can I ask my brothers and sisters to help? They're not my elders, and they have arms and legs. Can't they do some work?" The wife of the big brother is quite impressive. San Nyo's wife, Jiang Qin, put down the sunflower seeds in her hand and said, "Your brothers and younger brothers are all boys. They don't do any kitchen work at home." She then turned to look at Hua Xiuyu and said, "Go, help your sister with the chores." Hua Xiuyu reluctantly put down her bowl and looked pitifully at her aunt, Hua Yi, standing nearby. Hua Shan has 5 sons and 3 daughters. The first 2 daughters were given away, and the youngest daughter is 20 years old this year. Things were better back then, so they kept her at home. But Hua Yi was like invisible at home, always following her mother silently, taking care of all the household chores. Seeing Hua Xiuyu's gaze, Hua Yi silently got up and went to clear the dishes. Hua Xiuyu then moved closer to Hua Zhao, trying to flatter her. "Little Hua sister, you should go inside and rest. And look at what good things your brother-in-law brought for you. Getting married naturally involves a dowry." Ye Shen had already added to it. But he didn't understand all these things himself. He asked his uncle to handle it. Qin Xiongdong knew about this.
He's experienced.
Plus, he's a political officer who has organized many weddings for older single men. This time, he took charge of his own nephew's wedding, and he did a wonderful job. After learning about Hua Zhao's family situation, he bought everything he could. A few pieces of fabric, some quilts, 2 basins, 2 thermoses, and some daily necessities like toothpaste, towels, and soap. Everything was paired up. Many of these items were actually part of the bride's dowry, but Qin Xiongdong also prepared them. There were also a few big items: a sewing machine, a bicycle, a watch, and a radio. All the essentials. These were their real dowry. However, Qin Xiongdong was in such a hurry that they couldn't gather all these things in a small mountain village in just one day, and the second-hand items from other families were not wanted. So Qin Xiongdong had to ask friends from the provincial capital to send them over in a few days. The staff who came to deliver these items repeatedly emphasized how they were showing respect to both the groom and the bride. They were happy to talk about it. Everyone in the village was very jealous, especially Hua Xiuyu. Among the items was a piece of red fabric embroidered with gold thread patterns. When sunlight hit it, it shimmered brightly, dazzling the eyes. She had never seen such beautiful fabric. It would be a shame to put it on Hua Zhao, who was like a pig. Little flower sister, let's go see it together. Waxiawa couldn't hold back anymore. She threw down her cloth and pulled Hua Zhao to look at her betrothal gifts. Several of Hua Shan's wives also had the same idea. So many good things given to Hua Zhao, it was a waste. Their family was also about to marry a wife, so it would be perfect to share with them. Hua Zhao looked at their shining eyes, thought for a moment, then washed her hands and went inside. Outside, only Huaya was still tidying up the dishes. When she entered the house, Waxiawa's hand immediately reached for the cloth. Hua Zhao pressed her hand down with her big hand. On the shiny, red-golden fabric, a large black hand stood out sharply. Even Hua Zhao couldn't bear to look at it anymore. She must become more beautiful. Beautiful. Even more beautiful. And wear such pretty fabric again. Although it's 1976 now, the quality of the fabric might not be very good, but suddenly, a timeless classic style could appear. This piece of fabric has such a classic pattern that it could be passed down for thousands of years. It would look great as a traditional style qipao top for the new year. It would look even better on the two little babies. If they all wore matching parent-child outfits, they would look stunning. Just look, don't touch. If it's not yours, it's not yours. You can't take it, Hua Zhao told Waxiao. Waxiao's face turned bright red. I just wanted to look. Then just look, Hua Zhao said, pulling the fabric and shaking it out. She wanted to see how big it was, and if it was enough to make 3 sets of parent-child clothes. Suddenly, a lot of money spilled out from the fabric. The Huashan family was stunned. Oh my goodness! Why is there so much money? Dania's wife exclaimed, rushing to the money on the ground. Hua Zhao quickly stepped in front of her, grabbing the second cow's wife who was also bending down, then pushed them out of the house easily. It felt so good to have such strength. Stand still, don't move. Hua Zhao shouted at the others. If you take even 1 cent, I'll tear down your house. She was quite fierce and strong, so Dania's wife and the second cow's wife didn't dare to move. Third cow's wife stood behind them, too afraid to come closer. Waxiawa was even more scared. She knew how strong Hua Zhao was and that she could really hurt someone if she got angry. Hua Zhao picked up the money from the ground one by one. In 1976, the popular currency was the 3rd series of renminbi, with the largest denomination being 10 yuan, called Great Unity. She picked up 200 notes of the Great Unity, totaling 2,000 yuan. Finally, she also found a red paper, probably the wrapper for the money, with 2 large calligraphy characters, bride price. Although most of the women standing there couldn't read, they guessed what the money was. Their eyes lit up and their expressions twisted with excitement. For just this bundle, how could it be worth 2,000 yuan? Is that person crazy? Even Hua Zhao thought so. Haha, but that didn't stop her from feeling happy. She happily folded the money and put it into her pocket. She remembered that in her memory, the original owner didn't have this room full of bride price, but there was a bride price paid half a month after the wedding, sent by Ye Shen via telegram. It was only 200 yuan, which the original owner quickly spent. Why is it now 2,000 yuan and so many things?
Could it be from that night?
That she took good care of him? Since she arrived at the right time and took over from the start, her approach was definitely different from the original owner. Hua Zhao blushed and giggled foolishly, thinking it couldn't be that simple. Surely she didn't force him, and he was embarrassed to leave. It had nothing to do with her posture. A black bear spirit, speaking in a childish voice, giggled foolishly. The scene was so awkward and uncomfortable to watch, making her seem even less worth 2,000 yuan. Giving away 2,000 yuan would be more appropriate. Hua Xiuyu's small eyes turned red like a rabbit. Hua Zhao finished laughing, pushed the bride price on the bed aside, then sat on the edge of the bed and said to a few people, "I know what you're thinking.
You just want to take advantage, right?
I tell you, no way. No windows either. Hurry up and step back. March away. Bye-bye. I won't see you off." No one moved. In front of such a huge benefit, what is face worth? Little Hua, these old things, you don't need them. Why don't you lend them to Annie to use? The wife of the big ox said with a smile. Lend what?
Soap?
Once you lend that, how do you get it back? The Hua family was considered wealthy. No one in the family was starving. They weren't bullies, and they weren't poor. But he was stingy. He wouldn't buy anything except what he wanted. And he definitely wouldn't buy something as wasteful as soap. It's okay if it's not soap, any basin or towel fabric will do. Just give me whatever, I don't mind, said Dinyo's wife. She knew she couldn't get everything she wanted, but getting some was also good. Moreover, there are other women waiting for their turn. Hua Zhao sighed. She was really tired. She never thought she would argue with a few women over some soap and towels. The worst part was she was defending them like she cared a lot. It's quite funny, but she didn't want to argue anymore. She was exhausted. Today she was a bride, and also pregnant. Yet, she had handled almost the entire wedding by herself. Come on, go, go, go. If you don't leave now, I'll start to get angry, she said, casually grabbing a broom from under the bed. A few people were chased out. In the yard, Dinyo's wife started shouting. Oh my! Someone even gave 2,000 yuan as a bride price. It's all about unity, so fresh and new. Her loud voice could be heard by half the village. She was afraid others wouldn't know that Hua Chang's family had some wealth. If they didn't give anything, maybe something bad would happen. Hua Shan looked toward the house, his eyes flickering. Hua Chang raised his eyebrows and chuckled. 2,000 yuan? That's nothing. I've earned nearly 10,000 over the years. Enough for my granddaughter to eat well. At the end of each month, she still goes hungry for a few days. 2,000 yuan? That's enough for my granddaughter to eat well for 2 months. So, the money was gone in just a few days.
No one should think about it.
But to Hua Shan's family, it was so frustrating. Uncle, you really need to take care of Hua Zhao. She's eating so much, it's too wasteful, said Dinyo's wife. Her tone sounded like Hua Zhao was spending her family's money. Yes, uncle, Jiang Qin added. You should think about Hua Zhao's future. She has some money now. If she spends it wisely, she won't go hungry later. When Hua Chang passes away, that money will belong to them. So, they felt worried for her. Haha, don't worry about it. My Hua has found a good family to marry into. Look, there's plenty of money. Hua Chang said loudly. Even if I die, she won't go hungry. He knew about the bride price. Someone had just told him earlier. He simply forgot to tell Hua Zhao. He didn't expect Ye Shen to be so sincere, giving so much bride price at once. What a good person. What a good son-in-law. He felt more and more pleased. This is almost all of Ye Shen's family savings, as he has his reasons. Hua Chang is sick, so he needs to be treated well and fed properly to make his last days comfortable. After all, he is the savior of Grandpa. Without him, none of this would be possible. Secondly, Hua Zhao doesn't even have decent clothes or good bedding. Hua Chang's words are even more irritating. Is he showing off that he has a good son-in-law? So what if he's good? He's still someone else's. Hua Shan said, Big brother, don't overthink. We don't want your money. That is Hua Zhao's dowry. We don't need anything else. Did he just say something reasonable? Hua Chang looked up at him, thinking he must have more to say. There's one thing I want to ask for your help with, Hua Shan said. I found a job for Xiaowu in town as an accountant at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Pretty good, right? He looked proud. That's impressive, Hua Chang nodded. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative is considered the best place in the countryside, and working there means you're a formal worker. Rural folks rarely get such good jobs. Hua Shan managing to find such a good job for Hua Tai is really impressive. It's just a long commute, 20 miles to town and back, so 40 miles a day. Summer's okay, but winter is really cold. I was thinking once the bicycle arrives, I could borrow it for a couple of days for Tai Nyo. When he gets his paycheck and has some money, he can buy his own bicycle and then he can return yours. Of course, that's just talk.
Borrow?
That's impossible. He not only considers that bicycle as his own but also the 2,000 yuan as his own. Everything today, this house, this yard, he sees as his own, sooner or later. But it's better to keep these thoughts to himself. Being ruthless isn't about what you say. Words are often foolish. He came to ask for the bicycle. When he said that, Hua Chong wasn't surprised. He knew his brother wouldn't come to his house just to take advantage. You don't need to say anything. Everything in my house is paid for by me. I don't lend anything out. He looked at Hua Shan. After all, when my granddaughter was hungry, you didn't even lend a single scallion. Big uncle, that's not how it is, said the second cow's wife this time. Back when Hua Zhao's mother got married, she left Hua Zhao at my house and just left. We also took care of her for a whole year without saying a word. Without us, she would have starved to death. This kindness is worth more than a bunch of scallions, right? Hua Chong's face instantly darkened. The yard also fell into an eerie silence. Hua Shan suddenly stood up, glaring fiercely at his foolish daughter-in-law, and said to everyone, "Let's go." This useless troublemaker. Always bringing up old issues. Years ago, they took in Hua Zhao, but that was when Hua Zhao's mother was leaving and she left money. At that time, Hua Zhao's family had 200 yuan in savings, all their food, belongings, and even their house, just a small yard where Hua Sanyo now lives. Hua Zhao's mother left everything to them, asking only that they take care of Hua Zhao until she was grown. And how did they take care of Hua Zhao? Whatever the pigs ate, she ate too, and she even lived in the pigsty. When Hua Chong returned, he pulled Hua Zhao, who was barely breathing, out of the pigsty. The doctor said if he had come back even a day later, Hua Zhao would have died from a fever. Because of this, Hua Chong gave him a good beating. Since then, the two families have been at odds. If he weren't so thick-skinned, he would have cut ties long ago. Even after being beaten, Hua Shan refused to give up the money and house, so Hua Chong had to find someone in the village to rebuild the house he lives in now. "Don't come to my house again," Hua Chong shouted from behind him. Hua Shan's family didn't look back and quickly left. Hua Chong knew that what he said was probably useless. As long as there was some benefit, these people would come back again. "Grandpa, don't be angry. It's not worth making yourself sick over these people," Hua Zhao said. "Yes, my granddaughter is right." Hua Chong immediately smiled. As long as his granddaughter was safe, he had no worries. Everything else didn't matter, and he felt happy. Hua Zhao looked at the mostly cleaned-up dishes, quickly finished the remaining chores, and one by one, the family went back home. Then she went up the mountain again. Beauty, weight loss, persistence, never skip a day. She already liked this feeling of being refreshed by energy. Not far from the house, she suddenly saw Wang Jiong's back. It seemed he saw her too, and hurriedly turned around and left. Hua Zhao glanced at him and then nonchalantly left. Does he finally give up now? She is already a taken person. And surprisingly, her little flower is quite famous within dozens of miles around. Hua Zhao happily strolled around the mountain, then went home to cook, weave baskets, and change water for the bean sprouts. After 2 days, her bean sprouts finally grew, 2 days earlier than usual. This was thanks to Hua Zhao's careful control. She found that if she didn't control it, the pendant would automatically exchange energy with nearby plants. Without her control, the bean sprouts would burst out of their baskets in half a day. Hua Chong didn't understand the growth cycle of the bean sprouts, but he wasn't surprised. He was just happy his granddaughter really succeeded. This was another skill that could help her survive. "Tomorrow, I will go to the county to sell them," Hua Zhao said. "I'll go with you," Hua Chong replied. His granddaughter had never been to the county before, and he was worried. Hua Zhao thought for a moment and agreed. Transportation was difficult now. She needed someone to take her, or she might get lost. Early the next morning, before dawn, the grandfather and granddaughter left. Hua Zhao carried a full basket, about 100 jin of bean sprouts, feeling like it was nothing. She didn't like the original owner at all, but she loved her strength. Thanks to this strength, she could survive. Without it, The women from Hua Mountain's family would not only try to take her things but might even hurt her. Their hungry looks at her were obvious, only because she was strong enough to resist. If she weren't so strong, she couldn't have pushed down Ye Shen, nor had children.
Haha, no more thinking about that.
Making money is more important. Although she now had 2,000 yuan, she wouldn't stop. 2,000 was too little. After about an hour of walking, they reached the town. There was a train stop where buses to various forest farms in the mountains passed by, stopping for just a minute. It took half an hour to reach the county town, about 30 miles away, costing 1 dime. At dawn, the grandfather and granddaughter got on the bus. By daylight, they arrived in the county. The county train station was a bit bigger, at least with a platform, unlike the small stop which was just an intersection. After getting off the train, Hua Chong took Hua Zhao straight to the Armed Forces office to find the person in charge. "Xiao Wang, I'm here," Hua Chong said confidently as he stepped into the room and spoke to the person behind the desk. The man was surprised, looked at Hua Chong for a few seconds, then suddenly jumped up, excitedly saying, "Hua Huan, why are you here?" Hua Chong immediately waved his hand. No, don't call me that. That's not really my name anymore. It sounds strange. It was better when he didn't say anything. Hua Zhao thought it was just a nickname, like flower cluster or something. But when Hua Chong said it, Hua Zhao was stunned.
Tuan? What Tuan?
Leader Tuan? Oh my goodness. Yes, I won't say it anymore, the man said, standing straight and saluting properly. Then he hurried over and took Hua Chong's hand. Why are you here? Did something happen? He knew Hua Chong wasn't in good health, but because Hua Chong had previously said that no one was allowed to visit him if he died. So he held back and didn't act on it. But every time someone went to see Hua Chong, he would carefully ask about his condition. Today, Hua Tuan personally came to see him. It must be something very important. Hua Chong pointed to Hua Zhao. This is my granddaughter, Hua Zhao. And this is Xiao Wang. Just call him Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang, Hua Zhao said sweetly. With that cute voice and his strong build, Wang Meng was momentarily stunned. Then he realized this was Hua Zhao, Hua Chong's granddaughter, married to that young man from the Yi family. Oh my goodness! What kind of taste does Ye Shen have? I heard he was quite pleased after meeting her. Come, little Hua, put your things down, Hua Chong said again. Okay. Hua Zhao obediently set down her belongings. Today, I came here for a simple reason. My little Hua has grown too many bean sprouts and can't eat them all. I want you to help find a way to sell them, Hua Chong explained. Wang Meng was surprised again. Just a small matter? It's a matter of some importance, but not too big. According to the rules, private sales of farm products are not allowed. But farm-produced goods like eggs, dried vegetables, and mountain products can be sold openly at supply and marketing cooperatives for money. If not sold there, farmers might secretly sell a little extra in the city. Most people wouldn't mind. However, bean sprouts are different. The supply and marketing cooperatives don't accept them, so they can only be sold in the city. But the city cooperatives also don't buy them, so they have to be sold privately. This makes the matter quite complicated. So, Hua Chong decided to go straight to the top. He reported everything to the head of the Armed Forces Department, asking for a proper way to sell his bean sprouts openly and legally. Hua Chong is very determined. Wang Meng is not stupid. He quickly understood everything. It's no big deal. I'll have someone deliver it to the supply and marketing cooperative, and they'll definitely accept it. The supply and marketing cooperative has specific quotas for what and how much they need to collect, but they can also decide based on actual circumstances. Right now, he is taking charge of this task for the cooperative. Today, they have a task to collect a basket of bean sprouts. Then, he plans to buy the bean sprouts from the cooperative and take them home to eat. If he can't finish them, he will share with colleagues and neighbors. A basket of bean sprouts is not a big deal. Hua Wan has encountered a problem. Soon, he will ask the cooperative to raise the price a bit. After all, he will buy them back, which doesn't violate any principles. Don't ask for a higher price. Just sell at the market price, Hua Chong guessed his thoughts and said. Hua Zhao, however, disagreed. No, Grandpa, my bean sprouts are much better than those on the market. They should be a little more expensive. She grew the bean sprouts with energy, so selling them at a low price makes her feel distressed. After speaking, she pulled back the blanket covering the bean sprouts, revealing the white, plump, fresh-looking sprouts inside. Wang Meng's eyes lit up. These bean sprouts are indeed worth a little more. The kids are telling the truth. Moreover, these fresh bean sprouts look very appetizing, and just one glance makes Wang Meng want to eat them. He reached out, picked up one, and put it in his mouth. Instantly, a fresh aroma he had never tasted before invigorated him, and he couldn't stop. He ate one after another, like eating cucumbers, quickly devouring a large handful.
Stop now.
Once we finish the main business, this basket is yours to eat, Hua Chong said. Wang Meng used to be his personal soldier, so he could guess his thoughts. In the end, he would have to finish this basket himself. Okay. Wang Meng didn't think he could hide this from the old leader. He shouted toward the door, Xiao Zhao, Xiao Zhao. Soon, a young soldier ran in. Go. Carry this basket of bean sprouts to the supply and marketing cooperative and have them accept it. Then buy some back for me. Not a single one less, understand? Wang Meng said, glaring and handing 20 yuan to the soldier. The soldier was stunned. What's going on? But the meaning was clear. Promise to complete the task. Xiao Zhao said, then reached out to carry the basket. As he did, he almost lost his balance. Wang Meng looked at the basket on the ground, and then at the confused Xiao Zhao. He reached out and lifted the other handle of the basket, quickly judging its weight, about 100 jin. Almost nothing more. He looked at Hua Zhao and exclaimed, not bad. When the chubby girl entered, she moved easily and set down the basket, as if it were light. He thought she was carrying an empty basket, but it was surprisingly heavy. Of course, Hua Zhao joked, otherwise, I'd be wasting all this meat. She noticed the close relationship between her grandfather and this man, and she also understood his way of handling things. He was a good uncle.
Ha ha ha.
Wang Meng laughed as he looked at Hua Zhao, suddenly feeling that this big, chubby girl was quite likable.
What are you looking at?
Hurry up and go. Wang Meng suddenly turned and shouted at Xiaobing. Bring back every single one, understand?
Got it.
This time, Xiao Zhao was prepared. He strained and carried the 100 jin basket away. Wang Meng closed the door, served tea, and poured water, then asked Hua Chong to sit down. He whispered, old leader, I feel like the weather is about to change again. Hua Chong glared at him. Wang Meng licked his lips carefully and said softly, I think it's going to be sunny again. Hua Chong's eyelids drooped as he took a sip of tea. It should be sunny now. It's been 10 years. But it's hard to say. Wang Meng looked confused. It seems like there's still a spark missing. The situation was a bit unstable now, with turbulence from above. Even he, a small soldier sent to a remote corner, could feel it. But as for turning everything upside down, it didn't seem to have enough power yet. What exactly is missing? Hua Zhao sat in the corner of the room, lowering her head to drink water, pretending not to understand. What's missing is time. It's now 1976. Several major events happened that year. In January, a great leader passed away, causing chaos. In September, another great leader died, and in October, a movement that lasted 10 years finally ended. Thinking of these, Hua Zhao suddenly remembered another important event from 1976. That year, there was one thing that could not be ignored. On July 28th, there was a massive earthquake measuring 7.8 on the Richter scale. Hua Zhao fell into deep thought. She has arrived. She's back with the prophet. Should she do something? Although it was a natural disaster and human efforts couldn't stop it, doing nothing made her feel uneasy. Very uneasy. Those were over 200,000 lives. Xiao Zhao carried his basket back. The local supply and marketing cooperative was close by. The people there had more experience. When they saw Xiao Zhao's work, they understood what was happening. They didn't say anything. They immediately weighed the goods and calculated the money. Normally, a pound of bean sprouts costs 1 dime. Following instructions, they paid 1 pound and 15 cents. The bean sprouts grew so tempting that the staff at the scale casually picked up one and ate it. Then they widened their eyes and reached out to grab another. Smack! Xiao Zhao slapped their hand. He had told them clearly not to take even one. Now one was missing. How could he explain this when he went back? These bean sprouts, give me 1 pound, no, 10 pounds. The staff said. Not for sale. Not even one. Xiao Zhao turned and walked away with his basket. Boss, this is a total of 103 pounds. That's 15 yuan and 45 cents, Xiao Zhao reported. Wang Meng quickly handed the money to Hua Zhao. Hua Zhao was happy. One basket sold for 15 yuan. The cost was just 7 jin of green beans, costing 2 or 3 yuan. This meant the net profit of about 12 yuan per basket. If he sold 10 baskets a day, even more.
Wow, he could get rich.
Uncle Wang, what do you plan to do with these bean sprouts? Hua Zhao suddenly asked. I'll take half home to share with relatives, and the rest will be divided here, he said without hesitation. Uncle Wang, I grew 7 baskets of bean sprouts. There will be 1 basket every day.
Can you handle that?
Wang Meng.
Cough.
Hua Cheng awkwardly coughed but said nothing, lowering his head to drink tea. Originally, these were the words he wanted to say, but unexpectedly, his granddaughter had already thought of it. Hua Cheng's eyes filled with tears. His flower. Oh, it truly blossomed. Wang Meng stuffed another handful of bean sprouts into his mouth, chewing more and more deliciously. 1 basket a day, that should be fine. At worst, share with a few families. Such tasty bean sprouts, consuming 2 or 3 jin a day per family is no problem. If worst comes to worst, he wouldn't give them away for free. He would charge 15 yuan a day. 15 yuan a day. His monthly salary was only a little over 100 yuan. He couldn't afford to give it away. What if it's 10 baskets a day? Hua Zhao asked. Wang Meng spat out a mouthful of bean sprouts. She really couldn't eat anymore and had to turn herself into a bean sprout. So, uncle, there's no need for you to buy them every time for yourself. Just let the supply and marketing cooperative know to collect my bean sprouts, and they can sell them freely. Hua Zhao was worried they might not find buyers, so she suggested, later, have the cafeteria staff try these bean sprouts. Once they taste them, selling won't be a problem. 10 baskets a day wouldn't be enough. Actually, the best place to sell vegetables is the vegetable shop, but it's harder for her to get into one. Where do vegetable shops get their vegetables? Not from random villages, but from special vegetable cooperatives that grow vegetables. In the suburbs around the city, many rural areas and production teams grow vegetables. These are the vegetable cooperatives. These cooperatives don't grow grains. They only grow vegetables like potatoes, peppers, eggplants, and beans. They send their produce to the cooperative, just like other production teams send their grain each year, with a set quota. They exchange vegetables for work points, and after the harvest, they settle accounts and share the profits. The vegetable shop only buys from these cooperatives and then sells the vegetables. The farmers in these cooperatives are like semi-workers. They don't get wages but receive grain tickets, which they use to buy food at the grain store. However, their share is less than that of regular workers. For example, if a regular worker gets 8 jin of white flour a month, a farmer only gets 4 jin. Flowers Zhao's miscellaneous vegetables from other production teams can't enter their system. Wang Meng chewed the bean sprouts loudly, his eyes shining as he looked at Hua Zhao. Old leader, my niece is amazing. She's so clever. Let's go with this plan. Whatever you have, bring it all. His cafeteria could eat 10 baskets a day. Once they've eaten enough, they'll kindly share some with other units to try. Hua Zhao happily left with 15 yuan and Hua Cheng, heading to the nearby supply and marketing cooperative. There were so many things needed at home. First, fabric. The dowry from Ye Shen included 6 beds and some fabric, but the fabrics were too nice, and Hua Zhao didn't want to use them. That bright red fabric was enough for her to make a vest to fit her sturdy build. She only had 2 pieces of clothing that could barely be worn outside, and one was already torn from several trips into the mountains, looking almost like beggar's clothes. So now, she urgently needed sturdy fabric to make clothes. The bedding was also very new. It would be a pity to get it dirty, and it wasn't convenient to wash. She also needed sheets, blankets, and pillowcases. They also need cotton and soft cloth. She must start preparing things for the babies. Blankets, clothes, shoes, hats, everything should be in pairs. Just thinking about it makes her excited. Hua Zhao eagerly looked around and quickly spent 15 yuan. It was gone in a flash. Even Hua Chang's recent 50 yuan salary disappeared just as fast. Hua Chang's smile was a bit forced. It seemed that little Hua was spending money even faster now. But this time it wasn't for food, but for clothes. This surprised him. But he quickly understood. Little Hua was a young lady now, with her own man. It was normal for her to want to dress up. However, Hua Chang glanced at her back, walking ahead with a full willow basket, moving quickly. He couldn't imagine her dressed up in fancy clothes. He wasn't blind. He knew others weren't either. The two of them carried many bags to the train station, waiting for the next train home. But they didn't know that on the previous train, someone was already outside their house. Is anyone there? Two men called out outside Hua Chang's house. After a while, no one answered. Who are you looking for? Hua Xiuyu suddenly asked softly behind the two men. But her eyes kept fixed on a bicycle behind the man, a strange table she hadn't seen before, and a big box on the table. Fellow villager, is Hua Chang's family home? Has he gone out? One man turned around and politely asked Hua Xiuyu. Her eyes flickered, and she shyly said, You're looking for my great-uncle. He's not home. Early this morning, he took Hua Zhao to town to buy food. He probably won't be back until evening. Actually, she didn't know where they had gone. She just wanted to reconcile with Hua Zhao today, but she found they weren't home at all. They hadn't come back all day. They probably went to town to buy delicious food. Thinking about those tasty treats, Hua Xiuyu's stomach felt sour. Who are you? She politely asked the two men. We're delivering things for comrade Ye Shen. These are his wedding gifts: a bicycle, a sewing machine, a radio, and a watch, the man said with a smile, not noticing Hua Xiuyu's face twisting for a moment. She felt like she was sick, her whole body feeling as if it was soaked in vinegar, sour from inside out. Hua Qiang, is he your great-grandfather? The man asked Hua Xiuyu. Hua Xiuyu suddenly smiled, a very sweet smile. Yes, he is my great-grandfather. My grandfather is his brother. I am Hua Zhao's best sister. Oh, the man looked at her, then at the sky. If he didn't leave now, he would miss the evening bus back to the city. They had important work tomorrow. Let's move the things to my house first. Leaving them in the yard is okay, but here we sometimes have wild boars, roe deer, foxes, and other animals that might damage them. Hua Xiaoyu smiled and said to the two men, When my great-grandfather comes back, we will send them to him. All right. The two men exchanged looks and smiled at her. Then one pushed the cart, and the other helped carry the sewing machine box at the back of the cart. But they didn't fully trust Hua Xiuyu. They asked about 5 households along the way, and each confirmed that what Hua Xiuyu said was true. The families were indeed related by blood. As for how good their relationship was, the villagers didn't say much. They didn't want to offend Hua Qiang. But they dared not offend Hua Shan. He was a tough man. They didn't want to get beaten up by Hua Shan's men, nor did they want their summer mud houses to be knocked down or their winter firewood to be stolen. So they watched silently as Hua Xiuyu took the things to Hua Shan's house. Hua Xiaoyu is really not a good person, a few women whispered together. Yeah, I didn't notice before. Why not? You guys are so slow, one woman sneered. Look at Hua Xiuyu. Every time she goes to Hua Zhao's house, she leaves with her mouth covered in oil. Hua Zhao has a bad temper. Only someone clever can soothe him. Hey? Speaking of that, I just remembered, Hua Zhao doesn't seem to be that bad-tempered. He looks especially cheerful and kind. Exactly. I knew something was strange. Did you notice? Hua Zhao seems a bit whiter. He doesn't look as annoying when he smiles. It seemed like they were going off topic, but no one paid much attention. You stay inside all day, so your face is just as dark. A girl around 17 or 18 said, touching her own face. She was very angry. She was also very dark. But in the past, Hua Zhao used to compare her and no one teased her. But since Hua Zhao's wedding day, people have said she might actually be the darkest person in the village. It made her so mad. She also wished to have a good grandfather like Hua Zhao, a kind man, endless money, and all kinds of wedding gifts. But she didn't. Hua Zhao seemed to take on another identity, becoming the object of dislike for all the young women in the village, including the daughters-in-law. Hua Xiuyu brought people home. It was lunchtime and the Hua family was all there. Grandpa, these two comrades from the provincial city are here to bring me a wedding gift. Hua Xiuyu shouted as he entered. But my sister Hua Zhao has gone to the town and won't be back until dark, so let's leave the gifts here first. All right. Without needing any rehearsal, Daigneau's wife naturally cooperated. Leave them here, don't worry, they won't get damaged. How could they bear to ruin such good things? The rest of the Hua family quickly understood and responded appropriately, either saying nothing or offering flattery, making the two men feel comfortable before sending them off. Good job, Hua Shan finally praised Hua Xiuyu. Hua Xiaoyu was stunned, almost unable to believe his ears. He had actually been praised by his grandfather? This was the first time his grandfather had praised him in his life. It was even the first time this year that his grandfather had spoken to him properly. He blushed with excitement. Hua Shan was even more satisfied. Dad, when should we return these things? Jiang Qin, Hua Sanyo's wife, asked while touching the sewing machine. She liked the bicycle and needed it, but she knew she couldn't compete with her younger brother-in-law. A sewing machine was also very good. Although she didn't do much sewing all year, she could still use it. But having it and not having it were two different things. With this sewing machine, she would be the most envied woman in the 10-mile radius. Return what? Once it's in my house, it's mine, Hua Shan replied boldly and shamelessly. Whenever it gets broken, then we'll return it. When Hua Zhao and her grandfather arrived home, it was just after work in the afternoon. Over 100 villagers lined up in a long line, hurrying toward their homes. Seeing the grandfather and granddaughter carrying packages, the villagers weren't surprised. On this day each month, it was usually like this. In the past, only Hua Chong would carry a basket of things home, but this time, Hua Zhao was with him. As for what was bought, the sky was a bit dim, so it was hard to see clearly. However, this did not stop everyone's envy. Their family always buys a lot of New Year goods, never just a basket. But Hanja, every month, celebrates the New Year. This time, though, everyone looked at the expressions of the grandfather and grandson and found them a bit strange. Some people's eyes flickered with guilt, some looked full of schadenfreude, and others appeared curious, waiting to see the fun. A few people hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. Hua Chong noticed this. It seemed he would have to visit Zhao Liangsai's house soon. Just as he thought this, Hua Zha shouted loudly nearby, "What's wrong with you all? Did my house collapse?" Hua Chong was stunned, and everyone else froze in place. He didn't expect his silly granddaughter to notice the subtle expressions of the crowd. The crowd was just as surprised. Everyone stopped walking, unsure of what to say. Hua Zha was even more certain something was wrong. "What's going on? Did my house really fall down?" She shouted loudly, sounding fierce. She couldn't act otherwise. Her image and voice were too different, more funny than cute. No, it didn't fall," a few people who were stared at by Hua Zha quickly answered. Hua Zha's voice was very cute, but her gaze was completely serious. It was cold and clear, as if it could see through a person's soul, making people feel icy. "The house didn't fall. Did the garden get messed up?" Hua Zha asked again. No, everyone shook their heads. Hua Zha was confused. That was strange. According to her understanding, only these two things mattered, her house and the garden, and neither had any problems. So, why were these people showing such expressions? "Tell me, did the Hua Shan family do something again?" Hua Zha asked. This time, their expressions immediately became subtle. They could tell Hua Zha truly didn't know what had happened, but as soon as she entered the village, she seemed to have noticed something. And in just a few words, she guessed the truth. She wasn't a silly girl after all. Hua Zha finally confirmed that the Hua Shan family was causing trouble again. Besides them, she couldn't think of anyone else who would hold a grudge and make the whole village afraid to speak. An eerie silence fell over the scene, with no one daring to speak. "All right, you all can go. I'll go see the Huashan family later, and I'll find out then," Huajia said as she carried her basket and headed home. She understands these people's worries. At this time, no one dares to speak out, because afterward, the Huashan family would definitely hold a grudge and cause trouble. In her past life, she dealt with some very cruel village bullies who foolishly thought they were the local rulers. They seized women, committed murders, and did all kinds of bad things. Huashan's wife was taken from him by force back then. As for whether she was harmed or killed, the original owner doesn't know. When they left, the crowd kept moving. The Huashan family members quickly ran home. Huachang walked behind Huazhao, looking at her back with admiration. He didn't have this kind of insight when he was 18, and he wasn't so clear-minded. He was about to go find Zhao Yongkai to ask, but he didn't expect that if it involved Huashan, Zhao Yongkai would feel very awkward. He said Huashan definitely wouldn't let him go afterward, if he didn't say anything. With Zhao Yongkai's character, he would tell others. This was not a good situation. When they got home, Hua Zhao didn't leave right away. Instead, she started cooking. She and her grandfather had eaten dry food bought outside at noon, which was tasteless and lacked energy. Hua Chang's face looked worse because of it. Hua Zhao felt a little sad. Her grandfather was worried about her and had been tired all day despite being sick. She held a cabbage, exchanged some energy with it several times, and before it could turn into a spirit, she put it in the pot to stew. After a comfortable dinner, Hua Chang endured his sleepiness and didn't go to bed. "Let's wait until tomorrow. Grandpa will go with you to Huashan's house," he said. He felt like he was about to fall asleep at any moment. Today was really too much. He wanted Hua Zhao to go alone because he was more worried. That place was a den of wolves and tigers. "Don't worry, Grandpa. I won't go inside their yard or argue with them. Only fools argue with unreasonable people," Hua Zhao said. "But what about you?" Hua Chang asked. "I'll just sneak around the front and back of their house to check the situation. That might not be good. If they find out, do you think they can beat me?" Hua Zhao proudly flexed her arm. This fighting alone was definitely fine. But Hua Chang was worried because they had many people, Huashan's sons and grandsons. A single tiger can't withstand a pack of wolves. He still felt uneasy. "Don't worry, Grandpa. I definitely won't meet them face to face." Hua Zhao comforted herself again and insisted on going out. Hua Chang didn't try to stop her much. In his view, children only grow when they go out and experience things. If she were a boy, he wouldn't keep her here. If she didn't go, he would push her to go. But forget it. Eventually, his granddaughter will become an adult, and she should learn to handle things on her own. Hua Zhao walked in the dark to the back mountain of the Hua family. She kept her promise and didn't enter the main gate of the Hua family or meet them. She was also afraid of having too many people around. She was pregnant. She needed to be careful. Fighting was not good. If she got hurt and lost the baby, the Hua family couldn't afford the loss. The Hua family was not far from Hua Zhao's home. Just a turn away, behind the houses, was the same mountain. In the dark, Hua Zhao reached the back of the Hua family house and found a nearby birch tree. From this tree, she could see the whole Hua family compound. After exchanging energy a dozen times, the birch tree left a thick layer of dry leaves on the ground, and communication became clearer. The tree couldn't understand human complex feelings, but it could remember everything it had seen and heard. Hua Zhao realized this seemed to be a common trait of all plants. The small tree told her that at noon, Hua Xiuyu brought back 2 men and talked a lot with the Hua family. It also told her that the bicycle and sewing machine were hidden in the firewood pile, the radio was hidden in the wall, and the watch was on the ceiling beam. Hua Zhao smiled and left. Back home, her grandfather was still awake, waiting for her. Seeing that she returned safely so quickly, Hua Chang finally couldn't stay awake and fell asleep. The next morning, Hua Zhao left alone with her basket of bean sprouts. Wang Meng was waiting eagerly. Last night, he brought the bean sprouts home and received praise. This morning, all his colleagues who received the bean sprouts asked where he bought them. They wanted some too. They found out the grocery store didn't sell them. Seeing Hua Zhao come as promised, Wang Meng breathed a sigh of relief. If she hadn't come, he wouldn't have any bean sprouts and would offend people. It seemed like he was hiding them, reluctant to share even a little. Xiao Zhao carried her basket and went out to do her errands. Hua Zhao directly said to Qin Xiangming, "Uncle, I was bullied." Wang Meng was stunned, then quickly said, "Tell me, who dares to bully my niece? I'll stand up for you." Hua Zhao's smile grew brighter. This uncle didn't seem so bad after all. Yesterday, Ye Shen sent me a betrothal gift, 3 treasured items, and a radio. But since Grandpa and I weren't home, my third granduncle's family took everything and hid it. They don't plan to give it back, Hua Zhao explained. Wang Meng froze again. At first, he thought she meant some childish quarrel, but this was much more serious. A close relative keeping the betrothal gift? Anyone would be furious. And those weren't ordinary things: bicycle, sewing machine, wristwatch, and a radio. All rare and valuable, not easy to buy even with money. What kind of relatives were these? Truly shameless. I'll take some men. And no, wait. Your grandfather forbade me from contacting him or going to your village. I can't go myself, Wang Meng said. Here's what we'll do. Later, you take Xiao Zhao and a few others back. Get the things for me. If they refuse, let Xiao Zhao bring them here. His eyes widened. Those items are worth a lot. A bicycle, sewing machine, and watch each cost around 200 yuan, the radio a bit over 100. Altogether, that's more than 700 yuan, enough to get them in serious trouble. Thank you, uncle, Hua Zhao said with a smile. This is what an uncle should do, Wang Meng sighed. Your family's life hasn't been easy. Try to persuade your grandfather. Your uncle and aunt never truly wanted to cut ties with him. It was the situation back then that forced them. All these years, they've regretted it. They hope your grandfather can forgive them and return to the capital to live together. Now it was Hua Zhao's turn to stare in shock. What was going on? Uncle and aunt? In the original memories she inherited, such people didn't exist at all. Not once. Not even a trace. She had received the original owner's memories completely, from birth to death, every detail, even things the original owner had forgotten. She even remembered her father's face. He had once said he was an only child. His mother was killed by enemies when he was just 1 year old, and in grief, Hua Chong joined the army. So where did these so-called uncle and aunt come from? Hua Chong had been home for years, yet he had never mentioned them. Hua Zhao managed her expression well. Although she initially looked angry, she quickly calmed down and said calmly, "Grandpa won't abandon me. He won't leave me alone in the capital." Why would he leave you? Your uncle and aunt have big houses, and they told me they're happy to have you come with them. Don't worry, he won't leave you behind, Wang Meng said. And the medical conditions in the capital. As for the old leader's illness, it probably can't be helped. But being able to be with his children before he passes away is also a good thing, right? Your grandpa still holds a grudge about what happened back then, Wang Meng sighed. But Bao Guo and Shulan only pretended back then. If they hadn't distanced themselves from your grandpa, the whole family might have been involved. Now the names are clear. Hua Baoguo,
Hua Shulan.
Hua Zhao also imagined the past and the outcome. During that chaotic time, such things happened often. Her grandfather, a group, was able to return to the countryside to farm, which shows he went through a lot. When big trouble comes, everyone runs in different directions. Not only spouses, but children can also run away, and their wings become stronger. But she didn't know how these two appeared. Are they really his children, or just recognized as such? Grandpa doesn't talk much about the past. When he does, he gets angry, Hua Zhao asked curiously. How old are my uncle and aunt? And their mother? Wang Meng looked down and thought for a moment. He really didn't want the old leader to be lonely and helpless at the end, with only his granddaughter to care for him. Besides, the granddaughter was already married, so she shouldn't stay at her parents' house all the time. Ye Shen might come back anytime and take her away. What would happen to the old leader then? So, even though things were unpleasant back then, he hoped they could reunite as a family. It might be good to tell Hua Zhao this. Maybe he could help speak some good words. Your uncle is 2 years younger than me. He's 38. Your aunt is 36, he paused. Their mother, your step-grandmother, married your grandpa when he was 30. She was the daughter of his old boss. Later, about 10 years ago, because of some issues, your grandpa had a disagreement with her father-in-law and argued with the family. He went back to his hometown alone. Oh, Hua Zhao nodded. So, they had different opinions. How is my step-grandmother's family now? She asked. Grandpa has gone back to his hometown. It seems the other side is the winner, and soon, 10 years will end. The victorious side has changed unexpectedly. The situation looks worrying. They must not go back now. They were close to victory, but if they go back now, it might cause misunderstandings or lead to another defeat. Isn't that unfair? Your grandma's family. Wang Meng paused again. Although there was no official document, the news he heard seemed a bit bad. He was afraid to say it out loud, so Hua Zhao wouldn't hear and worry her family. They're all doing well, Wang Meng said. They're just waiting for you to come over. Xiao Zhao pushed the door open, quickly handed over 15 yuan, then looked at Hua Zhao and Wang Meng hesitantly. Commander, I didn't stop them earlier. The people from the supply and marketing cooperative took a handful of bean sprouts and tasted them. Of course, just a handful. They knew these bean sprouts were yours, so they didn't keep them. They just asked where you got the bean sprouts from because they want to buy some. Wang Meng smiled happily. Tell them later. Where they come from doesn't matter. Once I've eaten enough, it'll be their turn. And you, take 10 brothers and go with Hua Zhao to get back what belongs to her. If they refuse, bring them back to me. Wang Meng ordered. Yes. Xiao Zhao responded and immediately went out to find people. Hua Zhao also wanted to leave. She needed to spend money to buy some green beans and increase production. Wait a moment, Wang Meng called her. Xiao Hua, you said you can grow 10 baskets of bean sprouts a day. Is that true? Of course, if there are enough green beans, Hua Zhao replied. Growing bean sprouts is actually very simple. All right. Wang Meng smiled happily when he heard it was true. He wasn't interested in how the bean sprouts grew. He only cared about eating them.
Come.
Check if these green beans are enough. Wang Meng moved a large burlap sack from behind his desk. 100 jin. How many bean sprouts can that produce? Wang Meng asked. About 1,200 jin, Hua Zhao modestly replied. Normally, bean sprouts grown with chemical fertilizers can multiply about 11 times. With energy-based growth control, 12 or 13 times isn't a problem. Good. Hurry up and take everything away. When the bean sprouts are ready, bring them all here, Wang Meng urged. Their department mainly organizes, manages, and trains militia members. Recently, there was a training mission with several hundred militia members gathering here for practice. They are responsible for providing food. All are healthy, able-bodied men, consuming over 1,000 pounds of bean sprouts a day, almost like a game. Okay. Hua Zhao smiled with her eyes curved. I'll take the mung beans first. The cost will be deducted from the bean sprouts later. She doesn't have the habit of taking others' things without permission. Wang Meng felt more at ease hearing this. There were rumors about Hua Chang's granddaughter, but those people judged her by appearance. They said she wasn't pretty, so he didn't say a good word about her. But his niece is such a clear and smart person. It's a pity she's a bit overweight. Just a little bigger. This time, Hua Zhao didn't take the bus but came back in a car. When the big truck with the Liberation brand entered the village, everyone's attention was drawn. Was there another delivery of relief grain? For over 10 years, the village has received relief grain almost every year. 360 pounds of raw grain isn't enough for a strong worker to eat for a year. Usually, it lasts about half a year. Moreover, in some busy years, the grain they received was less than 360 pounds. Here, they're doing okay because of mountain goods subsidies. They get relief grain once a year, which is enough. I heard other places get it twice a year. Wasn't the grain delivered just last month? Now they're delivering again? People excitedly talked while chasing the big truck. Who knows? Maybe they'll deliver twice this year. Let's see what happens. Hey, why didn't the truck stop at the production team's yard? Usually, the grain is delivered there and each household lines up to get their share. The truck roared all the way and stopped at Hua Shan's house. The canvas shed's curtain was pulled aside, and 10 young men jumped down loudly, rushing into Hua Shan's yard. It was noon, and the Hua Shan family was sitting in the yard, waiting for lunch. In spring, the house was cold and damp. The 10 young men surrounded them like a pack of wolves. Each held a gun. Hua Shan, who considered himself brave and experienced, was trembling. The other 5 oxen were not better off, all huddled at the foot of the wall. The women of Hua Shan's family were screaming. Some ran back into the house, and others stood frozen in fear. What's going on here?
Who are you all?
The militia members are not wearing uniform. They are dressed in their own clothes, with small patches and holes, just like ordinary villagers. Only they carry guns, which only militia members usually have. Of course, bandits might also have guns. I'm not sure who these people are. When I asked, no one answered. They just looked back. Hua Zhao calmly got out of the car. She didn't sit in the back, but in the front passenger seat. The road is rough and muddy. She's pregnant, and the driver seems a bit reckless, driving the truck like a tank, crashing through everything. If she and her baby get hurt, she won't even be able to cry properly. Seeing Hua Zhao, Hua Shan was stunned. Then he seemed to understand something. Grandpa Third, are you busy? Hua Zhao approached and stood in front of 10 people, smiling as she greeted him. No, not busy at all. Hua Shan's attitude was unusually kind and even respectful. Grandpa Third, I heard you took my things? Hua Zhao asked. He suddenly realized the truth. Hua Zhao really came to ask for her belongings. But how did she know? Yesterday, he had his children and grandchildren keep watch on Hua Chang's family. They didn't leave the yard all night, and no one entered their home. Early today, Hua Zhao left alone with a basket on the bus, and Hua Chang stayed at home, not talking to anyone. They shouldn't have heard anything. No one in the village dared to leak any information. And those 2 people who delivered things yesterday, he had already checked thoroughly. They were going on a business trip today, and based on the timing, they should be on the train now. Hua Zhao couldn't reach them. What things? Hua Shan pretended to be confused. Even now, he didn't want to give up what he had. Those were valuable items. Money couldn't buy them. The villagers don't have tickets for bikes or sewing machines. They can't buy those big items legally. They have to go to the black market and pay high prices, and he doesn't have that much money. Stop pretending, it's obvious, Hua Zhao said. I really don't understand, she continued, my bride price, the 3 turns and 1 sound. Those people said it would arrive in a few days. If I don't get the things, wouldn't I be anxious? Shouldn't I ask my husband? Wouldn't he look for them? At that moment, wouldn't you just reveal yourself? Do you really think taking it means it's yours? Are you a bandit? Hua Shan stayed silent. He hadn't thought much at the time. Seeing this windfall, of course he wouldn't let it go. Naturally, he wanted to hold on to it first. Later, he did think about it, but he believed Hua Zhao and Hua Chang wouldn't be a threat. Hua Zhao, even if strong, couldn't beat their whole family. What could they do if they found out? Come and demand it? He wouldn't give it to them. He didn't say he stole it. He just said he was borrowing it. What's wrong with using it? When he's done, he'll return it. So he felt confident. But he never expected Hua Zhao to have 10 armed men behind her. Where did she find them? These are comrades from the armed department. You probably don't know, but Wang Meng from the armed department used to be my grandfather's subordinate. When he heard about my situation, he was very angry and wanted to help me out, Hua Zhao said directly. He said if you don't return my things, your whole family will be arrested for theft. She studied law and had been a lawyer for many years. She knew well who she could reason with, who she could talk to, and who she had to scare. If she argued with Hua Shan, he wouldn't believe her or listen. He'd just pretend to be naive. If she tried to reason with him, he'd just cause trouble. Only by showing her connections and intimidating him would he be afraid. Hua Shan was indeed scared. He knew Hua Chong had these connections all along, but he'd never used them before. Hurry up and return everything. I want to go home and cook, Hua Zhao said. Hua Shan's heart ached. He didn't want to move. Such good things, worth so much money. He hadn't even learned to ride a bike yet. Move quickly, or come with us. Xiao Zhao suddenly shouted. All 10 guns were raised at once. Hua Shan clenched his teeth. There's always a tomorrow. He'd deal with it later. Go on, hand over the stuff, he ordered his children and grandchildren. He himself was too embarrassed to move. Hua Sanyo wanted to move, but Jiang Qin pulled him back, and he obediently stayed still. Finally, Hua Long, Hua Hu, and Hua Bao from Hua Dinyo's family reluctantly went to find the items. Hua Hu grumbled as he headed toward the firewood pile, knocking it over with a few loud crashes. The branches and sticks fell onto the bicycles and sewing machines inside. Hua Zhao loudly said, when the things arrived, they were brand new. If you bring out broken or worn items later, I won't accept that. You have to pay for damages, ranging from 50 to 200 yuan depending on how bad it is. Hua Hu froze in place, angry enough to set the pile of firewood on fire. Inside, they were about to pretend accidentally dropping the radio on the ground, but Hua Long hesitated. Hua Bao was a bit too late. He had already pulled the watch down from the beam. Fortunately, Hua Xiaoyu was below and quickly caught it. Her heart was pounding. These items were brought in by her, and now she might have to pay for damages? Her grandfather and others might blame Hua Zhao, and she would definitely get a scolding. In the end, the items were placed in front of Hua Zhao. The radio and watch were undamaged. The bicycle and sewing machine, which Hua Shan was very careful with and had covered with a torn blanket when hiding, were also not broken. Hua Zhao decided to let them go without demanding money. She knew that asking for payment would cause trouble and arguments. She didn't want to push Hua Shan too hard, especially when it wasn't a life-or-death situation. Hua Zhao triumphantly took the items and rode back home in a truck, leaving a trail of amazed onlookers. The villagers thought it was relief supplies and gathered around to watch, only to witness this big scene. Hua Shan actually admitted defeat. Their eyes on Hua Zhao changed immediately. Hua Chong heard the car and came out to ask what was happening. After a long explanation, he finally understood. He felt like crying. What should he do? His granddaughter was using others to do harm. Of course, if it had been before, he wouldn't have known what was happening outside and wouldn't dare to borrow that knife. He was worried that his identity might cause trouble for Wang Meng, or that something might happen to Wang Meng and affect his granddaughter. But after that conversation that day, he felt reassured. Things outside might really be changing, and borrowing a little help was no big deal. Come on, Hua. Hurry up and cook. Let's treat these comrades well. No need, no need. We can't take a penny from the common people. Xiao Zhao firmly refused, pulling the driver to run away. But Hua Zhao grabbed him, and the two seemed stuck there, unable to break free. Eat first, then leave after the meal. What common people? You are all common people. There's nothing wrong with sharing a meal among neighbors. Don't worry, I won't give you needles and thread. Let's just eat. Hua Zhao joked. The young men all laughed, thinking the chubby girl wasn't so bad-looking after all. Don't move, or I'll take the wheels off the car, Hua Zhao threatened again. Xiao Zhao was truly scared. Based on her strength just now, he believed she could remove the wheels with her bare hands. Of course, their car wheels needed tightening after a trip on the mountain road, or they might fall off. Hua Zhao went to cook for the 10 or so young men. For her, it was no pressure. First, she stir-fried 10 jin of bean sprouts. Then she cooked a big pumpkin and boiled the leftover coarse grains from home. That was enough. Although there was no meat, it wasn't a lavish meal, and they might not be full. But she made sure they wouldn't forget it. Indeed, all 10 of them ate without lifting their heads or opening their eyes, feeling they'd never tasted anything so delicious. But that shouldn't be. Their family was poor, but they could still afford bean sprouts and pumpkin. Hua Zhao's cooking skills were really good. This chubby girl had such a great advantage. In this oil-scarce era, no woman in the village dared to claim she was a good cook. Everyone made pig feed. As long as it was cooked, it was fine. After everyone finished eating, they left without lingering, taking the remaining 5 baskets of bean sprouts with Hua Zhao. These bean sprouts had only just sprouted a few days ago and shouldn't have grown so well, but nothing was impossible with energy exchange. The 5 baskets of bean sprouts instantly looked fresh and lively. But they were all covered with blankets, so no one could see. Of course, she was just teasing Hua Chong for not understanding. Or maybe she was a little strange and didn't mind. She was just being lazy, avoiding trips to the county to deliver. The sewing machine arrived, and she had to work. Going to the county was too time-consuming for her mountain trips.
She was unhappy.
Her top priority was to lose weight, to become beautiful. Go back and keep track of the accounts. Give them to me next time, Hua Zhao said before Xiao Zhao left. Ask your head if you can tell the railway people. Maybe I can put the bean sprouts on the morning train every day, and you can pick them up on the other side? That way, I wouldn't have to run back and forth every day. Okay, I'll ask, Xiao Zhao agreed. Hua Zhao saw off the guests, tidied up the kitchen, and immediately soaked all 100 jin of bean sprouts. She produced over 1,000 jin of produce at once, but she wasn't sure if Wang Meng could handle digesting it all. However, it was okay, because she had already discussed other sales channels. She thought Wang Meng was quite clever and should be able to manage well. After finishing with the bean sprouts, she went back up the mountain. Then she, smelling very bad, carried back 2 baskets filled with walnuts, chestnuts, pine nuts, and hazelnuts. She also found the squirrel's nest again. This time, the squirrel was not picky. Its nest had all kinds of food, not just chestnuts. Even when lying, she had to be a little convincing. She shouldn't underestimate Hua Chong's intelligence. When she passed by Hua Shan's house, Hua Zhao heard Hua Xiuyu crying loudly inside, as if she had been badly beaten. That girl. She has a bad heart. She dares to reach for things that aren't hers. Jiang Qin was about to start work when she saw Hua Zhao. Oh, little Hua, what are you doing? She wanted to come closer, but was startled by Hua Zhao's strong smell and quickly stepped back. Seeing her, Hua Zhao remembered something and asked, "Third aunt, when will you return my house to me?" This one sentence made Jiang Qin look unhappy.
What are you talking about?
Isn't your house where you live? We can't even go through the door now. Don't beat around the bush with me. You know what I mean. When my mother left, she said you should take good care of me. That house belongs to you now, or she would have handed it back to the team. That girl has a good memory. Jiang Qin cursed Hua Zhao silently, but smiled on her face. You're just a child. Adults matters, you shouldn't get involved. She quickly walked away, not daring to say more. Back then, Hua Zhao's mother, and they had indeed made such an agreement, even signed a contract approved by the brigade. Over the years, no one came to bother Hua Shan's family about this bad luck. Otherwise, with their way of taking care of things, her house wouldn't be safe. That girl really has quick lips. It seems she shouldn't be provoked easily in the future. What a pity about her watch and sewing machine. If asked which woman in Hua Shan's family deserved that lady's watch, besides her, was there anyone else? She couldn't get it directly now, so she would think of other ways. She still wouldn't give up. Hua Zhao glanced at Jiang Qin's back and turned to go home. She wasn't a vengeful person. A single glare wouldn't make her want to gouge out someone's eyes. She liked to keep things, and a few more glances were enough to satisfy her. When she returned home, Hua Chong was used to his granddaughter's good luck. This mountain is full of treasures. As long as people work hard, they never come back empty-handed, no matter the season. Although her granddaughter's luck seemed a bit too good, even near the village, she still found many harvests. But luck is unpredictable. Some people even find wild ginseng on their own hills. Hua Zhao kept pine nuts, hazelnuts, and walnuts for her family to eat. The big chestnuts she gave to the little ones in the backyard, joking that they were growing meat and laying eggs. Hua Chong felt heartbroken watching. A pound of chestnuts is tastier, more nutritious, and worth more than a pound of corn. Selling them in town to buy feed for pigs makes more sense. Don't worry, Grandpa. There will be corn too. Hua Zhao took out the 15 yuan she earned today. We left in a hurry and forgot to buy grain. Next time, once Uncle Wang gives me the money for today's 5 baskets of bean sprouts, our financial crisis will be mostly solved. When these 100 jin of beans grow, sell them, then grow more and sell again. Our family will get rich. The idea of making money from money is simple, and Hua Chong understood it. He just never thought his chubby granddaughter could do it. He was so moved. Thinking about these days felt like a dream. All of this was thanks to Ye Shen.
It was him
who inspired his granddaughter, making her become more sensible. Next time, remember to ask Wang Meng to find out Ye Shen's current address. Write him a few more letters and stay in touch. People rely on contact. More contact builds feelings, Hua Chong said. Hua Zhao was surprised. Write letters? Did the original owner know how to read and write? She carefully recalled her memories and finally pieced together a few fragments. Hua Chong had struggled to teach her the basics. Like heaven and earth are vast, the universe is immense. Hua Chong had attended a few years of private school and wanted to teach his granddaughter literacy. But the original owner wasn't interested in studying at all. She only cared about eating. Okay, I will write to him. Hua Zhao nodded eagerly, vowing, for Comrade Ye Shen, I will work hard to learn how to read and write. Grandpa, you must teach me. Finally, she found a reason to study seriously. Not only does she want to learn to read, but she also plans to take the college entrance exam next year. At the end of 1977, the college entrance exam, which had been paused for 10 years, was about to be held again. In the early years after its restoration, the exam had no age limit, no education requirement, and no restrictions on marriage or children. If not now, when else could she change her background, her social class, and her destiny? Of course, having lived through it again, Hua Zhao no longer cared much about these things. She simply enjoyed studying and also wanted to improve her status, so she could be more suitable for Ye Shen. This could help reduce unnecessary family conflicts. Ye Shen probably wouldn't look down on her background. After all, he had seen everything about her. And he even gave her a very expensive bride price of 2,000 yuan, which showed he was somewhat satisfied with her. As for what exactly he was satisfied with, she dared not think too much. Just thinking about it made her feel warm all over.
Stop.
Enough. Ahem. Ye Shen didn't mind her background, but his family definitely wouldn't like a wife from the countryside. To avoid gossip and even look down on her children in the future, she had to work hard. Hua Zhao decided to start right away. After taking a shower, she went to Hua Chong's room, found a wooden box he hadn't thrown away, and opened it. Inside were some old books. These were used by Hua Chong when he attended a private school. He hadn't thrown them away all these years. He usually didn't take them out to read because he wasn't very talented. He only had a primary school education and could recognize most Chinese characters. This gave Hua Zhao more confidence to study well, since he didn't know what was considered abnormal in learning. On the first day, Hua Zhao showed an amazing ability to learn. She didn't just memorize. If Hua Chong said something 2 or 3 times, she remembered it. She laid a good foundation for her future rapid progress. The next day, Xiao Zhao came alone. He brought back the money for the 5 baskets of bean sprouts from last time, plus 500 jin of green beans, and Wang Meng's task. He wanted bean sprouts. Bean sprouts. Countless bean sprouts. Yesterday, Xiao Zhao took the bean sprouts home, and that night's dinner was all bean sprouts. Everyone was happy. These bean sprouts tasted better than meat. It didn't matter if others were happy, but the most important thing was that the officials came to inspect and also ate some. How can you keep such good things all to yourself? The leader joked. People are joking, but he can't really treat it as a joke. There are several leaders who make this kind of joke, and he can't afford to offend any of them. If he says there are no green beans, it would look like he's hoarding everything himself, which is not funny at all. So he immediately promises to send them a few £100 of green beans regularly, and for a long time. Of course, he will charge money for them. These aren't free. They are collected from a certain production team. He didn't specify an individual. It's completely legal and reasonable for the production team to run a small factory selling farm products. They don't investigate much. They just want to eat bean sprouts. Don't worry, you can't expect to get them for free, right? That wouldn't be right. Wang Meng is quite confident. Who would dare to buy something without paying? If he reports them, that would be trouble. Ahem. Let me ask you, what's the maximum amount of green beans you can produce at once? Xiao Zhao asked. About 1,000 pounds, Hua Zhao thought for a moment and said. 1,000 pounds of green beans means about 143 baskets a day, mostly handled by her alone. With her strength, she can barely manage it. Even more she could do. Actually, she doesn't need baskets at all. Soaking the beans in water turns them into sprouts in minutes. Not just 1,000 pounds, even 10,000 pounds is easy. But she can't do that. She needs to act like a normal person. Okay, then I'll bring 1,000 pounds of green beans tomorrow. Xiao Zhao said immediately. And when will the 500 pounds and yesterday's 100 pounds be ready? When they're ready, I'll come with the truck to pick them up. Since the amount is small, Hua Zhao can quickly load them onto the train within a minute of stopping. Over 100 baskets, that's too many to move all at once. Having someone come to pick up the goods would be perfect.
Come in 5 days, she said.
All right. Xiao Zhao happily agreed. Hua Zhao has no problem with this, so he can enjoy fresh bean sprouts every day in the future, which makes him naturally happy. Will you come again tomorrow? Hua Zhao asked. Yes. I'll bring green beans to you every day from now on. After 5 days, the green beans can be delivered by vehicle, so he won't need to make special trips. Remember to bring me some baskets tomorrow, 300 of them, with lids. I'll pay for them. They need to prepare 2 sets of baskets for rotation. Moreover, she couldn't cover herself with the quilt anymore, and she didn't need to. She just used a cover to keep the beans from seeing the light. Okay. Xiao Zhao happily agreed. Also, can you ask your boss where your husband is now? Can you tell me his address? I want to send him some things, Hua Zhao said.
Sure.
Xiao Zhao didn't refuse this small request. After sending him off, Hua Zhao immediately got busy. Hua Chong had been standing nearby, looking confused for a while. He went inside to get paper and a pen and started calculating. 1,000 jin of green beans can produce about 140 baskets. Each basket sells for around 15 yuan. So 140 baskets is
2,100 yuan.
After subtracting costs of a few hundred, she would make about 1,800 or 1,900 yuan profit. And she could do this in one day. Hua Chong sat down heavily on the kong, a traditional bed, doubting if he had made a mistake in his calculations. Hua Zhao was also doing the math and found it hard to believe. She knew she could make money, but she didn't expect it to go so smoothly. She thought that earning over 1,000 yuan a day would only happen after months of building sales channels. Wang Meng is truly a lovely surprise the next day. Xiao Zhao brought woven baskets and also gave Hua Zhao Ye Shen's address. He wasn't on some secret mission but was going to a place for a few months of special training. The address wasn't secret internally, and they could still communicate normally. Hua Zhao got busy again. Ye Shen had given her many big gifts, both children and special talents. She had to give something back. Plus, Hua Chong was right. Relationships are built through contact. Especially when she was not convenient to meet people, exchanging letters with Ye Shen across distances was a very good choice. The first step to making Ye Shen like her was to let him see her good qualities. It seemed he had already noticed some of her good points.
Stop.
This time, she would start with her cooking skills. Hua Zhao asked Wang Meng to buy 20 jin of beef and a few jin of bean paste. At this time, beef was hard to buy. Cattle were still the main labor force, and slaughtering livestock was not allowed casually. To kill a cow, it had to be sick or injured, unable to work, and then the production team had to report and get approval. She worked hard and made 2 jars of spicy beef sauce. Because she made so much, it took a long time to cook, and eventually, the whole village was filled with the aroma of beef sauce. Especially the chili peppers carefully grown by Hua Zhao, which have a very tempting aroma that lingers for a long time. That day, Everyone in the village ate their meals with this fragrant smell. No one came to visit or asked for a bowl. Hua Zhao's previous protectiveness over her food couldn't be erased with just one invitation. Moreover, Hua Zhao has now subdued Hua Shan's family, so others dare not visit easily. Go and see what Hua Zhao is doing. Bring back a bowl, Hua Shan ordered Hua Xiuyu. Hua Xiuyu hesitated, not wanting to go. She felt Hua Zhao was no longer the fool she used to be and was hard to trick. But her grandfather's sharp gaze, like a fierce dog, made her too afraid not to move. Hua Xiuyu took a bowl and went to Hua Zhao's house. As she entered the yard, the smell became even stronger. Just smelling it made her mouth water. She was no longer afraid. For this food, even if she got scolded, it would be worth it. Little Hua's sister. Hua Xiuyu stood outside the fence, looking pitifully and calling out. Hua Zhao was eating noodles mixed with beef sauce. She had not only asked Wang Meng to bring her beef, but also rice and flour. Her family's basic needs were truly taken care of now. Seeing Hua Xiuyu, Hua Zhao immediately put down her chopsticks, strode to the fence, and pushed her far away. If Hua Xiuyu hadn't been prepared, she might have fallen over. I told you not to come to my house. No one is allowed outside the door. And no shouting. Do you think my words are just wind? Hua Zhao said fiercely. Little Hua's sister. Hua Xiuyu stood far away, sniffling and crying, I'm hungry. A thin girl, holding an empty bowl, looked pitiful with tears in her eyes. Her expression was so sad and helpless. But Hua Zhao just smiled. Drama queen. No father or mother at home. Did your family give you less rice? You're hungry? If you're hungry, there won't be many villagers who are full. Hua Shan's family is prosperous on the surface, but weak inside. They have few daughters and plenty of food, so they don't mind giving the girls a share of the meals. Each meal's portion for the girls is the same as for the boys. And with Hua Xiuyu's cleverness, she always manages to find some hidden food at home, like a sweet potato, a potato, or even an egg. Hua Xiuyu kept crying, but this time she had a different reason. My grandpa told me to come. He said if you don't give me some, he will beat me to death when he gets back. Don't worry, go ahead. If he beats you to death, I will definitely avenge you and make sure he pays the price, Hua Zhao said. Hua Xiuyu. Little Hua, you've done so much. Just give me a little so I can go back and report. She looked around and whispered, I can trade you eggs. Hua Zhao smiled and immediately shouted, What? You want to steal eggs from the house to trade with me? I dare not give you any. If that happens, your grandpa will come knocking on my door demanding compensation for the eggs. Hua Xiuyu's face turned green. If her family found out she was thinking of stealing eggs, she would be doomed. She clenched her bowl and ran away quickly. Turning the corner, she glared angrily at Hua Zhao's back. She looked like a pig. Just one look made her want to. Is that person blind or something? Hua Zhao suddenly turned around and glared at her. Hua Xiuyu was so scared she shivered and hurriedly ran off. When she got home, she was sure to get scolded. Why are you so useless? Wasn't everything good with Hua Zhao before? What did you do to offend her? No matter what you do, you must make her happy again. Her family scolded her loudly. Hua Xiuyu lowered her head, covering her face as she cried, but inside, she was furious. It was all because your greed for their house caused this. Now, they are blaming her. But she dared not do anything except cry. A few days later, Xiao Zhao arrived again in his car. Under the curious eyes of the villagers, he carried away many baskets from Hua Zhao's house. This time, someone finally couldn't help but ask, Little Hua, what's in those baskets? Aunt Ma asked. Bean sprouts, Hua Zhao said loudly. That day, I went out with my grandpa to visit friends. My grandpa's old comrade heard I could grow bean sprouts, and since they needed some, they asked me to help grow them for them. It's just helping out, not selling. If these people knew she earned over 1,000 yuan a day, she wouldn't have peace. Oh, I see. Everyone around was surprised. Aunt Ma hesitated, still wanting to ask, but unsure if she should. Hua Zhao quickly said, I'm just helping out. How could I take money for it? But that uncle felt embarrassed to let me help for free, So each time he gave me a few pounds of mung beans as thanks. Oh, I see. Aunt Ma believed her. The others believed her too. They already knew who Hua Zhao was helping. It was for the collective, and that was an honor. How could she ask for money? At most, they thought the team might give her some work points. But since she didn't get work points, a few pounds of mung beans was fine too. A pound of mung beans only cost a few cents, but once sprouted, they were worth several yuan. That was already quite a lot. Everyone looked at the fresh, tender bean sprouts peeking out of the basket and finally believed that Hua Zhao really could grow them. Aunt Ma wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, she felt Hua Zhao actually had a good temper, so she asked, "Little Hua, could you teach me how to grow bean sprouts?" Turning 1 pound of mung beans into several pounds of sprouts was great, even if not for selling, just for the family to eat, especially during the season when food was scarce. This time, Hua Zhao hesitated. It wasn't that she didn't want to teach, but she really couldn't. Even if she shared her method openly, others wouldn't be able to grow sprouts like hers. In the end, they might accuse her of keeping secrets, and she would only get blamed. But refusing outright would also make her look like she was hiding something. "Annie, I've never taught anyone before, so I don't know how to explain it." Before Aunt Ma could get upset, Hua Zhao added, "How about this? When I'm growing the sprouts, you can watch. If you don't understand something, just ask me and I'll tell you."
Ah,
That's great. Aunt Ma was even happier. Watching was much better than just listening. She was afraid she wouldn't understand if it was only explained in words. She didn't think too much about it. She just assumed Hua Zhao didn't want to teach for free and wanted someone to help her with the work for a few days. This chubby girl was actually quite clever. The others were listening too, and right away 7 or 8 more women said they wanted to learn how to grow bean sprouts. Sure, everyone can come. Hua Zhao agreed, without hesitation. The Hua family's yard instantly became lively. The simple storage shed had already been repaired and expanded by Xiao Zhao and his men a few days earlier. It was now 5 or 6 times larger, clean, and spacious. Inside the shed, rows of shelves held neatly arranged willow baskets. At a glance, it was an impressive sight. By now, Hua Zhao had already brought in 750 woven baskets through Xiao Zhao. She produced 150 baskets of sprouts each day, completing a full cycle every 5 days, just the right amount. Previously, because there wasn't enough space, she planned to use 300 baskets over 2 days to get things done quickly. Now that there is enough space, she doesn't need to take such risks anymore. "Oh my goodness! Are you doing all this alone?"
Aunt Ma exclaimed in surprise.
"All those baskets, just moving and lifting, they're too much for one person to handle." "My grandfather sometimes helps," Hua Zhao said. But Hua Chang's help is limited. He only covers the beans with a lid after Hua Zhao waters them. "Come on, let's get started," Hua Zhao said. She didn't just work silently as she had said before, waiting for others to ask questions. Instead, she explained everything in detail, each step, how to do it, why it should be done that way, and what not to do. She made it simple and clear, easy to understand, so that anyone who isn't slow could learn. 7 or 8 women quickly changed their opinion of Hua Zhao. Who said Hua Zhao was fierce? She is the kindest person in the village. Hua Zhao was quick and efficient. Soon, she finished soaking the beans for today and then went to water the bean sprouts for the next few days. Growing bean sprouts is actually simple. Soak the beans, put them in baskets, water them, and then wait to eat. But watering is also hard work. The baskets are big, and one splash of water isn't enough. Every bean needs to be watered, and there are 750 baskets. Later, 7 or 8 village women helped water the baskets. In the end, everyone was so tired they couldn't lift their arms. This is hardly work for a person. Looking at Hua Zhao, she easily watered several hundred baskets by herself, and it seemed she still had energy to water hundreds more. Everyone looked at her with new respect. Hua Zhao isn't lazy. She's the most capable person in the village. That day, the women from the village who had learned a few things went home and soaked their beans. But the next day, they still found time to help Hua Zhao with her work. So many baskets, she was doing it alone, which was quite pitiful. Hua Zhao speaks nicely, not only with a pleasant voice but also with a kind attitude. She's not fierce or sharp-tongued, and she doesn't gossip. Surprisingly, they found they enjoyed chatting with Hua Zhao. After work and dinner, they naturally went to her house. Actually, Hua Zhao finished watering for the day early. No, she didn't really do anything, she didn't do much at all. She watered 750 baskets several times, so she didn't need to do anything else all day. She just stayed inside and didn't go out. Actually, she only watered each basket once. The rest was maintained by energy, making the task easy. She only needed to walk around inside, or even outside in the yard. But she welcomed help from others. Hua Zhao also needed to build good relationships with the villagers to create a peaceful environment for her children. In 5 days, Hua Zhao made her first group of friends, 5 older women and 3 older sisters-in-law. That day was also the day they transplanted their bean sprouts. These people wanted to try growing beans with just 1 gene of beans per basket, enough for their families but not enough for a whole basket. All of them succeeded. 1 basket of bean sprouts was full, lively, white, plump, and had a fresh scent that made people hungry. Tasting one raw, it looked exactly like Hua Zhao's bean sprouts. Of course, it was the same. Hua Zhao had been secretly taking care of their bean sprouts when passing by these families in the mountains. That was her new idea. She couldn't let them fail, or they would think she was hiding secrets. Why did she succeed while they failed so badly? It must be because she kept the secret to herself. So she decided to work a little harder. In the future, if someone's bean sprouts grew well, she would help them when she felt like it. If she was in a bad mood, she wouldn't bother. That way, they couldn't blame her for using the wrong method. It was definitely their own fault. Temperature, humidity, sunlight, water, everything was not controlled properly. A few families succeeded, and suddenly, everyone in the village was excited about bean sprouts. Every household was growing them. When the second batch of bean sprouts appeared, some succeeded and some didn't. Hua Zhao heard that families with good morals and good character succeeded, while those with bad morals and bad habits failed. In Huashan village, only Hua Shan's family and a few of her sons' families didn't succeed. Their bean sprouts were thin, small, and bitter. It was during this experiment that Hua Zhao realized she could not only exchange energy with plants and benefit mutually, but also absorb energy directly without giving anything back. These bean sprouts had absorbed her energy and didn't develop well.
Wow.
Hua Zhao was stunned. Was she turning into a human-shaped killer? After more than 10 days of transportation, Hua Zhao's beef sauce finally arrived at its destination.
Ye Shen.
Your package. A soldier called out at the door. The whole corridor fell silent. Ye Shen looked up in surprise. Did he have a package? Who would send him one? His family didn't usually do that. What is it? Ye Shen asked. The soldier swallowed and said, something delicious. He had never tried beef sauce before and didn't know exactly what it was called, but he knew it was a tasty treat he'd never had before. All packages and letters here are checked by a special department. He was present during the inspection, so he smelled and even tasted it. Although it looked like food, who knew if it was safe? They had to test it. If animals could eat it without problems, maybe it was safe for humans too. Hearing it was food, Ye Shen found it even stranger. His family wasn't the kind to send him food.
Who sent it? He asked.
Your wife. The soldier replied. This sentence made everyone in the corridor come out of their rooms. Ye Shen, you have a wife now? When did that happen? We didn't know. 2 voices complained. Everyone had agreed they were all single. No one should make fun of anyone. When did Ye Shen stop being single? The only young man who hadn't spoken before frowned and looked at Ye Shen carefully. Did he choose the He family or the Ma family? The Qin family was a bit late. They didn't manage to bring Ye Shen into their circle. Ye Shen was stunned for 3 seconds before he reacted. He didn't forget he had a wife. He just didn't expect her to send him something, especially food. She was so chubby, she probably cared a lot about eating. Ye Ying, please check your package. The soldier carefully placed the package on Ye Shen's desk but didn't leave. Instead, he looked at Ye Shen eagerly. The other 3 battalions also didn't leave, but gathered around. Same old rule, divide it equally when we meet.
Zhao Yong, tall and strong, said.
Next to him, Zhuang Yuanwu, who looked fair and slender, nodded with a smile. Chun Feng finally came in, looking at the open package. 4 metal cans of milk powder sat on top of a letter. The envelope bore 3 crooked, ugly characters. Ye Shen's. Chun Feng raised an eyebrow, wondering if Lan Lan or Ma Jiangwo's handwriting was so bad. Ye Shen's eyelids also twitched, but his eyes brightened. It was okay, though a bit ugly. They could write. And they could even write letters? This far exceeded his expectations. He thought Hua Zhao couldn't recognize big characters at all, maybe just able to write her own name. Hurry, hurry. Open it and see. What's so fragrant?
Zhao Yong urged.
The 4 milk powder cans had already been opened and checked. Once resealed, they wouldn't be airtight anymore, and the smell was already seeping out. Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. What was inside? Just smelling it was so fragrant? Ye Shen was also very curious. He reached out and opened one lid. A strong aroma immediately spread out, quickly winning everyone over.
Ah!
Share this with me. Zhao Yong reached out and snatched a can, then turned and ran. His sturdy build surprisingly moved very nimbly. But Bai Jie, who was fair and small, was best at speed. He moved slower when grabbing, but was faster leaving, already clutching a can and gone. Chun Feng stared at the remaining 2 cans. He usually didn't care for the rule of splitting things in half. He didn't mind sharing what his family sent him, but he didn't care for others' local specialties. He had tried everything. He had never asked anyone for their things, especially not Ye Shen's. But this time he really wanted to reach out. Ye Shen's hands were already on the cans. Old rule, split in half. I've already given away my half. If you want some, go ask them, he said. Chun Feng turned and left quickly. Ye Shen looked at the little soldier. The soldier also ran off in a flash. Stealing from other camps was much easier than from Ye Shen's camp. Everyone had left, and only then did Ye Shen carefully open the other lid. A richer, more intense aroma of meat with his favorite spicy chili scent wafted out. He couldn't help but smile. For the first time in his life, he received a gift he liked. Ye Shen only allowed himself to enjoy the moment for a little while, then quickly closed the lid tightly and locked both cans in the cabinet. Then he opened the letter. The words in the letter surprised him. They weren't written in pinyin, nor did they have circles or crosses drawn around the characters. Although not very pretty, the writing was surprisingly neat, with no uneven sizes or words outside the lines. It looked very easy on the eyes. This was the kind of neatness he liked. Also, all the characters looked equally neat, not getting worse as they went along. It showed the writer was very careful and serious. His handwriting reflected his personality. Suddenly, he remembered that night. The person, though not very handsome, was very special. Stop. Ye Shen took a deep breath, forcing himself to forget that memory and focus on the letter. Hello, Brother Yi. Did you receive the package? Does it smell good? It must smell great. I made it myself. I am very confident in my cooking skills. I don't know if you can handle spicy food, so I made 2 kinds, spicy and not spicy. Tell me what you like in your next letter, and I will send you your favorite. Or, if you want to eat anything else, just tell me. As long as I have the ingredients, I can make it for you. Trust your wife's cooking skills. And I've received your kind thoughts. I am truly grateful. Thank you. Signed, your wife, Xiao Hua Zhao. At the end of the letter, she drew a small, smiling face. Ye Shen stared in surprise. He had never thought a letter could be written like this, so adorable? Thinking of that person's face in his mind, his features started to blur. All he could hear was that knight's irresistible, sweet voice echoing in his ears. Stop, stop, stop. Ye Shen shifted positions twice, finally crossing his legs in a rare moment of relaxation, trying to distract himself and think about something else. But no matter how hard he tried, he kept involuntarily recalling that voice, saying such cute things. As he kept thinking, Xiao Hua Zhao's personality in his mind was set as adorable. If a person's words, a person's letter, can't reveal their true character, then what can? As for what she did at the beginning, her methods, that was the work of the shrewd Hua Chong. Her original intention could also be forgiven. In the end, she didn't regret it, right? Now she even knows to be grateful to him. Thank him. Yi took a deep breath, touching the cute smiley face on the letter, and his eyes curved with happiness. Was he so happy? He couldn't help but smile too. Under his sharp eyebrows, his bright eyes sparkled, no longer cold and fierce, but filled with a gentle warmth he had never shown before. Chen Feng, who had just passed by with his own share, saw this and paused. He was surprised and frowned deeply. Whose girl was she? Could she really catch his attention? Is she from the Helan family or the Ma family? Chen Feng asked at the door. Ye's smile suddenly disappeared. Looking at Chen Feng, he said, Neither. Neither? Chen Feng was very surprised. Whose girl could it be? Who else could bypass the Helan and Ma family's restrictions and successfully win Ye's favor? Even the Chen family hadn't succeeded. He had hoped to use this chance for his sister to visit and introduce the two.
Yi looked coldly at Chen Feng.
She is just an ordinary girl from a normal family, nothing special. An invisible pressure surrounded him. Oh. Chen Feng tried to act naturally, turning away to hide his loss of composure. He straightened his back and walked quickly past the door back to his room. Zhuang Yuanwu suddenly appeared at the door, holding a spoon and licking it now and then. His eyes quickly scanned the room, finally stopping on the cabinet for a few seconds before looking at Yi. Brother Yi, who is your wife? Zhuang Yuanwu asked. Suddenly, he rushed into the room, dodging a kick, and Zhao Yong came in behind him. Are you okay? Giving up your face just for food? You're older than Yi by a year, yet you call him brother? Zhuang Yuanwu licked his spoon and said, Face? It was gone yesterday. I lost in 3 moves. What face is there? We agreed that whoever wins is the big brother, regardless of age. You lost and refused to admit it. That's shameless. But deep down, he knew what really made him lose face was the spicy chili sauce. He had already decided that this big brother thing was settled. Big brother, he's shameless. From now on, if the wife has something good to eat, we won't share with him. Zhuang Yuanwu suddenly said to Yi. Zhao Yong's face instantly darkened, and after a long breath, he blurted out, Big brother.
Ha ha ha.
Zhuang Yuanwu burst out laughing. He was only a few months older than Yi, but Zhao Yong was different. He was 4 years older.
What did you...
Zhao Yong laughed as he kicked Zhuang Yuanwu again. Shut up. Listen to what Big Brother has to say about sister-in-law.
Ye Shen's calm simile su danni di sapere.
Their story can't be told. Thousands of miles away, Xiao Nao Hua Zhao didn't know she was about to receive some bad news. Her bean sprout business had come to an end. The Armed Forces Department actually had very few regular staff. It was just a small armed unit in a mountain valley, with only 10 people. The half-month militia training was over, and no one was buying bean sprouts anymore. Other big buyers who ordered beans also stopped. They no longer needed them. Xiao Zhao handed the last payment for the bean sprouts, 1,778 yuan, to Hua Zhao. The boss said he already contacted the supply and marketing cooperative. They said they really like your bean sprouts, but since they haven't sold them before, they only dared to buy 200 jin this time. Half of those 200 jin will be used internally. In this remote small county, the supply and marketing cooperative has only 10 employees, each handling about 10 jin. Don't worry too much. The forest farm had already planned to order a lot, but their director has been away at a meeting. When he returns, they will probably want several hundred jin every day, Xiao Zhao said. In this small county, there aren't many businesses, just a forest farm with about 100 people, which is quite large for the area. There's also a wood processing factory with a few dozen workers. Plus all the government offices, the total is less than 100 people. But there are many departments with many rules. Every day, they set fixed amounts of bean sprouts. Most departments find it troublesome and prefer not to buy from the market. They like to buy from the supply and marketing cooperative because they get receipts for reimbursement. This was different from Hua Zhao's initial idea. She didn't understand the situation and made assumptions. This was a lesson for Hua Zhao. But she wasn't discouraged at all. Honestly, earning over 1,000 yuan a day made her nervous. This was 1976, not 1986, much less 1996. Over 1,000 yuan was a lot. In just half a month, she had saved 20,000 yuan. With so many people handling the transactions, she was afraid someone might suddenly lose their temper or get greedy. It was time to stop. And it was also time to announce her pregnancy to the public. Hua Zhao suddenly started coughing nonstop while chatting with Anida and sister-in-law about sunflower seeds. When they mentioned that the good news had been overdue for a month without arriving, everyone got excited. "You're pregnant," Auntie Ma exclaimed happily. "Just once, and you're so lucky." The others looked at her, their eyes unconsciously showing surprise. "It's natural. Such a coincidence is very rare." Hua Zhao had to smooth things over and said seriously, "It's not just once. According to what you taught me, it was 5 or 6 times that night." Everyone burst out laughing, their faces and eyes turning red. What kind of man is this? Why does he like Hua Zhao? Oh, it's an arranged marriage, so there's no choice. Hua Zhao is just too lucky. Suddenly, a woman in her 30s, sister-in-law Lu, whispered, 5 or 6 times in one night. What does that feel like? Hua Zhao thought for a moment and said seriously, "It's very tiring." Everyone laughed again. Sister-in-law Lu said, "With your build, if you say you're tired, it must be something extraordinary." Hua Zhao can work tirelessly, changing water for 750 baskets of bean sprouts without stopping. Hey, speaking of your body, have you guys noticed that Hua Zhao has lost weight? Auntie Ma suddenly said. Everyone looked at Hua Zhao again. Her clothes, which used to be tight and about to burst at the buttons, now looked loose. Her once round, pear-shaped figure now looked more like corn, thick on top and bottom, strong but not fat. She had lost quite a bit of fat. Hua Zhao happily patted her body. After a little over a month of effort, she had lost about 70 jin, 35 kilograms. Yesterday, she weighed herself at the village scale, 160 jin, 80 kilograms. With her height of 170 centimeters, she was still a bit overweight, but at least she looked like a normal person. And she would keep losing weight. The future looks bright. Look, everyone. Xiaohua's turned whiter.
Auntie Ma suddenly shouted.
Everyone looked, and it was indeed true. Hua Zhao's face, which used to be quite round, had become a proper triangle. Her big face was almost too heavy to hold up. Now, all the extra flesh was gone, and her face shape changed to an oval. Although her skin tone still didn't match the standard of an oval face, she was no longer considered dark-skinned. Suddenly, Sister Lu leaned in close, face to face with Hua Zhao, and asked everyone, "Who do you think is fairer, me or her?" Everyone looked carefully, and surprisingly, their skin tones were very similar. Sister Lu used to be a beauty when she was young. Her biggest advantage was her fair skin. Even though she was over 30 and did heavy farm work every day, which made her look tired and older, she was still fairer than most women her age. Now, Hua Zhao was on the same level as her. Who would still say she was dark? "Xiaohua, what kind of snow cream are you using?" Another sister-in-law asked. She could tell, without comparing, that she was now darker than Hua Zhao. "I'm using the one sold at the town's supply store, 50 cents a bottle," Hua Zhao replied. "But I think it's not just the snow cream. I used to use it too, but I still looked as dark as coal. I believe I got lighter because I eat bean sprouts every day." "That makes sense," Emma suddenly said. "Ever since I learned to grow bean sprouts and eat them daily, I've felt much lighter. Bean sprouts are really good." "Oh, you're right. I used to feel dizzy and faint often, sometimes even blacking out. But these days, I don't have that problem anymore. I couldn't figure out why I got better, but now I realize it's because of the bean sprouts." "Me too." The women started talking excitedly, realizing more and more how amazing bean sprouts were. They looked at Hua Zhao with new admiration. This was a blessing brought to them by someone. "Look at Xiaohua. She's become more beautiful now that she's thinner. Her big eyes are so bright and lively, pink and chubby. Her nose is high and straight. Her little mouth is bright red. And her hair is black and shiny. Everyone praised her, amazed to see that Hua Zhao wasn't actually ugly at all. When they looked at her features separately, they found they were all very pretty. When combined, they looked harmonious. She was just a little overweight. If she lost some weight, she would look even better. Hua, you need to watch your diet in the future. Eat less at each meal. If you eat too much, you'll gain weight again and it'll be harder to have children. Aunt Ma started giving advice. Thank you, Aunt. I understand. Hua Zhao smiled and said. This time, everyone was watching and listening, and no one found it strange anymore. At first, when Hua Zhao, who looked like a big, black, strong bear, spoke, they all wanted to laugh. Also, do less work. Don't overexert yourself. The months are few, so be careful, said another aunt. Thanks to the county not needing your help anymore, or I wouldn't even be able to rest. Yeah, I feel so light now that I have no work, Hua Zhao said with a smile. She had already agreed on a business with the supply and marketing cooperative. After giving 200 jin, she stopped. Even when they begged and cried to Wang Meng, she didn't continue. The supply and marketing cooperative had set a daily quota of 1,000 jin, and it would likely keep increasing in the future. With that, her daily income could be 100 or 200 yuan, even more. A few hundred yuan a day? And it was a secret, but she was planning to be the first to get noticed. Thinking about the current environment, she held back. Not to mention that it was only 1976 now, but even in the early 1980s, private businesses were loosely regulated, with no clear rules. The big brother selling sunflower seeds had been caught several times. She also had children to take care of, so she couldn't get involved. Flower, when is your husband coming back? Aunt Ma suddenly asked. April 25th, Hua Zhao answered very precisely. She remembered the day she traveled here very clearly. Let me calculate when you'll give birth, Aunt Ma said. 7 or 8 women together calculated, and finally set the due date around mid-January next year. Hua Zhao used scientific methods to estimate, and it was roughly the same date. But in her memory, it was different because she was carrying twins, and due to the original owner's mistake, she went into early labor and gave birth to 2 weak, sickly little ones. This time, she planned to take good care of herself and give the babies healthy bodies. That was the best gift she, as a mother, could give them. After exchanging a lot of pregnancy tips with the aunts, Hua Zhao happily went home. The first thing she did after returning was to tell her child's father this good news. Hua Zhao wrote a second letter to Ye Shen. She carefully finished writing it and was about to send it to the town post office when she heard the bicycle bell at the door. Wasn't the only bicycle in their village in her house? Hua Zhao turned to look out the window. At the gate, a dark green bicycle stopped, and a person in a matching dark green uniform stood nearby, holding an envelope.
Hua Zhao.
Is this the Hua Zhao family? You have a letter. The mail carrier called out. Hua Zhao suddenly smiled. Did someone really reply to her letter? Coming. She happily stepped outside. After the news of her pregnancy was announced, she became more aware of her condition and knew what to do in every situation. She took the envelope and clearly saw Ye Shen's handwriting, bold, flowing, strong. It immediately made her think of his sharp features and his strong, firm arms, easily lifting her over 200 pounds. When it comes to strength, he's not bad at all. But of course, he can't compare to her. Hua Zhao covered her face and giggled. The mail carrier wasn't surprised. He guessed it was a letter from her man. He was about to leave, but Hua Zhao quickly called out, "Wait. I have a package to send." This time, she sent 4 jars of pickled radish. She always liked to surprise him with different gifts. This radish was secretly grown in the small woods nearby. Its flavor was definitely better than beef sauce. She couldn't change her nature when it came to meat, nor could she exchange energy. Her special power only worked on plants. And she couldn't always send meat. That might seem too showy and cause trouble for him. Radishes, however, were fine. After sending off the mail carrier, Hua Zhao went inside to read her letter. Dear Comrade Hua Zhao, hello. I received the things, and I like them very much. Comparing the two, I prefer spicy ones. But in the future, please don't send me such expensive items. Keep the money for yourself, and buy some good food for Grandpa. From now on, I will send you a monthly allowance. Please check and receive it. Just a few simple words, straightforward and without fuss, but Hua Zhao smiled happily. It's good to get a reply. And not only did she get her salary, but she wasn't told she couldn't spend it freely. Ying, your package, a young soldier shouted. In an instant, 3 figures appeared neatly at the corridor entrance and rushed toward him. Once they finished, they would leave some for Big Brother. As the eldest, he couldn't be too stingy. However, a figure moved faster than them. Before they could pounce on the little soldier, he took away the package from his hands. Ye Shen glanced quickly, and the 3 of them froze for a moment. Then all sighed in unison. Big Brother, as usual, split it in half, Zhuang Yuanwu said. Zhao Yong was not satisfied. Big Brother, look, this package looks the same as last time. I guess it's 4 jars again. Let's each take one. After eating beef sauce for about 10 days, he was completely won over. Calling him Big Brother felt natural. I don't want to give you any, Ye Shen said honestly. Really, he didn't want to give any, not at all. He never expected Hua Zhao's cooking to be so good. Big Brother, you can't do this. Your wife is yours, and you can eat her cooking forever. We've only had a few bites. You can't be so stingy. Zhuang Yuanwu argued. His words sounded reasonable, and Ye Shen couldn't find a reason to argue back. In the end, he gave them 2 jars. The 3 took their jars and went to another room to share. When they opened the jars, it wasn't the beef sauce they expected, which made them a little disappointed. But since it was made by his wife, it should be fine, right? And the smell was very tempting. After tasting it, they had another fierce competition to share the rest. This time, Ye Shen closed the door and quietly read the letter. 2 letters arrived more than 10 days apart. The handwriting in the letters was neater, looking like it was written by a serious elementary school student. He nodded with satisfaction and started reading. Big Brother Yi, I am pregnant. Just one sentence stunned Ye Shen. He was frozen in place for a long time, not reacting. The one who hasn't come for over a month, I also have pregnancy symptoms, nausea, discomfort, vomiting. I've lost a lot of weight. The experienced women in the village are sure I'm pregnant. I'm so happy. I'm going to be a mom. In the future, there will be a soft little cutie calling me mom, with a heart full of love for me. I will be his, her, whole world. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. I hope it's a boy, so he will look like you. He will be very, very handsome. And if it's a boy, he can protect his younger brothers and sisters in the future so they won't be bullied. But I also hope it's a girl. The older sister is the most caring and can take good care of her future brothers and sisters. Oh, I like both boys and girls. What should I do if I want both? Brother Yi, do you like boys or girls? You wouldn't favor boys over girls, right? If I have a girl, will you be unhappy? Will you dislike her? I'm so worried. Also, the village Annie helped me pick the date. The baby will be born in mid-January next year, during the coldest days in the Northeast. I'm scared the baby might get cold after birth. She or he is so tiny. And I'm only 18, a first-time mother. I don't know much, what to watch out for or prepare. The village women give me all sorts of advice, but they don't agree. I don't know whose words to trust. Do you know what I should do? And also, what should we name the baby?
Wow, I didn't realize I said so much.
Let me say one last thing. Rest assured, dear leader, no matter what happens, I will take good care of our baby. Signed, your wife, Little Flower Zhao. At the end of the letter, there's still a cute emoji, but this time it's a worried little face. This letter took a lot of effort from Little Flower Zhao. She is weak, helpless, in need of his help. But no matter how hard it is, she will protect the baby. So brave and strong. And a man's sense of responsibility for his child also needs to be developed. Love is built through caring, especially for children. The more he cares, the more he will understand what the child likes or dislikes, their little temper, bit by bit, all stored in his heart. The child naturally lives in his heart too. Men shouldn't worry about everything. They shouldn't even need to lift a finger. Such children become strangers to men, even if they are their own. How much real emotion can there be? So she wants him to start caring even before the baby is born. Ye Shen sat in the chair, unable to move for a long time. He is going to be a father. He is going to be a father. Soon, a lovely little life will come into this world because of him. Just as she said, she would softly call him dad and trust him completely, growing up under his protection. Ye Shen's heart was pounding. He felt his whole body boiling with excitement and happiness. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. It seemed like the world around him had changed. The colors were brighter and more lively. The meaning of life felt different now. He carried a heavier burden, his child and her mother. He reached out to the end of the letter, hesitating over the worried little expression. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Ye Shen picked up the phone on the table and dialed. Uncle, I need cotton. A lot of cotton. And fur. Sheep fur mattresses, mink coats, I want everything.
Qin Xiangdong was surprised.
You don't need military supplies? If you do, ask your superiors. You're now in a special team and no longer under me, so I can't help. And a mink coat? His tone turned serious. You want to wear one? You're getting spoiled, kid. To wear for my wife. She's pregnant. Qin Xiangdong suddenly fell silent. You know how cold the winters are in the Northeast. I'm worried she'll and the baby will catch a cold, Ye Shen explained. Yes. Can't let my daughter-in-law and little grandson catch cold. Qin Xiangdong responded quickly, laughing. You're quite something. Very accurate. Ye Shen's face turned slightly red. If he missed once, he could get it right 5 or 6 times. Ahem, about the mink coat, it's best to have it custom-made. It should be for a woman weighing over 200 jin. Ye Shen softly said. What? Qin Xiangdong doubted his hearing. Over 200 jin? Oh, I see. When a pregnant woman's belly is big, it needs to be made larger. Small ones won't cover the belly. All right, I understand, Qin Xiangdong replied. And the bedding and cotton clothes for adults, and the bedding and cotton clothes for the child. I don't know if she can make them. Uncle, please find someone to make them and send them over. The baby is expected to be born around mid-January, during the coldest days, so make them thick. Also, tell my aunt to write down all the precautions for pregnancy and childbirth in detail and send them to her. She's still young and has no mother to guide her, so she doesn't know much. Please ask my aunt to help. And for food, she can cook. Her cooking skills are excellent. Still enjoys eating. Now that she is pregnant, she likes it even more. I want all kinds of delicious food, meat, fruits. That's all for now. Okay. I got it. Qin Xiangdong felt for the first time that Ye Shen was quite nagging. Unexpectedly, someone usually so cold and distant, when talking about his wife and child, becomes completely different. He hadn't seen that side before. He thought he had to be like the men of the Yi family, always cold and serious at home and outside. I'm currently not convenient here. Uncle, please trouble you and aunt for now. Once I finish my task here, I will handle the rest myself. All right. Qin Xiangdong laughed loudly. Don't worry. Your wife and child, your aunt, and I will take good care of them. Just make sure you win the competition this time. Ye Shen's eyes sharpened. It seems he must be first in this race. If he wins, he will be promoted again, and his family can come with him. That way, he can see his child every day, and the child won't feel wronged. He won't let his child suffer like he did when he was young, always standing at the door, imagining his parents suddenly appearing. He won't let his child go through the hardships he endured. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, Aunt Ye Shen said. His aunt is a very skilled obstetrician. He trusts her to take care of Hua Zhao. So, he must work hard. He wants Hua Zhao to go to Beijing to give birth at his aunt's hospital, then he can rest assured. After hanging up, Ye Shen started replying to a letter. He read the letter again. This time his eyes stopped at the sentence. If it's a boy, he will definitely look like him. Very, very handsome. A smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. So many varies. It seems she really likes him. The atmosphere in Kashantan has been strange these days. People gather in small groups, and within a few words, they start talking about Hua Zhao. Everyone's expression is strange, with a hint of excitement. But they're not talking about Hua Zhao's pregnancy. What does her pregnancy have to do with them? The child isn't theirs. They're talking about Duya. The supply and marketing cooperative sold 200 gene of bean sprouts, but now it's a disaster. Since then, people keep asking about it every day. It's not just ordinary folks asking, some departments are also inquiring. When they heard there was no more, they blamed the officials for poor management. They had already raised the price to 3 cents per pound, but people still refused to sell. What could they do? Finally, the leader of the supply and marketing cooperative found Wang Meng. Wang Meng secretly came to see Hua Zhao. Hua Zhao no longer sold even a basket of bean sprouts a day. She couldn't even eat one herself. She was just as eager and hungry. Of course, he mainly wanted to see Hua Chong. "I'm pregnant now, so I can't do heavy work," Hua Zhao said as she sat on the Kong, sewing tiny clothes for the newborn. She had already made a lot, but unfortunately, there weren't many fabric options, so she couldn't make many styles. "Oh my goodness. That's really great news," Wang Meng said happily, looking at Hua Chong. Hua Chong sat happily on the edge of the Kong, smiling from ear to ear. He never expected he would have a great-grandchild. And with his current health, he thought if he tried hard enough, he could even see the birth of his great-grandchild. "All right then, let's not work anymore," Wang Meng said, patting his thigh. If they didn't want to eat, they wouldn't, but they couldn't let Hua Zhao get too tired. Growing bean sprouts was really hard work. Just in the past month, it had made his niece so thin. Hua Zhao looked at him and, thinking about what Aunt Ma and others had said these days, told him if you want to eat bean sprouts, it's not impossible. "What do you mean?" Wang Meng asked immediately. Actually, he didn't have to eat the bean sprouts himself. He could control his own diet, but his mother couldn't. Since she started eating bean sprouts, she loved them even more. Now that she couldn't get any, she was always in a bad mood and refused to eat. "Sir, go call Captain Zhao to come to our house. I want to talk to him," Hua Zhao said. "Okay," Hua Chong replied without asking what she wanted to say, and got up to leave. Soon, Zhao Liangkai arrived. Hua Zhao introduced him and Wang Meng. Zhao Liangkai was confused. Why was he suddenly being called to meet such an important person? Wang Meng was a big leader in the county. He was several levels above the team leader of their production team. He had never seen such an important person before. Hua Zhao told Wang Meng, "I have already taught the whole village how to grow bean sprouts. I won't grow them myself, but others can. I won't sell them, but if they want to sell, that's fine." Wang Meng asked, "Are the bean sprouts they grow as good as yours? Who hasn't eaten bean sprouts? Everyone has been eating them since they were young. However, only Hua Zhao's bean sprouts have a captivating charm that people can't forget. Others produce. He doesn't care for. Most of the time, about 7 or 8 out of 10, they look similar to mine," Hua Zhao said to Hua Jiang. "Sir, go to Aunt Ma and Sister Lu's houses and ask them to bring their bean sprouts to our place." "Okay," Hua Jiang agreed and went. Soon, 2 women arrived, each carrying a pot of bean sprouts. Hua Zhao asked Wang Meng to taste them. Wang Meng immediately nodded with satisfaction. "This is the taste. Uncle Zhao, can our village apply to set up a bean sprout factory? In the future, we can sell the sprouts to the county supply and marketing cooperative. That way, everyone can earn a little pocket money," Hua Zhao suggested openly. Zhao Liangcai's eyes lit up, and his face turned red with excitement. Yes, that should be fine. Probably no problem, right?" He looked at Wang Meng. Wang Meng nodded confidently. "Absolutely no problem. Now, the production team is allowed to open factories, like biscuit factories, milk powder factories, cattle farms, or noodle factories, if they have the ability. In the past, their small Hashan village had no such capacity. But now, things are different. However, Hua Zhao noticed that Aunt Ma and Sister Lu didn't look very happy. A few days ago, they had asked her about the bean sprout market, how much per gene, whether it sold well. They wanted to secretly sell on the black market to make some extra money. The villagers all knew about the black market. Every summer and autumn, they would go a few times to the county to sell mountain goods. The black market was basically standing at the city entrance, waiting before dawn for city folks to buy things, and then leave. Sellers didn't need to go into the city. But the black market was illegal.
If caught, it was a serious matter.
Now that there was a legal way to buy and sell, why wouldn't they be happy? Hua Jiang, experienced and clever, immediately saw their concern. How will the money from the bean sprout factory be divided? Will it be split evenly based on work points? Hua Jiang asked Zhao Liangkai. Of course, that's how it's divided. What else could it be? Zhao Liangkai replied weakly. When the production team runs a factory, the money earned belongs to the collective and all team members. However, this money will not be paid out every month. Instead, it will be saved until after the harvest, when the grain is sold. The total money from selling grain and beans will be combined, then divided by the total work points produced by the entire team in a year to calculate each person's share. For example, this year, the Kashantan team earned 10,000 yuan from selling grain and another 10,000 yuan from selling bean sprouts. The team's total labor was 400,000 work points. So, dividing 20,000 yuan by 400,000 work points, each work point is worth 5 cents. Whoever earned how many work points in a year will get that much money. From one point of view, this seems fair. But everyone has their own thoughts. Aunt Ma and Sister Lu are not happy about it. They grow their own beans, harvest their own beans, work hard themselves, and secretly sell their beans. They sell 100 pounds of bean sprouts for 15 yuan and put the money directly into their pockets. Isn't that better? Why turn it into work points that are almost meaningless? Moreover, they sell their beans and see the money right away. Why wait a whole year? The room falls silent. Everyone looks serious. They understand where the problem lies, but don't know how to fix it. Their old way of thinking is hard to change, and they don't know how to change it. I have a suggestion, Hua Zhao suddenly said. Everyone immediately looked at her. Somehow, Hua Zhao has become seen as a smart person by them. Right now, it's busy farming season. The team can't spare people just to grow bean sprouts, right? And there's no space either, Hua Zhao said confidently. I won't let you use my family's barn as a factory. Her big barn would be perfect for this. But the team really can't find such a big yard. Building a new factory would cost money, right? Hua Zhao asked. Does the team have money? No. Zhao Liangkai immediately shook his head. Actually, they do have some, 18 yuan.
But what can 18 yuan buy?
So we might as well split everything into small parts, turning the big factory into many small ones, so each household becomes a small factory, Hua Zhao suggested. Whoever grows how many pounds of bean sprouts just counts that amount. The value is based on how much they produce. We settle accounts and share the money each time. Isn't that fair?
Fair.
Fair. Reasonable. Reasonable. Aunt Ma and Sister Lu immediately agreed. This is the way things have been done for hundreds of years. How could it be unfair? Only Zhao Liangkai hesitated. Although he thought this was a good idea, no one had ever done it before. He was worried that higher-ups might see him as a typical example during the meeting. There's nothing to be afraid of. Isn't that how task assignments work? Just think of this as us planting task bean sprouts,
Hua Zhao said.
To help the villagers have more vegetables, our Ye Shen village will take on this honorable task. Both Zhao Liangkai and Wang Meng's eyes lit up. That meant they felt more confident. You're really clever. Wang Meng praised loudly. Just SOSO, Hua Zhao modestly replied. Next, the group discussed the details. Actually, Hua Zhao brought it up herself. The bean sprouts we collect should meet a standard. Let's use Aunt Ma and Sister Lu's bean sprouts as the benchmark. We can't accept substandard sprouts. We can't just fill in with leftovers. She couldn't keep giving fresh bean sprouts to the whole village every day. One day was fine, 2 days, maybe, but a year, 2 years, a lifetime? She also couldn't leave the village, go on trips, or visit her husband's family. Was her whole life just about growing bean sprouts? Starting tomorrow, the success rate of the bean sprouts would decrease a little. They needed to learn to accept failure. Everyone would have setbacks. That way, if she ever left Ye Shen village, they wouldn't be able to do it anymore, and that wouldn't be so strange. Wang Meng took 2 baskets of bean sprouts from Aunt Ma and Sister Lu and left. The next day, he returned, this time with the director of the county supply and marketing cooperative, who came to personally inspect the bean sprouts from Ye Shen village. About 10 baskets of qualified bean sprouts from the village's 30 households were brought in. The director immediately signed a purchase agreement with Xiao Liangkai. The county supply and marketing cooperative had been buying bean sprouts from Ye Shen village for a long time, at 20 cents per jean. Currently, they bought between 1,000 and 2,000 jean daily. As long as it didn't exceed 2,000 jean, they could handle it. They settled accounts once a month. Transportation was handled by the village itself, either by train or horse-drawn cart, whichever was more convenient, just ensuring delivery every morning on time. Once this news spread, the whole village was excited, everyone was happy. Finally, they didn't have to rely on communal meals anymore. Although they wouldn't make much profit, at least they wouldn't suffer losses. They weren't greedy for profit. They just didn't want to lose out. The whole village was happy, except for one family. The Huashan family. Oh, and his son's families too. Since learning to grow bean sprouts, other families in the village have had over 10 successful harvests. Although there have been failures, successes far outnumber the failures. Only their family has never succeeded once. Why is that? Could it be that Hua Xiuyu, who is responsible for growing the sprouts, is secretly upset and intentionally causing trouble? Now they can openly earn money, and Hua Zhao is happy. She no longer complains about being tired. She can complete a task of delivering a basket of bean sprouts every 1 or 2 days, about 100 jean, earning around 20 yuan. She wants others to see that she can also fail sometimes. Now no one in the village is jealous of her. Everyone is earning about the same, so who would be jealous? Plus, they are saving money. Hua Zhao, however, is not doing well. She is diligent but still spends money carelessly. She buys fabric in large pieces and some of it is cut into small squares and hung out in the yard. When they first saw it, they thought Hua Chong had run out of fabric. It turns out she's making quilts for children. My goodness, that's so wasteful. A child only needs 3 or 4 quilts, right? She has 30 or 40. Little Hua, I'm not scolding you, but you should save some money. Money isn't meant to be spent like that. Aunt Ma came to visit Hua Zhao and saw the fabric spread out on the bed, ready to make clothes for children. She couldn't help but say, people only need a certain amount of clothes in their lifetime. Wear less when you're young, and you can wear more when you grow up. And I see you like to make everything in pairs, red, blue, and even separate for boys and girls, Emma asked. Yes, Hua Zhao replied with a smile.
Aunt magrimached.
If she were her own daughter, she'd definitely scold her. Babies don't need to be separated by gender. Making one set is enough. Hua Zhao touched her belly and smiled happily. Should she tell her baby's father that she's actually carrying twins, both a boy and a girl? Maybe she shouldn't. It can be a surprise for him. It seems I will need to send him packages often in the future. The burlap sack was opened, revealing several cloth bags inside. The first one was a bedding set, for adults and children alike. Hua Zhao smiled, surprised that he had really prepared everything. She shared her worries with him, partly to show her feelings and partly to test him, whether he would ignore her, reply with a letter or words of comfort, or do something else. Now, his response made her very happy. The second cloth bag was filled with warm clothing, both for adults and children. Hua Zhao smiled happily, is really thoughtful, and her share was included, plus 10 points. The third bag contained a very thick black mink coat. When she put it on, it covered her from head to toe. With her current weight of about 150 jean, she looked like a bear. What's this fur? Hua Zhao asked her grandfather. In her past life, she never bought such things. Back then, environmental protection was popular, and fur clothing was no longer fashionable. But now, at this moment, it was very trendy and perfect for winter travel. The winters in northeast China during the 1970s were extremely cold, often below -30 or 40 degrees. Going out in just cotton-padded clothes was not enough. You'd freeze solid in minutes. You needed fur, usually sheepskin, which was common. Hua Chong let out a small laugh and smiled. That thing is really warm. He's thoughtful, very thoughtful, he said with a squint. He used to have a few of these, but when he left Beijing, he took nothing with him. Hua Zhao was also full of joy. Preparing cotton clothes was her duty, but fur was a sign of his care and affection.
Oh,
He really has quite the taste. Hua Zhao covered her face and laughed for a long time, then continued opening the packages. The remaining few were all food items. Various snacks, pastries, and fruits, rare treats at this time, especially in her small mountain village. She dared say the villagers had never seen such things in their lives. Finally, there was a tightly wrapped small cloth package. Hua Zhao curiously opened it, revealing a notebook inside. When she flipped it open, a bunch of ration tickets, grain coupons, and oil coupons fell out. 200 jin of national grain coupons, 50 jin of meat coupons, and 20 jin of oil coupons. Oh my, Hua Chong laughed, not knowing what to say. Nowadays, you can't buy food or meat with money alone. You need coupons. He also felt a bit embarrassed to trouble Wang Meng all the time. The extra ration tickets for grain and meat must have been saved by Wang Meng from his own family. Now, he no longer had to worry about his granddaughter going hungry. Although his granddaughter now seemed to really not eat that much, he preferred to be cautious. It made him feel more at ease. Hua Zhao carefully kept the tickets and then looked at the notes in the notebook. The neat, small handwriting listed precautions for pregnancy. The content was very thorough, almost the same as what she knew from her past life. It was written by someone who was very knowledgeable. At the end of the notebook, she finally found out who wrote it. Yi Feng, Ye Shen's aunt. She also learned that all these things were entrusted to her by Ye Shen. There was no extra talk, no polite words like nice to meet you or welcome to the Yi family. She didn't think they looked down on her or were dismissive. From the careful handwriting and detailed instructions, she could see their good intentions. Hua Zhao smiled happily. This family member could be brought into her side, but she was curious about how her proper in-laws would behave. She had already shown some cuteness twice. Next time, she could ask Ye Shen about serious matters. If necessary, she might need to flatter her father-in-law and mother-in-law. Of course, she first needed to flatter her own father. She was very satisfied with this plan. What surprise should she give him next time? Ye Shen was writing a letter. Since the baby was here, it was time to let his parents know. He wrote a letter to his grandfather, explaining what happened and asking him to pass the message to his parents. In the letter, he didn't say he was forced. Actually, it was hard to tell who forced whom later. The last time, she clearly didn't want to, but it was him. Ahem, ahem. Ye Shen pulled his thoughts back from the distant memories and continued writing. He discovered that Hua Chong was seriously ill and wouldn't live long. His only concern was his granddaughter, Hua Zhao. He thought Hua Zhao was a good person and decided to propose marriage. Now, the wedding was over, the marriage certificate was obtained, and Hua Zhao was pregnant. He decided to write a happy letter to his family. When Yi Zhengua saw the letter, his glasses almost broke. Xiao Wang! Xiao Wang! He stared at the letter and shouted, "Come here and see what it says. The writing is too small for me to read."
hey,
"They're here." A young man in his 20s ran out of the kitchen and read aloud behind the old leader. The message was very short, just a few sentences. After finishing, he froze there. A few seconds later, he suddenly asked, "Should I still cook the meal?" Yi Zhengua looked surprised and stiff. Then he clenched his teeth, slammed the table, and said, "Stop cooking. Call them and tell them I suddenly have an important meeting and am not at home. Don't let them come." "Okay." Xiao Wang immediately went to make the call. Originally, they were preparing dinner to entertain Yi Mao, who is Ye Shen's father, and his family, along with a young woman. It is said that this young woman was chosen by Ye Shen's mother, Miao Longji, as a future daughter-in-law. Ye Shen had already met her. Although he hadn't expressed his opinion, Miao Longji thought there was a chance, so she brought her to show Ye Zhengua. If Ye Zhengua also approved, she would finalize the plans. Ye Shen could get married without appearing himself. He could just get the marriage certificate. Mother and son were united in this plan.
She also intended to do the same.
Wait a moment. Ye Shen was stopped the guard who was about to make the call. After thinking, he said, "Don't lie. Just tell them the truth. Their youngest son is married, and they have a child. Invite them to come here and celebrate." He was worried about not explaining clearly, in case Miao Longji caused trouble again and harmed his grandson. And he didn't want to delay that young woman.
Yes.
Xiao Wang continued making the call. Miao Longji was talking to Su Lizhen, telling her not to be afraid when she met the old master later. That old man was like that, serious-looking with a stern face, which was intimidating. But in fact, he was kind-hearted. She said this, but she didn't believe it herself. Having married into the Yi family for 30 years, she had never seen the old master smile at any of his sons or daughters-in-law. Only occasionally did she see some of the grandchildren, especially Ye Shen, whom she saw more often. Su Lizhen smiled politely and said, "Auntie, I'm not afraid. My grandfather is like that too. I understand. Their faces may look cold, but their hearts are warm." Exactly. That's how all the men in the Yi family are, Miao Longji said happily, holding Su Lizhen's hand. She was very pleased with this prospective daughter-in-law. Well-matched background, educated, gentle personality. She looked like a good wife and mother, the type her son liked. Right? Does her son even have a type he prefers? Probably not. Let her, as a mother, worry about him. "Let's go," Yi Mao said seriously, coming down the stairs. Miao Longji held Su Lizhen's hand and whispered with a smile, "See? All the men in the Yi family are like this." Su Lizhen responded with a knowing look. Their relationship was as close as that of mother and daughter. Suddenly, the phone rang. "Let's go quickly. Dad has been urging us," Miao Longji said, casually answering the call. After a few words, her face stiffened. "What's wrong?" Yi Mao, with sharp eyes, noticed her unusual reaction. He snatched the phone and asked nervously, "What's wrong with the old master?" The call was unclear, but Ye Shen was sitting nearby heard it and grinned. "I'm fine. It's your younger son who has something to say." Actually, he wasn't someone who didn't like to smile. He just had a habit of acting proud in front of his son and daughter-in-law. Xiao Wang, with mixed feelings, said, "Commander, Ye Shen just wrote a letter saying he's been married for a few months now. The baby is here, and he's sharing the good news with you."
What?
Yi Mao also doubted himself. Who are you talking about?
Ye an oriental.
Are they married? He was referring to his second brother's 2 nephews, neither of whom was married. Xiao Wang cleared his throat and loudly said, "It's neither Yi and nor Yi Tao. It's your youngest son, Ye Shen. He's married and has a child. You'll be a grandfather next year." Yi Mao was stunned, his expression uncertain, whether to laugh or be angry. The call quality was poor, and Su Lizhen also heard it, feeling completely confused. Seeing her expression, Yi Mao immediately cursed into the phone. That brat. He didn't tell the family about such a big thing in advance. Now, there's a child.
Where is his wife?
When will he bring her back? He didn't say. You should ask him when you call, Xiao Wang replied. The old chief invited you to dinner to celebrate. After saying that, he hung up abruptly. He had a good relationship with Ye Shen but didn't want to be scolded in his place. Yi Mao hung up and looked at Miao Longji and Su Lizhen, who had become stiff. He thought the way his wife handled things was too hasty. He hadn't realized his son liked Su Lizhen. Last time he asked about her and he didn't say anything. Did that mean he agreed? He looked as if he hadn't even remembered who she was talking about. Let's go? Yi Mao looked at Miao Longji and asked, his eyes sweeping over Su Lizhen. Su Lizhen immediately stood up. Uncle and Auntie, I just remembered I have something to do. I'll go now. She had been holding back at first, but after taking a few steps, she couldn't hold it anymore and ran out crying. Look at what you've done. After everyone left, Yi Mao immediately scolded Miao Longji. You should do less of this kind of thing in the future. What did I do? What's wrong with me? Miao Longji suddenly exploded and stood up to argue with him. It's clearly your son who did something bad. And now I'm the one being embarrassed.
What are you talking about?
Yi Mao's face turned grim.
My son got married and had a child.
How is that bad? It's you who arranged everything blindly, rushing ahead without thinking, did something wrong and won't admit it, and now you're blaming others. Yes, I admit I didn't handle this very well, Miao Longji said openly. But when it comes to such an important matter as marriage, did Ye Shen tell me in advance? Isn't that also wrong? That was indeed true. Yi Mao didn't want to argue with her about this. If he's wrong, then scold him. After saying that, he turned and left. Miao Longji was angry and huffed for a while before chasing after him. She needed to see the old man and find out what was really going on. Where did this daughter-in-law come from? And she's already having a child so quickly. Yi Zhenghua had already digested the news. Sitting in a chair, he was flipping through a calendar, checking how many days were left until the baby's birth. Next year, he would be holding his great-grandchild. He felt so excited. Yi Mao and Miao Longji arrived quickly, as their homes weren't far apart. "Dad, what's really going on?" Yi Mao asked. He was also very concerned about his younger son's marriage and the grandchild. "Just read it yourself." Yi Zhenghua handed him a letter. The couple looked at it together. In just a few seconds, Miao Longji exploded. "From the countryside? A village woman? What's wrong with being from the countryside?" Yi Zhenghua immediately lost his temper. "I was also from the countryside. Your husband used to farm when he was young. Your dad and mom are also from the countryside." Miao Longji immediately shrank back into her chair. This old man was like that, he would up if things didn't go his way. Every time she told others he was easygoing, she felt guilty. Moreover, look carefully. "She's the granddaughter of Hua Chong." Hua Chong. Yi Zhenghua said. "Do you know what Hua Chong's status was back then? If he hadn't stepped back early and stuck with it until now, his position might be even higher than mine." Miao Longji lowered her head and pursed her lips. What's the use of making such a comparison? The truth is, time cannot be turned back. Hua Chong is now just a farmer, nothing more. However, Hua Chong's son and daughter are doing quite well now, though the Qi family is facing some difficulties. I don't know if they will get through it. Miao Longji thought about Hua Chong's complicated family situation and suddenly asked, his granddaughter, was she born to the original wife? Of course, Yi Zhenghua replied. If the original wife wasn't from the Qi family, how could she live in the countryside with Hua Chong? The Qi family isn't that kind-hearted. I heard that the Qi family has recently tried to persuade Hua Chong to come back, Yi Mao suddenly said. Humph.
Ye Zhenghua snorted.
It's been 10 years. They ignored him before, completely cutting ties. Now, they want him to return? For what? To protect them from trouble? Miao Longji immediately became worried. Dad, what do you mean? Is the Qi family really going to fall apart? Then we definitely shouldn't marry into them. Yi Zhenghua rolled his eyes, truly exhausted with his daughter-in-law. When did we ever marry into the Qi family? Qi Shaoxian and Hua Chong are already divorced. Her 2 children have also cut ties with Hua Chong and changed their surname to Qi. Hua Chong, the original wife's child and her grandchild, what do they have to do with the Qi family? Oh, I see. Miao Longji shrank back again, relieved that her family wouldn't be involved. Finally, Xiao Wang finished preparing the meal and placed it on the table. Yi Zhenghua ignored the protests and opened a bottle of wine. I want a great-grandchild. After 3 glasses, Yi Zhenghua was a bit drunk. TSK, I wonder how beautiful Hua Zhao is. Letting our Xiao Shen fall in love at first sight and getting married that very day.
Dad.
Yi Mao quickly stopped him. Thank goodness there were no outsiders at the table. From now on, the old man shouldn't drink so freely. But Yi Zhenghua was drunk and unstoppable. Hua Zhao is also very talented. She got pregnant on her first try. Looks like she's in good health. In the future, she'll surely help our Yi family grow and prosper.
Ha ha ha.
A young couple who had just entered the house paused in their steps. When Jing felt her legs weigh 1,000 pounds, unable to lift them. She is Ye Shen's eldest sister-in-law, married to Yi Ming. She has been part of the Yi family for 10 years, but has nothing to show for it. The doctor said it was her problem. She is the family's shame. Now, finally, The Yi family is about to have a next generation. However, why doesn't she feel as happy as she imagined? Qianli away, people praise Hua Zhao as excellent, but she doesn't know about it. She is busy tidying her small vegetable garden. It's already mid-June, and the vegetables in the garden have grown. Some early varieties, like tomatoes and cucumbers, are already ripe. Vegetables that should only be ripe in July, like eggplants and green beans, are also ready early because Hua Zhao is craving them. Her pregnancy symptoms have started to show, but luckily, she doesn't feel nauseous she just has cravings. When she sees something, she suddenly wants to eat it. Even a second delay isn't allowed. She must eat it immediately. She also planted strawberries, blueberries, northeastern cherries, and wild grapes in the yard. She calls them wild grapes, but she has secretly improved them many times. Now they taste so good that even Hua Chong, who never eats grapes, can't stop eating. Despite eating so many, she still can't finish them all. The grapes grow densely, and Hua Chong has been puzzled about why they seem to be multiplying more and more. Other vegetables are also growing especially well this year. Hua Zhao decided to build a clay kiln in the yard. It can be used to dry fruits, bake bread, roast chicken, or fish. Basically, it's a versatile oven. The storage room where she used to grow bean sprouts is now useful. She modified it to dry grapes into raisins. Of course, she also kept some for making wine. Hua Chong can't drink alcohol, but he likes it. Recently, his stomach has been feeling less uncomfortable, so he secretly takes a few sips. But he feels sick afterward. Hua Zhao couldn't help but make some grape wine for him. She thought that the wine made from these spiritually charged grapes might help his illness. Even if it doesn't, drinking it probably won't cause pain. After harvesting all the ripe vegetables today, Hua Zhao went to the backyard to feed her little pets. The piglets have grown quite a bit, plump and white. The chicks and ducklings have also grown up, with shiny, smooth feathers. They don't leave the yard, they spend all day eating in the garden. Hua Zhao set aside 2 rows of land just for them. They can mess around here as much as they want, but not beyond that. If they cross the boundary, it's like a threat with a kitchen knife to their neck. Maybe because these animals grew up eating such lively, healthy food, they seem to have gained some special spirit. After a few times, they no longer dare to go beyond the boundary. Suddenly, I wanted to eat fish. Hua Zhao carried a water bucket and a net, grabbed some raisins, and left. Using raisins as bait works best. No need to fish, just scoop them up. Once again, I returned with a full catch. I pulled out 2 big fish, each about 2 jin, around 1 kilogram, planning to braise them later. The remaining fish, over 1 jin, will be used for soup. Less than 1 jin will be stored in the water tank for a few days to make tasty fish treats, then dried into small fish jerky to send to Ye Shen. While thinking about whether he would like it, I heard someone call behind me. "Little Hua, come see who's here to visit you." Ma Dazhen's voice was sharp and cheerful, with a strange tone. I turned around and saw Ma Dazhen bringing in an elderly woman and a middle-aged woman. The elderly woman looked to be about 60, with gray-white hair neatly tied at the back. She wore a patched blue jacket and was trembling as she walked toward me. I looked closer and saw she had feet that couldn't be fully wrapped. Her toes were pointed, and her thick, raised instep was obvious, but her feet were still quite large. Many women of her age had similar feet. When they were young, their families might have been okay, but foot binding was common then. They bound their feet, but before it was fully shaped, society changed, and they let go of the bindings. That's why their feet look like this now. The old woman's eyes were dark and trembling as she stared at me. The middle-aged woman beside her had brighter eyes and was openly examining me. The rumors are exaggerated. Who said Hua Zhao, weighing over 200 jin, looked like a bear? She just looks a bit sturdy, not fat at all. Her face was so bright, it almost reflected light. With big eyes, a high nose, and small lips, if she were ugly, then there would be no beautiful people in the world. It was mid-June, and Hua Zhao had already slimmed down to about 130 jin. With her height of 170 centimeters, she had a normal figure, and she was the slightly chubby type that many modern fans liked. She was full and curvy, with the right parts big and the right part slim. Now, she couldn't be too slim. She was pregnant. Sun Chunying suddenly felt very regretful. If she had known 2 months earlier that Hua Zhao looked like this, maybe her cousin from her family's side would already have a partner. Hua Zhao asked Ma Dazhen, "Who is this? Do I know her?" Ma Dazhen squinted at Hua Zhao and said strangely, "You don't recognize your grandma and your aunt?" "Oh, it's not your fault. The last time you saw them, you were only 5 or 6 years old, so it's no surprise you don't remember much. Over the years, your grandma and your aunt haven't come to see you, so it's understandable if you don't recognize them now." Sun Chunying's eyes immediately narrowed. Was she starting to tease them? Well, teasing is fine. She's not afraid of that. "Little Hua, I am your big aunt. It's okay if you forgot me before. From now on, I will visit often, so you won't forget me." She smiled as she approached Hua Zhao and pushed Grandma Zhang forward. "This is your grandma. You don't remember her, right? That's okay. You'll remember her soon." After saying that, her eyes looked around. The yard is really big, and the vegetables are growing so well they're ripe. And they're so dense and healthy. Looks like your family won't have to worry about vegetables anymore. "Oh, so it's grandma and aunts. Several aunts, right?" Hua Zhao asked Aunt Ma. Aunt Ma smiled and said loudly, "Yes, your big aunt. Do I have second and third aunts too?" Hua Zhao asked curiously, seeming to know little about her grandma's family. Actually, she remembered now. Her grandparents are alive, and she has 3 uncles, Zhang Dafu, Zhang Deguai, and Zhang Dequan. Besides her mother, Zhang Guilin, she also has a little aunt, Zhang Guizhi. None of them are easy to deal with. "Yes, there is a second aunt, but your third uncle isn't married yet," Sun Chunying said, glancing at Hua Zhao's house. "It's so bright and spacious." Hua Zhao's expression darkened a little. She and her grandfather, who are old, weak, sick, and disabled, are really being watched. Grandma and the big aunt haven't visited in over 10 years. Why did they come suddenly today? Is there something wrong? Hua Zhao asked suddenly. She was so direct that Sun Chunying and Grandma Zhang were both momentarily stunned. But it was only for a moment. Grandma Zhang immediately smiled kindly and said, "We just missed you and came to see you. Nothing else." "After more than 10 years, you finally remember me?" Hua Zhao asked more directly. "Did you hear that I recently have money?" Sun Chunying's face immediately fell. "Child, what are you talking about? We heard you got married and are pregnant, so we came to see you. You should be grateful. If you don't appreciate it, we'll leave." "Goodbye, Grandma and aunts," Hua Zhao said softly and politely with a smile. Sun Chunying suddenly felt embarrassed. Grandma Zhang quickly patted Sun Chunying's arm and pretended to be angry. "You're grown up, yet you're acting like a child." She turned to Hua Zhao and said, "Your aunt is like that, sharp-tongued but kind-hearted. When she heard you were pregnant, she was so happy she even brought you eggs." Following her words, Sun Chunying took out 2 eggs from her pocket.
Hua Zhao.
Hua Chong heard the noise and came out of the house. He didn't know Grandma Zhang or Sun Chunying. Since he returned, the Zhang family hadn't visited, probably afraid she would scold them. Hua Zhao is his granddaughter and also the granddaughter of the Zhang family. He wasn't there before, but the Zhang family should at least take care of Hua Zhao. However, they didn't. According to villagers, they threw Hua Zhao at the Zhang family's door in the middle of winter. The Zhang family saw she might freeze and didn't take her in. Instead, they sent her back. Finally, the then team leader forced Hua Zhao into the Huashan family, or she would have frozen to death that day. The Huashan family isn't good, and the Zhang family isn't much better. Hua Chong silently watched the 2 women, but didn't speak. But when he showed his presence, the 2 village women couldn't handle it. Grandma Zhang and Sun Chunying immediately became obedient, their invisible aura fading away. "Little Hua, Grandma is thirsty. Can you give Grandma a drink of water?" Grandma Zhang suddenly said pitifully. "Okay, come inside." Hua Zhao politely invited them in. After all, they are Grandma and her aunt. She didn't let them in, and the whole village's gossip would surely spread. They hadn't experienced her hardships and probably liked to advise her kindly. but she wanted to create a good image, so she had to endure some losses. Also, she was curious about what they wanted from her. Aunt Ma had long become friends with Hua Zhao, and without hesitation, she followed them inside and sat nearby to watch. She was worried Hua Zhao might be taken advantage of. The Zhang family's wife and mother-in-law coming over definitely meant trouble. She remembered these two women well. When Hua Zhao's parents were still alive, they often came. They arrived empty-handed but left with big bundles. Inside, seeing the sewing machine on the ground and the cotton and fabric on the bed, Sun Chunying's eyes lit up instantly.
Oh my!
What is this? Is this a sewing machine? Sun Chunying exclaimed happily. I heard this thing can sew clothes quickly. Zip, 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 and a whole piece is done. Since you have so much fabric, make a dress for your grandma. Let's see how this thing works, Annie. Grandma Zhang sat quietly on the Kong, speaking softly. Her excuses didn't sound sincere at all. Aunt Ma just rolled her eyes. People like that, so shameless, are actually quite rare. In a small village, you might find one or two households like that, and these two just happen to be together, both causing trouble for Hua Zhao. I'm going to cook now, I don't have time, Hua Zhao said, not interested in showing off. Then hurry up, Sun Chunying said. I saw you catch fish earlier. That's really lucky. Your grandma loves fish, and today you caught some.
She'll be happy.
Hua Zhao didn't say anything. It was only 2 fish, not something she couldn't part with. Tell me, what exactly are you here for? Hua Chong finally asked. Grandma Zhang got off the Kong and stood on the ground, looking at Hua Chong with a tearful voice. Little Hua's grandpa, I'm sorry. Our family was wrong back then, but I also had my difficulties. My daughter was still so young, only one girl. I couldn't let her spend her whole life lonely, so I forced her to marry. Little Hua, we didn't want to abandon her either, but her last name is Hua, right? The Hua family isn't out of people. We gave her a house and some money for raising her. It's not our fault if we didn't take good care of little Hua. That's Hua Shan's family's responsibility. You can't blame us. Grandma Zhang spoke more confidently as she went on. Hua Chong didn't want to argue about this. If she thought giving some money meant they could just ignore her, then there was no point talking. Let's not talk about the past. I'm asking what you're here for today. If you've already seen little Hua, then you can leave now. Hua Chong said, the 2 villages aren't far. It takes about an hour to walk. If you go now, you'll still make it home for lunch. It was such a short distance, but they hadn't come for 10 years. Hua Chong was even angrier. Grandma Zhang and Sun Chunying exchanged glances. Under the watchful eyes of this old man, they couldn't hold on anymore. We just heard that your production team has been selling bean sprouts to the county lately, Sun Chunying asked brightly. I heard you can make over 10 yuan a day. Is that true? 10 yuan a day. Maybe 20 if they're lucky. What is this? It's like a dream. Because they were farmers, after the fall harvest each year, a worker who worked almost every day wouldn't earn more than 30 or 50 yuan a year. And not only did they earn labor points, but they also had to spend them. Would I give you 365 jin of food for free? No, I would need to deduct the corresponding work points. Would the cabbage, potatoes, and radishes grown in the fields be given to you for free? No, those also require work point deductions. Taking leave during busy farming times results in deduction of work points. Building a house or cutting trees at home also leads to work point deductions. Some families have many workers, and after adding up all their work points and subtracting the deductions, they might have some leftover, which can be converted into money. But the total for family is usually only a few dozen yuan. Other families have fewer workers. For example, a man supporting a whole family of elders and children who only eats and doesn't earn work points will find that his earned points are not enough to cover the food ration deductions. In the end, he might owe money to the production team. If they can't pay back this year, they will pay next year, and if not then, they will continue the following year. Some families, even until the 1980s when land was redistributed and the production team was dissolved, still hadn't paid off their debts. But by then, they didn't have to pay anymore. The debt was written off. So earning about 10 yuan a day and about 300 yuan a month including failures is almost unimaginable for rural people. When Zhang's family heard about this, they couldn't wait and immediately came to find out the truth. Hua Chong said nothing. Sun Chunning looked at Aunt Ma.
Aunt Mohammed non commitali.
Originally, the village wanted to keep this secret. Since it was such a big benefit, they were afraid other villages might steal it, so they kept it hidden. But it was impossible to hide forever. Most of the women in the village were married in from outside, and within a few days, they all went home to tell their parents and brothers, including herself. But strange things happened. Beans sprouted in other villages, but not as well as in their village. Even the women from Laoshan village, who gave birth at home without their mother's help, produced beans that were vastly different from theirs. The supply and marketing cooperative didn't want their beans at all. This news was both joyful and worrying. However, since this happened, the secret about the beans spread. Silence was seen as acceptance. Old Lady Zhang said to Hua Chong, "Dear son-in-law, we came today to ask you for a favor. Could you talk to the team and see if we can move to Laoshan village? The water there is good, and only the water from that place can produce good beans. The county only accepts beans from Laoshan village." They knew this, so they thought moving there was the best way to make money.
No.
Hua Chong spoke straightforwardly, saying he didn't want the Zhang family to come over, as they relied on their grandmother's status to bully his granddaughter. He finally understood that sometimes having many relatives doesn't mean they will help you. Often, these relatives are the ones who bully you. No matter how Grandma Zhang begged afterward, Hua Chong refused to agree. After lunch, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law from the Zhang family left empty-handed. Did they really leave so quickly? Hua Zhao looked at their backs in surprise. After the meal, they didn't ask her to make clothes, nor did they say they wanted to pick some vegetables from the garden. When they left, Sun Chunying only took a bunch of grapes, eating as she walked away. Their fighting spirit was much weaker than when they were young. There are many memories of the Zhang family visiting. Each time, they would eat, take things, and insult Hua Zhao's father. Hua Zhao's father once tried to stand up to them, but no matter how he mocked or criticized them, he couldn't stop the Zhang family. This caused tension between Hua Zhao's parents. Hua Zhao thinks that after her husband's death, Zhang Guilan happily remarried partly because of this. In short, the Zhang family probably wouldn't give up easily. Hua Chong didn't know much about this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law pair, and he didn't care. As long as he was around, no one could bully his granddaughter. And when he's gone, there's Ye Shen too. Did he receive the dried cherries I sent last time? Did you tell him they taste great when soaked? Hua Chong asked. He was bored and enjoyed hearing about the little couple's daily messages. Watching them exchange letters and send things made him happy, and sometimes he even joined in. I told him, Hua Zhao replied. The earliest ripening fruit in the northeast is cherries. Since fresh ones can't be mailed, she dried them. Whether eaten dry or soaked, they were surprisingly good. Ye Shen also sent her a bag of wild tea. Its flavor was excellent, fragrant and long-lasting. He personally picked the tea from the mountain during his break and asked local villagers to help roast it. Hua Zhao immediately replied, asking him to send a tea plant next time. She didn't care if it was alive or not, just mail it. At this moment, Ye Shen was indeed digging up tea plants on the mountain. She had requested it and it wasn't a big deal, just do as asked. Hua Chong asked eagerly, what should I send him this time? Hua Zhao pointed to the large water jar in the yard and said, send him some small dried fish. Okay. Hua Chong had already tasted some and believed that his son-in-law would definitely like it. Zhang's mother and daughter-in-law returned home, and the whole family was waiting inside, looking out eagerly. It was already mid-June, after the busiest spring planting season. At this time, resting at home without working was fine. It wouldn't affect their work points, though they wouldn't earn any either. But most people didn't like to rest at this time. Usually they earned 8 work points a day. When there was less work, they didn't work. When there was more work, they did. Were they fools? The Zhang family usually didn't rest either, but this wasn't an important matter. Mom, how did it go? The eldest son, Zhang Dafu, asked. The third son, Zhang Daqian, looked up at his mother and sister-in-law's expressions and immediately stopped asking. It was clear it hadn't gone well. "I told you, rushing at the last minute doesn't work," said the second son, Zhang Daegu. The kind look on Grandma Zhang's face disappeared instantly the moment she stepped over the door threshold.
Pa.
You only know to criticize after the fact. Who doesn't try to prepare early? But I asked you to go and see her dirty feet, did you go? Grandma Zhang scolded the second son. Zhang Daegu lowered his head and squatted on the ground without speaking. No matter what the matter was, his mother just scolded him. When did she ever say she would go to Kashantan to see Hua Zhao? The things sent back by his older sister were always secretly decided by her. When did she ever say she wanted to give them to Hua Zhao? Mom, is the bean sprout thing true? The third son, Zhang Daqian, asked. Can you really earn over 300 yuan a month? Grandma Zhang and son Chunying both nodded. The atmosphere in the Zhang house suddenly changed. Grandma, you have to think of a way. Zhang Shun, the second son of Zhang Dafu, urged. He was 18 years old, at the age of getting married. But because the Zhang family wasn't wealthy, his reputation was poor, and he couldn't find a good wife. But if his family could earn 300 yuan a month, what kind of wife wouldn't there be? Grandma Zhang sat on the kong, a traditional bed, slowly rolled a tobacco pouch, took a puff, and had already thought of a plan. Granddaughter-in-law, tomorrow you take Dia and Arya to chat with Hua Zhao. Teach her how to have and raise children. Don't mention anything else, Grandma Zhang said. Rushing at the last minute was useless? Then she would start now. If she held on for a few months, it wouldn't be last minute anymore. Understood, said the woman in the corner, holding a child and carrying another on her back quietly. Zhang Dafu has 2 sons and 2 daughters. His eldest son, Zhang Xiao, is married and has 2 daughters, but they are not well liked. Because of this, his eldest daughter-in-law, Zhao Xiaohong, is also not welcomed. She stays at home all day, hardly speaks, and dares not oppose anything. Otherwise, she would face either a beating or hunger. The next day, after finishing the morning chores, Zhao Xiaohong tidied up her 2 children and, carrying one in her arms and the other on her back, went to Hua Zhao's house. She didn't know Hua Zhao well, but after hearing her hesitant self-introduction, she understood her purpose. Come in and sit. You walked so far, and are carrying children. You must be tired, Hua Zhao said, not very warm but not unfriendly either, inviting her into the yard. Although she looked down on the manners of the Zhang family, she wouldn't make things difficult for a pregnant woman and 2 children. The mountain road was about 20 miles long, and the journey was tough for the mother and daughters. But Zhao Xiaohong was relieved that she wasn't turned away or scolded on the spot. She immediately felt at ease. Hua Zhao was indeed, as her mother-in-law said, less fierce than rumors suggested, and not as fat or ugly as people said. All the gossip outside was probably just jealous people spreading false stories about Hua Zhao's good family conditions. Zhao Xiaohong placed the children on the kong, heated bed, and quietly looked around at the furnishings. Newly made bed cabinets, a new table, a new wardrobe, and beside the wardrobe, a sewing machine, with a half-finished garment on it. Hua Zhao was truly lucky. Hua Zhao had always loved children, but had kept her feelings in check. Seeing so many children made her feel uncomfortable. But now it didn't matter. If the child's father behaved well in the future, she planned to have more children to enjoy life. She happily carried a tray of strawberries and grapes for the 2 children. The strawberries were as red as jewels, and the grapes were translucent like amethysts. They looked almost fake, but the strong aroma told everyone they must taste amazing.
No, no.
Zhao Xiaohong quickly stopped her. Why would 2 little girls eat such good fruit? It would be a waste. Flower Zhao was momentarily stunned. Seeing her expression, she realized that her words were sincere, not just polite. Her attitude toward Zhao Xiaohong immediately cooled down. What's wrong with the girl? She's my own daughter, and I like her best, she said indifferently. Zhao Xiaohong sensed her displeasure. She held back her feelings, thinking about her goal, and sincerely said, You haven't settled the account yet. Having a girl isn't useful. When she was little, she only ate but didn't work. When she grew up, She couldn't do much work and still hasn't paid back the family's hardships. Now she's married off to earn work points for others. What's the use of raising them? Flower Zhao choked. If she calculated like that, she couldn't argue back. But was that really how the account was? Do mother and daughter only have money, not feelings? Zhao Xiaohong, with shining eyes, touched her belly and said, "Boys are different. They eat a little when they're young, but they can earn work points for the family their whole life. Later, they can marry a wife and continue earning for the family. Then they have a bunch of daughters, and the work points they earn aren't enough for the whole family to eat. In the end, the parents still have to support him, and it's never enough. What's the point of having such a son?" Flower Zhao interrupted her. Zhao Xiaohong's face stiffened, looking awkward and unpleasant. She felt Flower Zhao was mocking and cursing her. Her mother-in-law had also scolded her like that. Her great-grandmother-in-law had scolded her second aunt, Zhang Daguai's wife. Zhang Daguai's wife had 4 daughters and no sons. The whole family couldn't lift their heads in Zhang's house. They didn't dare eat their fill, afraid of taking too much advantage of the brothers. Those days were terrible. She was determined to have a son. What if you have a bunch of sons? The family will get richer and richer. Zhao Xiaohong said defiantly, "By the time your grandson can earn money, you'll be finished. Whether they earn or not, what does it matter to you? How much money can you borrow?" Flower Zhao replied. Zhao Xiaohong stared with wide eyes, speechless. She thought Flower Zhao was wrong, but she didn't know where the mistake was. She wanted to leave, but she knew if she went home like this, she'd be scolded or even beaten.
So she didn't dare.
Flower Zhao, seeing she was pregnant, treated her to lunch and then rudely drove her away. "I know you're here on assignment, but we just don't get along. Don't come back later. If you do, I won't open the door." She had a sweet voice, her face was no longer dark, and her figure was no longer strong. When she said this, her confidence seemed to weaken. Zhao Xiaohong silently hugged her child and left. After returning home, she surprisingly told the Zhang family that they got along very well. The next day, she came back again, secretly carrying her child. Coming to Hua Zhao's house, she thought, there's so much work to do, she doesn't need to do any of it. She wouldn't get scolded or hit. Compared to that, walking a little mountain path was nothing. Also, the food at Hua Zhao's house was really delicious. Hua Zhao responded to her rudely, but still let her in and serve her lunch. When she left, she strongly told her not to come again. But on the 3rd day, Zhao Xiaohong still came. And when Hua Zhao was rude to her, she remained calm, no longer afraid, and even ate more. When she left, her steps were lighter. Hua Zhao watched her back and smiled. She had given her enough space, no more, no less. She turned around and picked a basket of vegetables to take to Aunt Ma's house. On the 4th day, Zhao Xiaohong came again. But this time, Hua Zhao wasn't home, and Hua Chong wasn't there either. Zhao Xiaohong took Hua Chong into the mountains to pick mushrooms. She walked 20 miles into the mountains, calling out for someone to open the door, but no one responded. She was about to go inside herself. Hey, who are you? Just walking into someone's yard without being invited?" Aunt Ma stopped her. Auntie, I'm Hua Zhao's cousin-in-law. I came to visit." Zhao Xiaohong greeted her with a smile. "Cousin-in-law? A relative? Visiting empty-handed?" Aunt Ma looked her up and down. Zhao Xiaohong's face immediately turned red. She stammered, "Our family is poor, and Hua Zhao's family has everything. I don't have anything to give." This sentence made Aunt Ma pause. Visiting relatives empty-handed. Does that mean they're poor? Isn't that just good manners? Wealthy families have their ways, and poor families have theirs. You can't just show up empty-handed because you're poor. This person really matches the Zhang family. No wonder Hua Zhao doesn't like her. Aunt Ma didn't bother teaching her manners. She directly said, "You've come back several times these days. I've seen it. What's going on with your Zhang family? Not in contact for over 10 years, and now you're here every day because of some good news? And you send someone like you?" Zhao Xiaohong's face immediately turned red with embarrassment. Ma Dajin knew what was happening. She wasn't sure if the Zhang family thought the same, but she suspected that this woman probably did. Hua Zhao went to the county town with her grandfather. She won't be back before dark.
You should go home now, Ma Dazhen said.
Zhao Xiaohong lowered her head, feeling angry at this meddlesome woman. It's okay, I'll wait. Maybe she'll come back soon, Zhao said. Then you can wait at my house, Ma Dazhen replied, looking at her belly. Inside, she admired Hua Zhao's cleverness and kindness. Hua Zhao had expected she wouldn't leave. She even told her to wait at her house and offered her a meal so the pregnant woman and her child wouldn't go hungry. Honestly, with relatives like this, if she didn't get a meal, she wouldn't remember it. Zhao Xiaohong was indeed thirsty and tired. Although she disliked Ma Dazhen, she forced a smile and followed her to her house. Sure enough, Ma Dazhen served her a meal. As the sun was about to set and it was getting dark, Zhao didn't want to leave. If she could stay at Hua Zhao's house, wouldn't that be better? Ma Dazhen was really angry now. Tell me honestly, are you here to visit relatives, or is there something else? If you're just visiting, come empty-handed. If there's something, why does a cousin-in-law you've never contacted bring her child every day to eat and drink at someone else's place, and now she wants to stay and not leave? What's going on? Tomorrow, I'll ask around your production team to see if old Zhang's family has had any trouble. Maybe they can't afford to raise the child and have sent her to Hua Zhao's family. That can't be. Old Zhang's family didn't even raise their own grandchildren, and now they want their estranged granddaughter to raise her niece? That's just a joke. Ma Dazhen grew more and more angry, raising her voice. By then, the weather had turned hot. In the evening, people who had nothing to do were sitting in the yard to cool off. With her loud voice, everyone around came to see what was happening.
Who's that?
Which old Zhang family? Hua Zhao's grandfather's house?
Ah.
Isn't that Zhao Xiaohong from Zhaojia village? The villages nearby weren't big, each with only a few dozen households. Among peers, only a few young women from the nearby mountain village recognized Zhao Xiaohong. Xiaohong, is it true that your in-laws kicked you out because you had 2 daughters? Asked one woman in surprise. Even if they did, she can't come to find Hua Zhao. They're not that close, someone else said. Zhao Xiaohong is still young and sensitive. She couldn't bear the situation now. She didn't say anything. She just picked up the child and left. Just as it was getting dark, she returned to the Zhang family. She stood outside the yard, clenched her teeth tightly, and suddenly slapped herself, her face immediately swelling. She then roughly tousled her hair a few times before finally entering the house with tears on her face. Zhao Xiaohong looked miserable as she entered the house, but the Zhang family members didn't seem very surprised. Hua Chong was not known for being patient, and Hua Zhao was also rumored to have a bad temper. They had only just started to act violently after many days, which surprised the family. Good for nothing. Old Lady Zhang immediately scolded. What should we do now? Zhang Shunkai didn't care about his sister-in-law's feelings. He only wanted to know when the family would have money and when he could get married. What did she say? Old Lady Zhang asked Zhao Xiaohong. Zhao Xiaohong lowered her head, wiping tears but not daring to cry out loud. She choked and said, she said that everyone in the Zhang family, except Zhang Guilin, doesn't acknowledge anyone. If anyone dares to come to her house, she will break their legs.
Huh?
The Zhang family members' eyes lit up. They didn't expect Hua Zhao to still recognize Zhang Guilin. At least, she has some conscience and knows her biological mother. Old Lady Zhang nodded. Tomorrow, I will go find her real mother. After getting married, Zhang Guilin moved to the provincial city for a few years. Her husband was transferred for work, but a few years ago, he was transferred back. Now they live in the county, making it easier to find her. Actually, old Lady Zhang visited her eldest daughter every 2 months. Sometimes she went to her house. Sometimes she secretly visited her workplace, bringing some things and money before returning. Sun Chunying hesitated and finally couldn't hold back, saying, if we bring her back, won't it expose everything? Old Lady Zhang's excuse for asking for money was, of course, to give to Hua Zhao. Hua Zhao was quite plump, after all. She also contributed. She often sent money and food to Hua Zhao. She didn't want to give. She had no choice, but Hua Zhao ate too much and had a bad temper. If she didn't give money or things, Hua Zhao would come knocking on her door. She was old and fragile, and her granddaughter was hitting her. Her life was so hard. She was her mother, yet her daughter was hitting her. Zhang Guilin had to take responsibility. Zhang Guilin was indeed trying her best. Although she was beaten every time she secretly gave things, she still gritted her teeth and did it. If it gets exposed,
So be it.
Grandma Zhang glared and slapped her thigh. She is my daughter. What's wrong with tricking her into eating and drinking a little?
Bah.
That's not cheating. She should be grateful and respectful to me. Without me, could she even go to the city and become a city person? She eats rice and plain flour every day, while her mother and I suffer in the countryside. What's wrong with me asking her for a little help? Can she even make me spit it out? Zhang Daqian calmly said, she can't make you spit it out, but what if she refuses to help? When mother and daughter meet and love each other, we become the bad guys. Will Hua Zhao help us then? But Grandma Zhang was not afraid. Hua Zhao didn't understand or control her, but her own daughter, she could manage. Your eldest sister is soft and timid. She might not dare to ask Hua Zhao why she hit me in front of her. She might not even say that she has been giving Hua Zhao things all these years. Grandma Zhang said, so, our secret might not be exposed. Even if it is, I'm not afraid. I'll go beg Guilin. I'll cry and kneel. She will forgive me. Zhang Daqian nodded, feeling reassured. His mother's thinking was very good. The next day, Grandma Zhang indeed went to find Guilin. She worked as a temporary worker at the only food factory in the county. Because she still had a rural household registration, her treatment was poor. Seeing her mother again, Guilin sighed deeply. How could she have such a mother? Forget it, it's all her lack of manners. All her fault. She accepted that. She took out 1 yuan from her pocket. Before Grandma Zhang could speak, she pushed it into her hand. This is all I have this month. Xiaowei is in school now, so expenses are higher. I haven't saved much money. This money was for her lunch. She endured hunger and didn't eat, secretly selling some grain coupons to save a few yuan each month. But over the years, she had 2 boys and 2 girls with her second husband. These children also needed money, and her husband's ex-wife's children often asked her for money. When she couldn't give it, they spread bad rumors about her, saying she hit and scolded him, pretending to be a good stepmother in front of outsiders. Guilin looked worried. Besides working hard and feeling hungry, life seemed to have no joy at all. Grandma Zhang looked at her eldest daughter, who was clearly in her 30s but looked 50, and she couldn't help but feel disappointed. She had a good hand but played it so badly. It was all her own fault. She was useless. She put the money into her pocket and said, Mom, I have good news for you this time. Hua Zhao has money now. You won't need to ask her for money anymore. Zhang Guilin was surprised and showed a small smile. Did her grandfather get a raise?
No, replied Grandma Zhang.
Now, the county supply and marketing cooperative is selling bean sprouts. Have you heard about it? Zhang Guilin didn't understand why they were talking about bean sprouts, but she nodded. The bean sprouts at the cooperative are very popular now. Every morning before they open, there are long lines outside, and each person can buy only 2 jin. Otherwise, people who come later might not get any. Sometimes, if you arrive a little late, you really can't buy any. A few days ago, Lu Xiangqian bought some, and she tasted one. It was really delicious. Those bean sprouts are grown by people from Laoshantan and sold to the county cooperative, Grandma Zhang said. Every family in Laoshantan grows bean sprouts. They get paid once a month about 300 yuan. Hua Zhao also has a share. I heard she taught the villagers how to grow bean sprouts. Zhang Guilin was surprised. Hua Zhao can grow bean sprouts? When she was a child, Hua Zhao used to follow her around when she was growing bean sprouts, helping with this and that, very obedient and clever. Now she's grown up. Mom, didn't you say she was very lazy and mean? How can she teach the villagers to grow bean sprouts? Zhang Guilin asked suddenly. Grandma Zhang felt a little guilty, but quickly said confidently, people can change. She's 18 now. married, and has children. Of course, she's become more diligent.
What?
She's married?
Has children? I didn't know that.
Zhang Guilin was even more surprised. Grandma Zhang felt guilty again. She was afraid that if she told her Hua Zhao was married and had a family, Zhang Guilin might think Hua Zhao had a husband and grandfather taking care of her, so she wouldn't give her money anymore. I only just found out myself. She didn't tell us when she got married, Grandma Zhang said confidently. If I hadn't gone to visit her, I wouldn't have known. The villagers told me.
I see.
Zhang Guilin shrank back her shoulders again. Right now, this is the situation. My brothers and I want to move to Laoshantan so we can be closer to her. When her grandfather gets sick and passes away, we can take care of her, help watch her children, and also prevent the Ye Shen family from bullying her. Zhang Guilin looked at her mother, waiting for her to continue. She was not very clever and didn't understand hidden meanings, or perhaps she was straightforward and honest. She couldn't read between the lines or understand others' subtle hints. Old Lady Zhang also knew her daughter well and said directly, "Go talk to Hua Zhao and ask her to tell her grandpa to speak to the team leaders so our whole family can move to Laoshantan." Zhang Guilin was a bit surprised. "Can't you talk to her yourself?" In her memory, her mother had gone to great lengths for Hua Zhao, sometimes even getting scolded or beaten. Meanwhile, Hua Zhao's brother, Hu Qiang, who also faced scolding, had a good relationship with her mother. They understood each other's hardships. Her mother was now fully focused on Hua Zhao and loved her dearly. Shouldn't Hu Qiang agree? It should have been arranged long ago. Old Lady Zhang clenched her teeth. "In the past, I was afraid you'd worry, so I didn't tell you the truth. Hu Qiang isn't a good person. He's jealous because you, as a mother, gave Hua Zhao too little, so he looks down on me and has never been kind to me."
I see.
A bit of resentment grew in Zhang Guilin's heart. She had given her best, even if it wasn't much. The Lu family knew she often sent money to her mother. They looked down on her, and Lu Xiangqian, her brother-in-law, would drink and beat her, scolding her. Her own children had also been influenced by the Lu family and didn't get close to her. And all of this was because of Hua Zhao. Are they still not satisfied? Seeing her daughter's resentment towards Hua Zhao, Old Lady Zhang became anxious. This wouldn't help their case. Let's forget about the past. I won't bring it up, and you shouldn't either. Hua Zhao is grown now, married with children, and her temper has improved.
Go see her, she said.
Zhang Guilin immediately shrank her shoulders. No matter how much resentment she had, she knew she had wronged Hua Zhao. She had abandoned her when she was so young. She had heard Hua Zhao suffered greatly as a child. If Hu Qiang hadn't come back, she might not have survived. Because of this, she had never dared to face Hua Zhao. Like I said, forget about the past. Hua Zhao doesn't really blame you, Old Lady Zhang said. This time, she asked me to find you because she misses you and wants to see you. Women, once they have children, realize how hard being a mother is, she sighed. Hua Zhao suddenly wanted to recognize Zhang Guilin. That was her understanding of the situation. Little did she know, it was all Zhao Xiaohong's plan. She thought Hua Zhao hated Zhang Guilin and definitely didn't want to see her. So she deliberately arranged for them to meet. She hoped they would argue or even fight. That would be good. If Hua Zhao had a miscarriage because of her, that would be even better. But Hua Zhao surprisingly didn't blame her. She still wanted to see her. Zhang Guilin felt moved. She no longer had the face to see Hua Zhao. Hua Zhao was already married with children. She should go see her once, or else she would have no reason to see her in the future. Who did she marry? Zhang Guilin asked nervously. She married a boy from a good family, arranged by her parents. She's lucky. She's from the city and even a soldier, Grandma Zhang said with a sneer. They gave her a wedding gift of 3 turns and a loud drum, plus 2,000 yuan in bride price. Talking about this, Grandma Zhang felt angry and regretful. If she had known Hua Zhao's marriage was so good, she wouldn't have minded raising her for 10 more years. 3 turns and a loud drum, and 2,000 yuan in bride price. If Hua Zhao had stayed with her, these things would now be rightfully in her hands. And she also needed to take that money from Hua Zhao. Zhang Guilin let out a long breath, finally showing a genuine smile. Hua Zhao had found a good family, and her second chance at life was successful. Her worries were gone.
I'll go see her tomorrow, she said.
Remember, tell her to move our household registration to Laoshantan, Grandma Zhang instructed. And forget about the past disagreements, money, things her hitting me. Those are all in the past. She's grown up now. Give her some face. Don't embarrass her. Okay, I understand, Zhang Guilin said, looking at her mother. Although her mother sometimes didn't consider her feelings, she truly cared for Hua Zhao. After all, it's a generational bond. Just like Hua Zhao's grandfather doted on her, her mother also loved Hua Zhao very much. Grandma Zhang walked away proudly. Zhang Guilin thought for a moment, and then found the team leader. Miss Liu, I have something to do tomorrow. I need to take a day off, she whispered. Oh, what's so important that you need a day off? You work non-stop all year, and now you want to take a day off? That'll cost you 5 mao. Do you really want to lose that much money? The team leader exaggerated, with a hint of mockery in her tone. Everyone working in the same group stopped what they were doing, looked over, and some even chuckled. They all looked down on this timid, weak, and obedient rural woman who only knew how to work silently and never fought back or spoke up. My daughter is married. I want to go see her, Zhang Guilin whispered. What? Your oldest daughter is only 6 years old? And the younger one is just 4? Are you selling them? Someone immediately shouted in surprise.
No.
Zhang Guilin quickly said. It's my older daughter. She whispered, the one I had before. She's 18 now. She is remarried, and the gossip and strange looks from others always made her feel ashamed. Oh, the daughter from before. She's already married? Then you should go see her, the team leader asked strangely. Who did she marry? Before Zhang Guilin could answer, someone nearby said, what kind of person? Of course, fish find fish, shrimp find shrimp, and turtles find turtles. Ha ha ha, rural people should marry other rural folks. Don't try to climb higher, otherwise, you'll only burden your whole family with expenses, someone mocked. They looked down on Zhang Guilin's remarriage and her rural background. For some reason, they just looked down on her. Zhang Guilin wanted to talk about her good son-in-law, but now she couldn't say anything. Team leader, I want to take a day off, she whispered. Go ahead. It's a big day for your child's wedding. Of course, I can give you a day off. Don't forget to bring some wedding candies back. Zhang Guilin turned and left. She heard her colleagues behind her say, Did you hear? She said her daughter is married. Not just getting married, she already married, and she's just going to visit now? Didn't she get invited? If it were me, I wouldn't invite her. She abandoned her child when they were little, and she hasn't visited in all these years. What's the use of such a mother? Old Mrs. Zhang often came asking for money, but Zhang Guilin didn't tell outsiders. She couldn't say her child asked her grandmother for money, and her grandmother had no other way. If she did, what good reputation would she have? So, outsiders thought she abandoned her child and didn't care anymore, and they looked down on her for that. The voices behind her faded away. Zhang Guilin heaved a sigh of relief and slowly walked home. When she got home, she quickly tidied up the house, prepared dinner, and washed all the clothes from the day. Liu Xiangqian is the oldest in the Liu family. Their parents live with them, along with 5 other children. In one day, they can wash a lot of clothes. After she comes home, she is always busy and doesn't let herself rest. She also doesn't talk to others. She only relaxes when everyone else is asleep. Otherwise, she faces harsh words. Zhang Guilin looked at Liu Xiangqian sleeping loudly and thought for a moment. She didn't tell him she had taken a day off, nor did she mention she planned to visit Hua Zhao the next day. She sat quietly for a while, then quietly got up and went to the storage room. The Liu family lives in a small private yard, just 3 small rooms, a small courtyard, a storage shed, and a kitchen. The total area is only about 60 or 70 square meters. In the dark, she reached into in the corner of the storage room wall. After feeling around, she found a flat, thin pencil case made of metal. She opened it and found a cloth bag inside, filled with small coins totaling over 20 yuan. She took out all the money, leaned against the wall, and sighed. This money was saved for Hua Zhao's wedding. She thought she could save for a few more years, especially since her mother's news was often bad. Hua Zhao was so fat she looked like a bear, no, maybe even fatter than a bear. She had a very bad temper. Everyone in the village had been beaten by her, grandparents, elders, anyone who dared to cross her. The matchmaker saw her and kept away. She didn't expect Hua Zhao to get married so quickly. She thought she'd have to wait until Hua Zhao was an old girl, then marry her off to a man with flaws. She wanted to save some money to help her find a good husband. But she never thought Hua Zhao would marry a soldier. A working soldier was great. First, he probably wasn't disabled.
And he had a stable job.
He must be a good, honest, kind person. Zhang Guilin smiled. The moonlight blurred the wrinkles on her face, making her features stand out. She looked very delicate, with a touch of beauty. When she was young, she must have been quite beautiful. The next morning, after finishing breakfast and tidying up the dishes, she left as usual and took the train to the countryside. Standing outside the mountain village, she hesitated and didn't step forward. She was afraid of meeting someone she knew and hearing gossip. She also worried that if people saw her like this, it wouldn't be good. When she left, she was still like a flower. The villagers thought she abandoned her child to enjoy life in the city. But, haha, she was clever, not foolish. She also cared about her reputation. Zhang Guilin took a deep breath and hurriedly lowered her head, quickening her steps. Fortunately, the village was small, and everyone was in the fields. She walked alone to Hua Sania's house. This was her old home. She thought Hua Zhao still lived there. Old Mrs. Zhang often mentioned Hua Zhao, always talking about how she had a hard life and suffered a lot. She never mentioned good things or unimportant matters. Like this house and the house Hua Zhao now lived in, they didn't matter to her. Old Mrs. Zhang never brought them up. Who are you looking for? Seeing a woman hesitating at the door but not leaving, Jiang Qin came out and asked. She was the village accountant, could take time off and didn't need to work for points, so she was usually free. Zhang Guilin recognized her immediately. Jiang Qin? Is Hua Zhao at home?
Who are you?
Jiang Qin was surprised. How did she find Hua Zhao's house? I am. Zhang Guilin lowered her head and whispered, I am Zhang Guilin.
Oh.
Even after she said it, Jiang Qin couldn't believe it. The village beauty, Zhang Guilin, now looked like an old lady. Really, she looked like she was almost 50, thin and ugly.
Haha.
Jiang Qin couldn't help but laugh, then quickly stopped herself. So, you're looking for Hua Zhao? Why did you think of finding her now? Hearing her laugh, Zhang Guilin felt sad but still said, I heard she got married. I came to see her. Oh my, she's been married for 2 months, and you're just coming now. Jiang Qin exaggerated. I just found out, Zhang Guilin replied.
Oh.
Jiang Qin looked her over. She saw her clothes, which weren't patched but looked very old, very worn out and ill-fitting. She curiously asked, I heard you went to the provincial city.
How was it?
Good. Old Mrs. Zhang never talked about her affairs outside, not even to villagers. She was afraid they'd find out if they saw Zhang Guilin and started gossiping. Fortunately, Zhang Guilin had been working hard these years, never took a break, and never met villagers. Zhang Guilin spoke honestly. Jiang Qin's eyes flickered, and she said bluntly, So you've been back for a long time? You're so close to the county town, but you never came to see Hua Zhao? As a mother, your heart is really cold. In the past, she had a good relationship with Zhang Guilin. She was eloquent, and Zhang Guilin was hardworking and capable. Their families were relatives, so there was no reason for them to be enemies. But now, her former good friend looked at her with that kind of eyes and spoke to her in that tone. Zhang Guilin felt hurt and wronged inside. I may not have visited Hua Zhao, but I send her things and money every month. I also care about her, Zhang Guilin said with tears. To outsiders who didn't know Hua Zhao well, she still cared about her reputation. But the people in Laoshantan, her mother said, everyone knew Hua Zhao. They had all scolded and hit her before. Everyone understood her situation.
So she dared to say some things.
She didn't want to carry a bad reputation. She wasn't perfect, but she hadn't done nothing. Her mother told her not to mention these things openly, but she hadn't said anything in front of Hua Zhao. She just hoped everyone wouldn't misunderstand her and would speak kindly. Jiang Qin's eyes widened in surprise. You've given Hua Zhao things and money?
When?
Almost every month, Zhang Guilin said, feeling a bit strange herself. My mom said she came every month to visit Hua Zhao. Didn't you see her? Her mother didn't ask her for money every month, but she gave money to Hua Zhao every month. So many times, Jiang Qin had never seen her? Jiang Qin suddenly gasped, holding back her laughter. Oh my God! What did she discover? I didn't see her. Your mom never came. Not once in over 10 years. Not once. Her last words made her face twist with suppressed laughter. That's impossible. Zhang Guilin's face suddenly turned pale. Oh, she did come, Jiang Qin said. Zhang Guilin let out a breath of relief. She thought. Just a few days ago, she came to our village for the first time in 10 years to see Hua Zhao. Then Hua Chang chased her away. She never came back. Instead, her daughter-in-law comes every day to eat and drink at Hua Zhao's house and doesn't want to leave. Jiang Qin couldn't hide her glee anymore. If you don't believe me, that's fine. Ask anyone you want in Laoshanton. If anyone tells you something different from me, I'll take responsibility. Zhang Guilin was stunned. She couldn't believe someone would make such a promise, which meant, come on, let's go ask Hua Zhao directly. We'll confront her face to face. Jiang Qin grabbed Zhang Guilin's arm and pulled her along. Let me tell you, Hua Zhao is a girl I watched grow up. Oh, and she's your daughter too. People say you can tell a person's character at 3 years old. Hua Zhao, although she has a bad temper, is honest. Truly, she never lies. Hua Zhao was at home tidying up the vegetable garden. Her energy could speed up plant growth, but it wouldn't change the plant's nature much. For example, a tomato seedling might normally produce 10 fruits. With her energy, it might produce 12 or 13, but not 100. Right now, the vegetables in the yard were almost all harvested, and the fruits had all been picked. The plants were starting to wither. She needed to pull out the plants before they completely died and plant a new batch. Otherwise, while other gardens were lush and green, hers looked yellow and withered, which was strange. After tidying up the garden, Hua Zhao casually picked a big watermelon. She loved her special abilities so much. She used to love eating watermelon, and now that she grew her own, the taste was simply amazing. Unfortunately, Ye Shen couldn't taste it. After all, this wasn't her special power, but someone else's treasure. Oh well, she would repay him someday. Hua, little Hua,
come see who's here to visit you.
Jiang Qin shouted loudly from outside the yard. Hua Zhao turned her back to her, sighed. It was true. Wealth in the deep mountains meant distant relatives. No one had ever come to see the original owner before, never. Now, they often did. She turned around to see who it was this time. But she didn't recognize them. In her memory, the original owner's mother was a very gentle and beautiful woman. In this small mountain village, calling her a pearl might be an exaggeration, but she was definitely a well-known beauty. Back then, Hua Feng must have been very proud to marry Zhang Guilin. Many men must have envied him. The woman in front of her, about the same age, looked like she was the sister of Grandma Zhang or something similar. Hua Zhao was guessing which aunt or elder relative she was. Zhang Guilin looked at Hua Zhao and froze suddenly. Where was the fierce woman she expected? But she immediately recognized her. This was her daughter. She looked a bit like her when she was young, but much prettier. Her skin was fairer, and her features more delicate. Especially that feeling she couldn't quite describe, the kind of aura that city people call temperament. She didn't have it. But her daughter had a very strong presence. She couldn't quite put it into words, but she felt that Hua Zhao stood there, completely different from a rural girl who couldn't relax. Instead, she looked more like a city girl than someone from the countryside. Jiang Qin was also surprised. Since their last awkward meeting, she hadn't seen Hua Zhao again. If Hua Zhao had faced her just now, she wouldn't have dared to call out to her. Recently, some women in the village who were close to Hua Zhao kept whispering that she had become more beautiful. She didn't believe it at first, thinking they were just flattering her, but it turned out they were telling the truth. Hua Zhao frowned as she looked at Jiang Qin. "Didn't I tell you not to come to my house anymore?" Recently, she was in a good mood, so she spoke more softly and didn't try to act tough. Her voice was gentle, and with her slightly chubby face, she looked like a small, white bun. To those who liked her, this was charming. To those who didn't, it was easy to bully her. Jiang Qin forgot what Hua Zhao used to be like. She remembered her purpose and quickly pulled Zhang Guilin forward. "Xiao Hua, look, who is this?" Zhang Guilin immediately lowered her head. Her attitude didn't seem like that of a relative trying to flatter her anymore. Hua Zhao looked carefully and was stunned. "Mom, why are you here?" she asked in surprise. She was surprised that Hua Zhao recognized her and called her mom directly, with no harsh tone, just curiosity. Tears suddenly welled up in Zhang Guilin's eyes. Jiang Qin was also surprised. When she left, Hua Zhao was still very young, and now, seeing Zhang Guilin like this, she still recognized her. It really showed a mother-daughter bond. "Your mom came to see you," Jiang Qin said. "Honestly, she's really something. She only remembered to visit you after being back in the county for several years. And it was after your grandma came here. Do you think she's also here to speak up for your grandma's family? To move to our mountain village?" The Zhang family's intentions were easy to guess. Many people had such thoughts, but because Zhao Yongkai kept hesitating, no one could do anything. Zhang Guilin lowered her head, wiping tears silently. Although her main reason was to see Hua Zhao, she did have this task. Seeing that Hua Zhao still didn't get angry, Jiang Qin directly said the most shocking thing. "Your grandmother actually told your mother that she visits you every month, gives you things, and sends you money. Have you ever received any of it?" Hua Zhao was stunned. "Is that true?" She walked over and looked at Zhang Guilin, saying, "I have never received anything, not even a single grain of rice or a penny." Zhang Guilin looked up, her face pale and full of surprise and sadness. Her mother had lied to her for over 10 years. Over these years, she endured many beatings and hardships just to give Hua Zhao money. How many times did she get angry because Hua Zhao was not making progress? It turns out it was all a lie. "Did she ask you for money in my name?" "How much?" Hua Zhao asked sympathetically. She had seen many cruel things in the world. People who cheat their own daughters are rare, but they do exist. It was obvious what was going on. At first it was 3 or 4 yuan a month, then it became 2 or 3 yuan. Zhang Guilin mumbled. She could only save 3 or 5 yuan a month for food, and that was after giving some to the old lady Zhang, some to her stepson, and some to her own children. There was nothing left. As for her regular salary, she never received it directly. Every month, her mother-in-law would go to collect her wages.
Wow.
That's so much money. Jiang Qin, who was good at accounting, said. If you count it 2 or 3 yuan a month over 10 years, it adds up to more than 300 yuan. Most rural families don't have 300 yuan in their entire lifetime. Is that old lady Zhang your real mother? She uses Hua Zhao as an excuse to ask for so much money. But she never gave Hua Zhao a penny. She kept it all for herself. TSK, 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 Jiang Qin added, rubbing salt into Zhang Guilin's wounds. She also doesn't think about how hard it is for you to save so much money. Jiang Qin was always clever. After hearing this and seeing Zhang Guilin's current look, she understood how she had been living all these years. Oh, it's really hard. Zhang Guilin knew Jiang Qin was deliberately saying this, but she couldn't help feeling upset and wanted to cry. She never doubted what Hua Zhao said. What did her mother tell her in the past? That Hua Zhao was fat, dark, and fierce? But what was the reality? The living example was right in front of her. She was fair and beautiful. Where was she fat? Where was she ugly? And just from her voice, it was clear that this child had an incredibly good temper. She probably wouldn't even raise her voice. Where was she fierce? Her mother even lied to her about this, so what else has she not lied about? Zhang Guilin suddenly felt like a part of the world had fallen apart. Xiaohua, this money was all earned hard by your mother. You must ask your grandma to give it back. Jiang Qin kept encouraging. Hua Zhao looked at her and said, this has nothing to do with you now. Don't bother us. After saying that, she opened the door, pulled Zhang Guilin inside, then locked the door and left. She was sure Jiang Qin wouldn't dare come in. And she was right. Jiang Qin didn't dare. Although she thought Hua Zhao looked easy to bully now, she remembered Hua Zhao was strong, and hitting her would really hurt. She looked at their backs with a mix of disappointment and hope. She didn't believe Hua Zhao had no complaints about her mother, who always ignored her. In the past, everything Hua Xiaoyu said about Hua Zhao was unpleasant. It seemed like Hua Zhao wished she could erase her grandmother's ancestors. Now, was she just going inside the house with a pout? Zhang Guilin was pulled inside and saw Hua Chang. It was the first time she saw this former father-in-law, and she immediately shrank back. Come, tell us what really happened, Hua Zhao said, sitting her down and pouring her a glass of mixed fruit juice she made herself. Try some, Hua Zhao said. Hua Zhao's voice didn't need to be gentle, just speaking normally made it sound sweet enough. Zhang Guilin was comforted by her gentleness and obediently took a sip of the juice. Instantly, it was so sweet it warmed her heart, and her mood improved. So, your grandma found me and said you were hungry. She started telling about the years she was deceived by Grandma Zhang. Including the years she went to the provincial city, Grandma Zhang kept visiting her every few months. Train tickets were expensive, costing over 10 yuan, but that was okay because she could sneak on the train. At that time, trains were infrequent and often stopped at stations. When ticket inspectors came, she would walk to another carriage. Before they could check her ticket, the train would stop and she would get off, then sneak into another carriage where tickets had already been checked. Or she would hide under a seat. When there were many people, it was hard to see her and no one cared. So, Grandma Zhang's efforts couldn't stop her. As she spoke, tears fell down her face. She looked up and asked desperately, did your grandma really never visit you? Never give you anything? Hua Zhao said, everyone in the village can testify that she hasn't been here since you remarried. Zhang Guilin lowered her head. Hua Zhao looked at her. The original owner indeed hated her, but she is not the original owner. She only inherited her memories, not her feelings. From an outsider's perspective, she doesn't fully understand Zhang Guilin's situation, but she can understand part of it. She sees herself as thin and pale from hunger. She is not without conscience. She didn't abandon her daughter. She was just too foolish. No, or rather, she is too pitiful, having such a mother. Initially, Hua Zhao felt nothing towards Zhang Guilin in her memories, just a cold, unkind woman. Why would she care about her? But now, she feels she needs to do something. I'll help you get the money back, Hua Zhao said. No. Zhang Guilin immediately shook her head. Hua Zhao looked at her. What? Just give up? Just pretend to be filial to your mother? She didn't like foolish filial piety. It's not that. Zhang Guilin lowered her head and whispered. If you don't get it back, your grandma is very powerful. Her mother has always been clever and strong. She has known that since she was young. She just didn't realize that her mother would use that cleverness against her. She looked up at her beautiful, fair-skinned daughter. You can't beat her. Haha. Hua Zhao couldn't help but laugh. Not being foolishly filial still has hope. Besides, those savings probably aren't much left, Zhang Guilin said. De Xia spent a lot on his wedding. When Zhang Xia got married, the bride price was 50 yuan. She wondered where her mother got so much money. In the end, Grandma Zhang didn't ask her for money, and she was grateful for her mother's kindness. Looking back now, that 50 yuan was all her contribution. Also, Zhang Shun hasn't married yet, and De Quan hasn't either. They all need money. Her mother has money, but she definitely wouldn't give it away. Hua Zhao looked at her, smiling beautifully. Suddenly, she liked this woman a little. How are you doing now? That Lu Xiangqian, is he good to you?
she asked.
Zhang Guilin immediately looked nervously at Hua Chong. Mentioning her current husband in front of her former father-in-law made her feel ashamed. Hua Chong stood up. Hua, later I'll treat your mom to a meal. Braised fish, braised pork, and rice. After saying that, he left. In the past, he also looked down on Zhang Guilin, thinking she was too cold-hearted, but now his opinion has changed. Zhang Guilin immediately covered her mouth and silently started to cry. Hua Zhao looked at her. She was so easily moved. It seemed she rarely experienced kindness in her life. Tell me, is Lu Xiangqian good to you? Hua Zhao sat beside her, holding a glass of juice, blinking curiously. She looked so cute when she asked. Zhang Guilin felt a bit shy. Her daughter really didn't seem to resent her remarriage. It's okay, just SOSO, Zhang Guilin whispered. She didn't want to talk about Lu Xiangqian. What do you mean SOSO? Did he hit you? Hua Zhao asked. Zhang Guilin naturally replied, sometimes he hits me when he's drunk. When he's not drinking, he usually doesn't. He actually hits you? Hua Zhao's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't understand why Zhang Guilin was so casual about her experience of domestic violence. Her question earlier was just about marriage issues, but she didn't expect her to say she was hit. Her tone was so surprised that Zhang Guilin found it strange. What's so surprising about that? Which man doesn't hit women? That was almost enviable. Only highly educated, respected people might not hit their wives. Oh, I see. Hua Zhao withdrew her words. With decades of cultural differences, there was no need to argue about this. Thinking back, it seemed that men hitting their wives wasn't a big deal. Almost every man did it, and they would be laughed at as weak or afraid of women if they didn't. Did you have more children later? Hua Zhao changed the subject. She didn't even know about this. It seemed her mother had never come to visit. Zhang Guilin softly said, yes, I had 2 more boys. The oldest is 10 years old, called Lu Dawei. The second is 8, called Lu Xiaowei. The third and fourth are girls, one called Daqin and the other Xiaoqin. Hua Zhao asked questions and she answered. She still couldn't feel like a mother in front of her. Hua Zhao didn't give her that feeling either. She felt like Hua Zhao was just a stranger neighbor. But she sensed Hua Zhao's kindness. That was enough. Zhang Guilin thought to herself, that was very good, much better than she had expected. Do you want to make money? Hua Zhao asked. Zhang Guilin nodded and said, I have thought about it. But she knew it was useless to think about such things. She has a rural household registration and can only work as a temporary worker in the city. Even being a temporary worker was hard to get, as it was difficult for most rural people to find such jobs. You still come from Ye Shen village. You can go back and grow bean sprouts there. You can earn about 300 yuan a month, Hua Zhao said. Zhang Guilin's eyes lit up immediately. She really needed money. She had to support her children, not just Hua Zhao's children but 4 others as well. At this time, her children's household registration was with their mother. Since their mother was from the countryside, the children were also considered rural. Rural children do not have city resident permits, so they cannot get city grain supplies. They only receive about 360 jin of grain each year, and her children would get even less. But no matter how much, she couldn't get it because she didn't participate in any collective labor or earn work points. Therefore, her children were mainly supported by Lu Xiangqian and Lu's family. She couldn't afford to support them with her meager income as a temporary worker, so she felt ashamed in Lu's family. She hadn't forgotten that her children also carried the Lu surname, but the main reason for her situation was her rural background. This was the inferiority imposed on her by the times. Can I come back? Zhang Guilin asked hopefully. Your household registration is already in Ye Shen village. What's stopping you? Hua Zhao said. And as long as you want to come back, I can make it happen. My grandfather just needs to say the word. Zhang Guilin felt a bit embarrassed. She hadn't expected to have to ask her former father-in-law for help. But she was also really looking forward to it. So, bean sprouts, can they really earn 300 yuan a month? She asked, somewhat in disbelief. She couldn't even earn 300 yuan in a year. She was just a temporary worker. If she were a regular worker, she might earn 3 or 500 yuan a year. It's hard to say, Hua Zhao replied. The first month isn't even over yet. No one can say exactly how much you'll earn. The month wasn't even finished, and it wasn't time for profit sharing yet. But in fact, Hua Zhao was the most accurate because she knew exactly how much each family could earn. She had initially planned for everyone to get rich and earn about 300 yuan a month. However, when she learned from Ye Shen that the average annual salary per person was only 575 yuan, she gave up that idea. She thought that 300 yuan a month was very little, but she didn't realize that outside, it was considered a huge amount. If this news got out, everyone's attention would turn to them. They would definitely be reported in the newspapers and become targets of various groups fighting over it. Is it right or wrong? Should they be arrested or not? It's impossible to arrest everyone in the village, but targeting a few key people, like the leader, is quite possible. She also noticed that recently, the villagers had become a bit reckless. The first month hadn't even finished, and she hadn't received the 300 yuan yet, but the influence was spreading quickly within 100 miles and expanding even faster, which could put her in danger. So, she decided to tighten her control and aim for them to earn only 30 or 50 yuan a month in the future. Zhang Guilin was not very confident. When Hua Zhao said this, she almost wanted to give up. Come with me, Hua Zhao said, leading her to the storage room. As soon as Zhang Guilin entered, she was stunned. There was a whole shelf of grapes and dried vegetables, and on the ground, there were piles of pumpkins and potatoes. How long would it take to finish eating all this? Suddenly, she remembered how good rural life was. Here, there were vegetable gardens and private plots. The harvest she got was even more than what Lu's family had in a year. Her initial doubts about staying suddenly disappeared. With so much food, she knew she had to come back. She was too hungry. As for the 20-something yuan monthly salary, do you think these bean sprouts can make 20 yuan a month? She asked, looking at a basket of ungrown bean sprouts. That's definitely possible, Hua Zhao whispered. And even if the county doesn't buy them anymore, we can secretly sell them ourselves. Making 20 yuan is no problem, right? You said so. Zhang Guilin looked at her, her eyes suddenly filled with tears. She remembered. No wonder Hua Zhao recognized her. Growing bean sprouts, selling bean sprouts, earning 20 yuan a month was something she told Hua Feng when she was 5 or 6 years old. Back then, her family was poor. Hua Feng was sick and needed money. She tried to find ways to earn it. She once strongly suggested this idea to Hua Feng, but he refused. Later, because of his poor health, he had an accident while working and died. In theory, selling bean sprouts was a painful memory for Zhang Guilin, but now Hua Zhao had brought it up again. Come back. There is land in the village. You can't finish it all yourself, and you can take some home for the children. Plus, selling bean sprouts can earn some money. It's not worse than working as a temporary worker in the city, Hua Zhao said. Zhang Guilin agreed, but she still hesitated a little. What are you worried about? Hua Zhao asked. Does the team still have an empty house? Zhang Guilin whispered. She wondered where she would live when she returned. She couldn't stay at Hua Zhao's house. That wouldn't look proper. As a divorced widow, living in her ex-husband's house? That wouldn't make sense. Hua Zhao understood her thoughts. Yes. Don't worry, come back. I'll handle the house matters. Zhang Guilin thought that if there was a house, Hua Chang would give her a heads up, and she could stay there. With her last concern gone, she just wanted to go home quickly and talk to the Lu family. She took a small cloth bag from her pocket and handed it to Hua Zhao. Since you're married, I don't have much to give you. Take this money. Don't think I lack ability. When I have more money in the future, I'll give you more. Thank you, Mom, Hua Zhao said with a smile, happily accepting the money. Zhang Guilin also smiled happily. Hearing Mom made her feel as sweet as drinking honey water. Stay here. Mom will go back first. I can come back as soon as tomorrow. Eat first, then leave. No need. If I don't leave now, I won't catch the train, Zhang Guilin said. It's okay. After you finish eating, I'll ride my bike to take you. Hurry up, Hua Zhao insisted, not letting her go. She quickly started preparing the meal. Zhang Guilin didn't want to leave so soon. She looked at the sky outside and decided to stay for lunch. Hua Zhao's cooking skills were naturally excellent, and even her words were made perfect by her special abilities. Zhang Guilin ate happily. With her cooking skills, her future days and her husband's family wouldn't be too hard. After lunch, Hua Zhao wanted to ride her bike to send Zhang Guilin to the train station, but Zhang Guilin firmly refused. You still have your health. Be careful. Wait until you have your baby before riding a bike. Seeing Hua Zhao's belly not yet showing, Zhang Guilin felt even more determined to stay. It was her fault before. She was absent for 10 years. Now that her daughter was pregnant, she had to come back to take care of her and give her guidance. That's what a mother should do. Hua Zhao didn't insist. She accepted her mother's kindness and then asked Aunt Ma to ride her bike and take her to the train station. Hua Zhao got a bicycle, but she didn't keep it at her bed or lend it to anyone. However, she taught a few of her aunts and sisters-in-law how to ride, and she didn't mind if they fell and broke it. This made her more popular among them. She has principles, is generous, not a bad person, and not someone easy to bully. Zhang Guilin returned to Lu's house, half an hour later than her usual time after work. Old Lu and Old Lady Lu, along with Lu Xiangqian and Lu Tsong, sat around the table drinking water. Everyone looked unhappy. The house was cold and empty, clearly waiting for her to come back and cook. Why are you so late today? Lu Xiangqian asked her with a stern look. Zhang Guilin shrank her shoulders and quickly started washing the dishes left from her in-law's lunch, whispering, Something came up today. What happened? Your team didn't work overtime today? Lu Tsong, the eldest son, teased with a smirk. Everyone in the family worked at the food factory. Now, it was common for children to follow their parents' jobs. If there was an open position, they would give priority to their own children. Lu Tsong also worked at the factory as a loader. Today, when he finished work, he met their team leader, who sarcastically asked if he had received sister's wedding candy. That's when he found out that Zhang Guilin had secretly gone to see her dragging child behind the family's back. He immediately went home and told Lu Xiangqian. Lu Xiangqian was angry when he looked at the current Zhang Guilin. Back then, he had married her at great expense, ignoring his family's objections, because she was a beauty. But the beauty had quickly become an old woman, looking even older than his 45 years. She had become a burden to the family, and all relatives and friends secretly mocked him. Some even asked if he regretted marrying her. He deeply regretted it. The more Lu Xiangqian thought about it, the angrier he became. He suddenly stood up from his chair, stormed over to Zhang Guilin, and slapped her hard. You're learning to lie now?
Tell me, what did you do today?
Zhang Guilin was hit so hard her eyes blurred. She silently raised her hand, wiped the blood from her lips, and whispered, I heard my eldest daughter got married, so I went to see her today. She dared not lie. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiangqian slapped her again, this time on the other cheek.
Tell me.
How much money did you give her?
Speak.
You have secretly given her so much money over the years. All of it was from our Lu family, yet you used it to support someone outside the family. Just wait. I won't let you get away with this. Lu Xiangqian didn't want her to answer and started hitting her loudly. Where did Zhang Guilin's secret savings come from? It was just money saved from each lunch. How much could she have saved? Plus, the children here deduct a lot from her monthly allowance, so she only had a little left to give to Zhao Zhao.
They weren't very upset about that.
Anyway, that money was Zhang Guilin's lunch money. If she didn't eat, that was her own business. The Lu family couldn't force her to eat or take her lunch money. Otherwise, they would be seen as mean and criticized. So, Lu Xiangqian just wanted an excuse to hit her. Zhang Guilin tightly held her head and prayed he would stop soon. After 10 minutes, old Lu finally spoke. Enough, go cook and eat, he said. Lu Xiangqian, panting, stopped and said, hurry up and go. Zhang Guilin struggled to get up, continued washing dishes, and then cooked. What could she do? Resist? She couldn't even fight Lu Xiangqian. How could she fight the whole family? Her whole body hurt so much. She really wanted to leave here. In the past, she had no chance, but now, the opportunity was here. Thinking of this, Zhang Guilin ignored her pain and quickly finished cooking. Then, De Wei, Xiao Wei, De Qin, and Xiao Qin, who were hiding inside, came out and sat silently at the table to eat. Zhang Guilin stood nearby, watching the Lu family eat. She knew she had to read the situation. If she still wanted to eat, she would face another beating. After dinner, the Lu family was about to leave. Zhang Guilin gathered her courage and said, "Wait, I have something to say."
This was really unexpected.
Zhang Guilin had been married into the Lu family for over 10 years, and now she finally wanted to speak. "What is it?" Lu Tsong asked curiously. I want to go back to the countryside,"
she said.
"What?" Lu Xiangqian instantly got angry. What did she mean? She wanted to leave him? Not live with him anymore? He was dumped? If this got out, he couldn't show his face. He suddenly stood up again.
No.
I want to go back to the countryside to grow bean sprouts and make money. The kind that the supply and marketing cooperative is selling now. I can grow them. I want to go back and earn money. Zhang Guilin hurriedly explained. Lu Xiangqian stopped and asked, "Bean sprouts? The kind sold at the supply and marketing cooperative?
Can you grow them?"
Yes, Zhang Guilin nodded.
Ha, Liu Gongzhuge.
Annie Zhang, haven't we eaten the bean sprouts you grow? Why do they taste different from the ones at the cooperative? Are you lying? Or hiding something? Actually, sometimes Zhang Guilin would grow a small batch of bean sprouts herself, enough for the family to eat for a few days. In the past, everyone thought they tasted good, but they were definitely not as good as the ones sold at the cooperative now. Lu Xiangqian raised his hand again, ready to hit.
No.
Zhang Guilin quickly dodged. I can't grow them here because the water isn't good. The water from Kaishan village is better. The bean sprouts grown with that water are better. This was something Ma Dajin had told her before. Actually, she found it strange too. The method Hua Zhao used to grow bean sprouts was taught by her, and she had grown over 100 batches in Kaishan village before, all tasting the same, nowhere near as good as the cooperatives. But the reality was different. Zhang Guilin also thought that maybe a new spring had appeared in the small river near Kaishan village, changing the water quality. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. This explanation seemed the most reasonable. The Lu family believed it. So, the bean sprouts are grown by people from Kaishan village? Old Lu asked. Absolutely. I saw them myself today, Hua Zhao said at noon. She made a plate for her, and she almost ate it all herself. The taste was truly amazing. Zhang Guilin was not someone who lied easily, and everyone in the Lu family knew that. So, how does their production team share the profits from selling these bean sprouts? How much does each person get? Old Lu asked. Because of Wang Meng's instructions, the supply and marketing cooperatives people wouldn't tell them these internal details. They couldn't find out. 1 cent per month, divided according to how much each household contributes. How much they actually earn isn't known yet because it's not a full month, Zhang Guilin said. But the cooperative charges them 2 mao, 20 cents, per jean, half a kilogram. She wasn't stupid. She didn't promise how much money they would make in a month, and she didn't hide anything either. That would just get her into trouble or make people think she was hiding something. The Lu family members' eyes lit up. The calculation was simple. 1 batch of bean sprouts grown by her weighs about 10 jean, and at 2 mao per jean, that's 2 yuan. If she grew bean sprouts every day without doing anything else, how much money would that be? Supply and Marketing Cooperative now only collects 2,000 jean each day. They divide it equally among households, so no one can pay more, Zhang Guilin explained, giving a limit. Each family can pay up to 67 jean per day, earning 13.4 yuan. This was the rule set by the village of Laoshan Tun. Sometimes, there would be 1 or 2 days when Huazhao's bean sprout exchange went wrong, and the total amount of bean sprouts in the village would slightly exceed 2,000 jean. There had been arguments over who to take from and who not to, but they finally agreed on this method. Sometimes, a few times, the bean sprouts are not accepted because they are not good enough. Zhang Guilin shared what she heard. Usually, one mistake happens every 3 or 4 times. That's useless. That's only 13 yuan. Old Lu immediately felt distressed, as if the money belonged to him because he grew the bean sprouts. Zhang Guilin lowered her head and said nothing. Go ahead, but from now on, the money from growing bean sprouts should go to your family. We've raised 4 children for you over the years. Your mother and I only have a small pension which we spend on them. Even Tsong gets a good subsidy from you, Lu said. And in the future, Dewei and Xiaowei will go to school and get married, and Qin and Xiaoqin will also need money for their marriages. Yes, I understand. Zhang Guilin replied gently. Old Lu nodded with satisfaction. This rural daughter-in-law was good in many ways, especially because she was obedient. If she were a city girl, she wouldn't be so easy to control. Did Qin and Xiaoqin, you can bring them back too, old Lu's mother, who had been silent, suddenly said. They haven't started school yet. It won't interfere with you, and they can help with chores. That's good. The 2 young girls could finally be let go, and she could finally enjoy some peace and quiet. Also, when you go back, you still have the vegetable garden and the private land, right? Plant more vegetables. Remember to send some home when the time comes, old Lu's mother added. After sending off Zhang Guilin, Hua Zhao was thinking about her house issue. Living in her current place was not suitable. If she was alone, it would be fine, but with Hua Chang, her former father-in-law, it was not appropriate. But it's okay, they have their own house. Grandpa, I want to get Hua Sanyo's house back for my mom, Hua Zhao said. Hua Chang thought for a moment and said, Don't fight. You're pregnant. Don't worry, Hua Zhao smiled. I will talk to them reasonably. I'll go find the squad leader and ask him to come with us. Hua Chang finished speaking and went to the village office, where he found Zhao Liangkai. He explained everything to him, and Zhao Liangkai immediately went home to find the agreement from that year. Then, the group went together to Hua Sanya's house. As they stepped outside, Zhao Liangkai suddenly felt uneasy and went back to call the village militia to come along. After lunch, everyone was at home. Hua Zhao didn't go inside. Instead, he stood in the yard and loudly shouted, Third uncle, third aunt, I am here to ask for the house. Hua Sanyu and Jiang Qin hadn't come out yet, but the neighbors had already gathered. Ask for the house? What house? But everyone quickly remembered that the house originally belonged to Hua Zhao's family. 11 years ago, how it became Hua Sanyu's, they all knew. The day had finally arrived. The neighbors immediately spread the news, and the whole village came to see what was happening. Hua Sanyu and Jiang Qin finally realized what was going on and came out. Ask for the house? Hua Sanyu shouted angrily. In fact, if you look at his fierce face, the original owner learned it from Hua Shan's family, but she only learned the surface. Her heart was actually simple, and Hua Shan's family was truly fierce. The house you're living in now was originally mine. Uncle wouldn't forget that, right? Hua Zhao said. Now, I am here to ask for the house.
Uffed.
Hua Sanyu spat out a big mouthful of phlegm. You also know it was originally mine. Your mother already gave this house to me years ago. It's mine now. Back then, there were conditions. You had to take good care of me until I was an adult. Only then would the house belong to you. But how did you take care of me? If my grandfather hadn't happened to come back, I would have been cared for to death by you. Hua Zhao shouted loudly. At this moment, her heart was full of tears. For the first time, she didn't like her soft little voice. When she argued, she had no real strength, just like whining. But she wasn't a child's father, and she didn't want to act cute with them. Hua Zhao closed her mouth. She thought that if reasoning didn't work, she might as well take action. Hua Sanyu was a rough man. He couldn't tell if she was acting cute or not. All he knew was that Hua Zhao was here to ask for the house, and that couldn't be. Whether you took good care or not, you're doing fine now, right? You're an adult now, and that's enough. The house is ours now. Hua Sanyu turned around, grabbed it from the wall, and pointed at Hua Zhao. Get out of here. Or don't blame me for being rude. Recently, he had been especially irritable. The whole village was about to get rich. They earned over 10 yuan a day, but their family's mung beans were wasted, costing more than 10 yuan, and they never produced a good sprout. It was so frustrating it made people angry. Now, he felt like hitting someone every time he saw them. Uncle Zhao, he's unreasonable. Hua Zhao turned to Zhao Yongkai and said, you go. Zhao Yongkai nodded and said to Jiang Qin, you know how we agreed about this house.
You understand what should be done.
You also know, so just return the house to them. Jiang Qin, who was in charge of Hua Sania's family, knew this. Jiang Qin smiled and avoided the question, asking Zhao Yongkai, Captain, in our village, each family is only allowed one piece of land. Why can Hua Zhao and her grandfather have two? Is land divided by person? One per person? Then I could apply for several pieces too. She then asked Hua Zhao, if you want this house, that's fine. Do you want to give up your current house? If you do, that's perfect.
My family has no land now, so we can move in. Dream on.
Hua Zhao smiled. You're wrong. I'm not taking this house for myself. I'm taking it for my mother. She wants to return to the village and settle down here. Her family is her family, and my family is mine. It doesn't interfere. Jiang Qin was stunned, and the onlookers were also surprised. Was Zhang Guilin really leaving the city to come back? Jiang Qin forgot about the house and asked in surprise, your mom was dumped. The city men don't want her anymore? No, my mom just came back to the village to grow bean sprouts. It's better than working temporary jobs in the city, Hua Zhao said. Jiang Qin immediately felt jealous. Outsiders were coming to the village to grow bean sprouts. But her family still couldn't produce any.
Stop arguing.
This house originally belonged to my mom, and it's still under her name. She's coming back to live here, which is natural. You all should move out quickly, Hua Zhao said. Jiang Qin was furious instantly. Your dad has been dead for many years. Your mom is either from Zhongjia village or from the city. What does it have to do with us, the village of Shongshan? Why should she come back? Hua Chang's face suddenly looked unhappy. Hua Zhao was not angry. My mom's household registration is still in our village. She hasn't moved away. She's one of us. That's a policy issue. If you're unhappy, go sue someone or complain anywhere you want. Now, you better give me the house. Otherwise, I'll sue you. Hua Zhao looked at Jiang Qin and smiled, saying, let me tell you, I always keep my promises. When the time comes, not only will you have to return the house to me, but you might also have to give up your job. Jiang Qin instantly became nervous, because she was afraid of this. Having been the village accountant for many years and feeling proud, now if she had to go back to farm work, it would be tiring and embarrassing. She couldn't bear it. Hua Sanyo saw that his wife couldn't argue with Hua Zhao, and immediately picked up and rushed out. But Jiang Qin quickly held him back. Is this fool worried that she's not losing her job fast enough? Yes, we want our house back, but I have conditions. Jiang Qin shouted. Go ahead, Hua Zhao said. You have to teach me how to grow bean sprouts, Jiang Qin said. Growing bean sprouts is easy, and in a month, she could earn 300 yuan. In 2 months, she could build a big brick house. She didn't care much for that broken earth house. Hua Zhao was surprised and refused happily no. Before Jiang Qin could get angry, she added, growing bean sprouts is so simple. Every family can do it, and most people learn from others. If you listen to others, you'll get it. But you can't because you're too slow. I can't teach you. Jiang Qin got even angrier and said she was stupid. I don't care. You have to learn from me, or you won't get the house back. Hua Zhao stopped smiling and looked cold. You have no right to set conditions. Do you still want your job? Her voice was gentle, but her eyes and presence were sharp, creating an invisible pressure that made Jiang Qin dare not argue anymore. But she didn't want to give up the house so easily. Fine, you're right. The house belongs to your mother. Jiang Qin suddenly turned around, pointing at the thatched hut behind her. We've kept it safe for over 10 years, replaced the roof every year to prevent leaks, kept it from collapsing, and maintained the garden. Without us, it would have been abandoned long ago. So, you should pay us for our hard work. You make a good point, Hua Zhao said. Jiang Qin was stunned, and the neighbors were also surprised. Was this how the situation was supposed to be handled? giving the house to someone to live in, and that person taking good care of it. Shouldn't that be the case? How much do you think this house is worth now?
Hua Zhao asked.
Jiang Qin secretly mocked Hua Zhao for being foolish, quickly calculating in her mind. Replacing the roof costs about 20 yuan for the straw mat alone, plus a few more for meals when hiring help. Over 11 years.
500 yuan.
Jiang Qin said. That's so shameless. How does she count this? 500 over 10 years? That's 50 a year? Who replaces a roof for just 50 a year? The neighbors laughed. Everyone had simple houses with thatched roofs. Some careful families replace their roofs every year to prevent the grass from rotting and leaking. They knew exactly how much it cost. Some people cut grass and weave mats themselves. When they need to replace the roof, they ask friends and family for help, just providing a meal in return. No money needed. It seems Auntie Sen isn't good at math. She's not fit to be an accountant, Hua Zhao said. Jiang Qin puffed up her chest. I use the best grass and mats for my roof every year. I also serve the best meals. It all costs money. Anyway, I can't accept less than 500. Oh my, I've never heard of a dirt house worth 500 yuan. The neighbors started teasing again. There's even more unbelievable stuff. She's living in someone else's house for free, and when they want it back, she still asks for money. Yeah, giving away her house for free, and then asking for money? How lucky can she get? Because you're shameless. Ha ha ha, everyone around burst into laughter. Hua Zhao was capable. Even Hua Shan backed down, and Hua Zhao had taught them how to grow bean sprouts to make money. Why didn't they support Hua Zhao? Also, Jiang Qin usually looked at people with her chin, which was quite annoying. Jiang Qin remained unfazed. To her, money wasn't the most important thing. Does this house really worth 500 yuan? Hua Zhao asked again. Of course.
Why not?
I take good care of this house. No one in the village has a better one. 500 yuan, I'm only asking because of family ties, I'm not asking for much. Jiang Qin said. All right then, 500 yuan. I'll buy it from you, Hua Zhao said. Jiang Qin. Everyone. After a moment of silence, they burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, for the past 10 years, my mother let you stay for free because of family ties, Hua Zhao said. Now I'm selling it to you at what you think is the cheapest price. Are you happy? You are so annoying. Jiang Qin's face twisted in anger. But the people around were very happy and kept laughing. Hua Zhao is very clever. She said just a few words and made Jiang Qin fall into her trap. I didn't see that before. This house, I spent so much money to take care of it for you. If you don't appreciate me, that's fine. But now you're asking me for money. Jiang Qin wanted to keep talking. Zhao Liangkai couldn't stand it anymore. Shut up. According to our original agreement, it's natural for them to go back. Even if there was no agreement, it's not right to stay in someone else's house and ask for money. You're shameless. If you want to keep living here, you have to pay. If not, get out now. Jiang Qin let go of her grip. Hua Sanyo immediately rushed out. With a soldier nearby raised his gun and aimed at Hua Sanyo. Hua Sanyo quickly stopped and fell down awkwardly. Now, soldiers are allowed to carry guns, like rifles, but they can't take them home after work. 500 yuan is too much. This house is only worth 50. Jiang Qin shamelessly changed her words. Anyway, she had already embarrassed herself today, so this didn't matter. Her pride wasn't worth 500 yuan. Hua Zhao argued with her, and in the end, the house was sold for a fair market price of 150 yuan. She never really planned to keep the house. This house was built together by Zhang Guilan and Hua Feng. Hua Zhao was born here, and Hua Feng passed away here. The house holds many memories, good and bad. Now, Zhang Guilan, who remarried, didn't really belong here. It would be better to find a new place and build a new house. Hua Zhao didn't really want to ask for 500 yuan. She just wanted to make Hua Sanyo and Hua Shan's family very angry. It wouldn't benefit Zhang Guilan at all. But she made Jiang Qin take out 150 yuan on the spot and then left with Zhao Liangkai. She was going to choose a new piece of land to build a house. In the end, she picked a small flat area not far from her current home. That place was too small. Once a house was built, there would be no yard, so no one wanted to choose it. This patch of bushes, I can clear out about an acre to make a yard. Hua Zhao pointed to a large bush behind the open space. Yes, Zhao Liangkai said casually. How much you clear out is up to you. Hua Zhao shook her head regretfully. 1 acre is enough. If I take more, my mom won't be able to take care of it. She could tell that Zhang Guilin was a gentle person. Whether she was born that way or had been suppressed over time, she was quite easy to bully. Most families have a 1-acre yard, but I want to make it 2 acres. Isn't that asking for trouble? Should I ask the villagers to help? Zhao Liangkai asked, looking at the dense bushes. The weeds and bushes here grew very thick and hard to clear. If it weren't for that, this nice spot would have been taken already. No need. I can do it myself. I have a lot of strength. 1 person can do the work of 10, Hua Zhao said. She casually grabbed a small tree that looked about 5 or 6 years old. She pulled it out easily, roots and all. Zhao Liangkai felt embarrassed. Not even the strongest man in the village could do that. All right, take your time. Don't overwork yourself, Zhao Liangkai said. Thank you, uncle. Please also hurry and finish the house paperwork. Okay, I'll go do that now. Zhao Liangkai left. But Hua Chong still looked worried. Hua, take it slow. You're pregnant, so be very careful. Maybe we should find someone to help and we'll pay them. It's better not to delay others' work or cause trouble. No need. These plants are easy to pull out, Hua Zhao said. She easily yanked out a few more sizable bushes and threw them far away. Hua Chong immediately shut his mouth. Hua Zhao continued clearing. She took a step, then threw out a plant. The bushes and trees blocking her looked like simple green onions, and she pulled them out effortlessly. But it wasn't really that easy. Hua Zhao was strong, but the roots of big trees held tightly to the ground. Even with her special abilities, she was still human and couldn't completely resist that force. However, she had a special power. She could absorb energy from plants. When she grabbed a plant, most of its energy was quickly drained, leaving only enough to keep its surface alive. The roots, however, had already withered. When she pulled them out, it was naturally easier. Hua Zhao was busy and happy. She was also training her ability. When she first got her power, she only exchanged energy unconsciously. Later, she learned to do it intentionally. Now, she could control the energy inside plants, making them look healthy on the outside but rotten inside. It sounds simple, but it was the result of over 2 months of experimenting. She believed that if she kept working hard, she might discover other ways to use her power. 1 acre of land is neither very big nor very small. Before Hua Chong could worry about how large it was, she had already cleared it all. The biggest, hardest to remove bushes were pulled out, leaving only weeds. That part was left for Zhang Guilin to deal with herself. Sometimes doing too much for others is not a good thing. At night, Zhang Guilin rarely called all the children together. Dawei, Xiaowei, would you like to go back to the countryside with me?
She asked.
10-year-old Lu Dawei rolled his eyes and immediately shouted, You want me to go back to the countryside with you? What are you thinking? His expression and attitude were very much like when he got angry with his father. Zhang Guilin lowered her head, not looking at him, feeling a little sad inside. She looked at her second son, Lu Xiaowei. Lu Xiaowei quickly hid behind his older brother and refused to look at her. Then she looked at Daqin and Xiaoqin. Lu Daqin held his sister's hand and pouted. She didn't want to go back to the countryside either. She was from the city. Why should she go live in the countryside as a rural person? But Grandma had spoken, and she knew there was no point arguing, especially with her mother. That was the least effective. She was only good at eating and working. She had no other use.
Sigh.
Zhang Guilin couldn't help but take a deep breath. She had been working all the time. Even having children, she could only rest for 7 days. Then she had to leave the kids with retired Grandma Lu to take care of. What could she say? Maybe in the children's hearts, she was the biggest villain. Because she was from the countryside, they were also a burden, not having city household registration and being bullied and looked down upon by other children. It was better with Hua Zhao. Over the years, Hua Zhao had never taken anything from her, never complained, and even cooked for her and helped her find a way out. A smile appeared on Zhang Guilan's face as she said to Daqin and Xiaoqin, "Go to bed quickly. We have to get up early tomorrow to catch the train. The countryside has its own good things. Once you go, you'll see." Lu Daqin was about to cry from sadness, but Lu Xiaoqin, only 4 years old, looked confused. She was still too young to understand. Zhang Guilan wanted to touch Lu Xiaoqin's face, but she instantly backed away and hid behind her sister. Grandma didn't like her getting close to Zhang Guilan.
If she found out, she would hit her, she understood that.
Zhang Guilan sighed and lowered her hand. Maybe taking these 2 children back to the countryside was also a good idea. If Lu's family keeps teaching her this way, her children will be wasted. The next morning, the mother and daughters took a train with only a small bag each, 2 sets of clothes per person, and almost no food. Old Lady Lu said they didn't have city rations, so it was right not to give any. In the countryside, her daughter was there, and as the older sister, she couldn't just watch her mother and sister go hungry. Zhang Guilan nervously got off the train. She looked up and saw Hua Zhao pushing a bicycle and standing there. When she saw her, Hua Zhao smiled widely, shining brightly in the sun, stunning everyone passing by.
"Are you here too?"
Zhang Guilan looked at her in disbelief, afraid to say her guess. "I'm here to pick you up. I didn't expect you to come today," Hua Zhao said happily. "What if I didn't come today?" Zhang Guilan's eyes turned red. "Then come again tomorrow at this time. If you don't come again, I'll wait a few more days. If I still can't find you, I'll ask someone. If you really don't come, I can't do anything,"
Hua Zhao said.
She wanted to help her, but if she didn't want to come ashore, she wouldn't force her. "Of course I will come." Zhang Guilan wiped her tears, lowered her head, and saw her 2 children beside her. She awkwardly introduced, "This is your sister, Daqin and Xiaoqin. Daqin, Xiaoqin, this is your older sister, Hua Zhao. Call her sister quickly." Daqin and Xiaoqin looked up at this very beautiful older sister. It was different from what Grandma had said. Old Lady Lu, getting desperate, would go directly to Lu's family to ask for food in exchange for potatoes and cabbage. If they didn't trade, she would sit in the yard crying so loudly that neighbors came to watch. When she finally succeeded, she would shut up and leave. Sometimes, Old Lady Lu would tell her grandchildren about this sister. How ugly she was, how fierce, and how she could eat a small child in one meal. Maybe this isn't the same sister? Hua Zhao also looked down at her 2 younger sisters. Their features were similar, at most half like Zhang Guilan. It seemed Lu Xiangqian didn't look very good, holding her back. Both little girls were dark and thin, with dull eyes. Seeing her now, they looked very scared.
Were they so timid?
That was too much. "Call her. Quickly call her sister." Zhang Guilan pushed her 2 daughters. Bringing 2 more people meant 2 more mouths to feed. She felt guilty and worried that Hua Zhao would be angry. Little Qin was still young and naive, but Daqin understood this well. She whispered, "Big sister." When little Qin heard this, she immediately thought of the legendary sister and started crying loudly, "Sister, don't eat me. I'm not tasty."
Hua Zhao.
Zhang Guilan suddenly felt awkward. Ha ha ha! Hua Zhao burst out laughing once she realized what was happening. She covered her stomach, trying not to laugh too loudly. It wasn't even 3 months yet, so she couldn't laugh so hard. She finally stopped laughing, wiped away her tears, and looked at the tearful little Qin. She chuckled again. "Don't worry, sister doesn't eat people."
"Who told you that?"
"Lao Lao," little Qin immediately replied. "Yes, I knew it was her." Hua Zhao winked at her seriously. "Actually, your grandma is the one who eats people." Little Qin immediately pouted and looked like she was about to cry. "Ha ha ha, I won't say any more. Let's go quickly," Hua Zhao said. "Hurry home and eat. I've already prepared the food. If we don't go back soon, it will get cold." When they heard there was food, Daqin and little Qin's eyes lit up. They were rural children without household registration. They ate what their grandparents squeezed out of their own bowls. They were told to be grateful and eat less. This was the idea drilled into them since childhood. They had never eaten enough. Sit one in front and one in back. Hua Zhao patted her bicycle. There were too many people to ride comfortably, but they could push the bike and walk faster. I'll do it. Zhang Guilin pushed her aside and took over pushing the bike. She hadn't forgotten that Hua Zhao was pregnant. Did they agree for you to go back to the countryside? Under what conditions? Hua Zhao asked Zhang Guilin. This girl was like an adult, understanding everything. All thanks to her good grandfather. They want me to hand over my monthly salary, she said calmly. It wasn't a big deal. She used to do that before. Now she could secretly grow some bean sprouts and sell them outside, so it wouldn't be recorded in the village accounts, and the Lu family wouldn't find out. She would still have money for Hua Zhao. But she didn't say these things aloud, because De Qin and little Qin might complain. All right, hand over your salary, Hua Zhao said. She guessed this would be the case. Zhang Guilin's salary had always been handed over before, so it wouldn't be different now. Hand it over, no problem. After all, there wasn't much left anyway. Starting today, the bean sprout farm in Shaoshan village will experience many failures. Previously, out of 10 attempts, 6 or 7 would succeed. Now, only 2 or 3 will succeed. Because of this, they worry about costs. Each time they grow fewer beans. One family used to harvest 10 jin, and occasionally they failed. Earning about 30 yuan a month was enough. This way, they won't get carried away and hurt her. A few people, with help from their bicycles, quickly arrived home. As soon as they entered the yard, Da Qin and Xiaoqin smelled a strong, delicious aroma, fish and meat. Inside the house, Hua Zhao immediately got busy. She served a bowl of stewed fish from the pot, brought out the braised pork covered with sauce, and added a bowl of pure white rice and 2 cold dishes, filling the table. After washing her hands and being seated at the table, with chopsticks and rice bowls handed to them, Da Qin and Xiaoqin were still surprised. Is this really food for them? Every month, Ye gets to eat 2 meals with meat, but only her grandparents, father and older brother can eat it. She and her mother haven't eaten meat in a long time. Hurry up and eat while it's hot. It won't taste good when it cools, Hua Zhao said kindly, serving each of them a piece of braised pork. This older sister really doesn't eat people. And she even gives them meat. Xiaoqin, small and shy, smiled a little and quickly ate her rice. Once she tasted the food, she couldn't stop. She had never eaten anything so delicious before. Da Qin looked at Hua Zhao and then at the meat in her bowl. She quickly lowered her head and ate, a tear the size of a bean falling into her bowl, which she swallowed. Zhang Guilin wiped her tears and kept eating. At the table, Hua Zhao kept serving them dishes because they didn't dare to pick up their chopsticks otherwise. After finishing the meal quickly, Zhang Guilin hurried to wash the dishes. Sit down and don't move. I'll do all these chores from now on, she said. Hua Zhao didn't argue. Letting her do some work made her feel better, which was good too. There are no extra empty houses in the team. You can stay at my place for a few days, Hua Zhao said, sitting nearby and chatting. Zhang Guilin paused while washing dishes. Hua Zhao said, don't worry. I've asked for a piece of land nearby. We'll find someone to build a small house, just a simple earthen house. It will be built in about 7 or 8 days. Of course, this depends on having sun-dried bricks ready. It's okay, they haven't shown theirs. Others have, so you can borrow some first. Probably, others are not in a rush to build in the next few days. Or you can pay money to buy some from another village, which would make the other side happier. As for the wood, just borrow from the production team first. We will deduct the work points later, Hua Zhao said. Near the mountain, the most abundant resource is wood. The villagers need beams to build houses, so they go to the mountain to cut wood. The amount is then converted into money, and work points are deducted later. If other production teams want to buy, they will need to pay money. Okay, you've arranged everything well, Zhang Guilin said. She knows how to manage family life. She also knows how to build houses. The house they built years ago was arranged by her and Hua Zhao's father. When there was no extra space in the village for them to live, building a house was the right thing to do. Hua Zhao looked at De Qin and Xiaoqin sitting quietly on the Kong, listening to their conversation. Zhang Guilin had mentioned before that she wasn't close to her 4 children. Thinking about her living environment, Hua Zhao could guess most of it. Their grandparents must have told them what Zhang Guilin said and did, and they had to go back and tell them. So she never mentioned selling the old house for 150 yuan. Once she brought up that money, it was gone. After Zhang Guilin finished washing the dishes, Hua Zhao took her to the storeroom to start growing bean sprouts. Of course, making money means racing against time. These beans are borrowed from me. I'll pay you back once I make money, Zhang Guilin said, looking at a basin of 4 or 5 jin of green beans. When parents and married daughters deal with each other, everything should be clear. Especially since Hua Zhao and she have such a complicated relationship. Okay, Hua Zhao agreed directly, without hesitation. This is 5 jin of green beans. Record it in the notebook later. The money earned belongs to the Liu family, so the money spent naturally also belongs to the Liu family. She would definitely take it. Zhang Guilin sighed in relief. She knew about this, so she didn't want to take advantage of her daughter. Did Qin, Xiaoqin, come help? Zhang Guilin suddenly called her 2 daughters standing outside the door. She suddenly remembered that when Hua Zhao was that big, she started helping her learn to grow bean sprouts. Now, Hua Zhao was already so grown up. She never thought that the close mother and daughter from back then would be in the current situation. But at least, Hua Zhao still recognized her. De Qin and Xiaoqin were also diligent. When Zhang Guilin called, they immediately came in, listening to her instructions and passing things around. They are not helpless little babies. At home, they are often busy being told what to do by Grandma Liu. Although she says Grandma Liu is taking care of them, most of the time they are taking care of themselves. Especially De Qin, who can light a fire at 3 and cook at 6. Now, Xiaoqin's clothes are all washed by her. Hua Zhao feels sorry for them. In her past life, she never saw such young children working so hard. But she didn't stop them. Every childhood is different depending on the era. She raised them to be delicate and helpless, which isn't good. After they finished, Hua Zhao took 2 bunches of grapes from the shelf. Here, have some fruit. The storage room was full of fruity smell. The 2 children had long been eager to eat, but Hua Zhao didn't give them any, so they didn't dare to look at the grapes again. What is this? Xiaoqin asked curiously, holding a bunch of grapes. She had never eaten or even seen them before. De Qin also didn't recognize them. Both looked up at Hua Zhao with curiosity, no longer afraid. These are grapes. You eat the skin but spit out the seeds, Hua Zhao explained, giving a bunch to Zhang Guilin and then eating one herself. It is said that pregnant women who eat grapes will have children with big, grape-like eyes. She wanted to try. Although her memory told her the 2 babies were already very beautiful, she would be happier if they looked even better. Hua Zhao smiled and suddenly touched her face. Thanks to her special powers, her appearance was greatly improved, more delicate, more 3-dimensional, more charming. She truly looked like a fox spirit now, no longer like a black bear spirit. This time, she wouldn't hold the children back. They could look even better, right? De Qin and Xiaoqin followed Hua Zhao's words and started eating grapes. As they ate, they suddenly looked at each other and saw tears in each other's eyes. This sister not only doesn't eat people, but is also so kind to them. They felt so touched. Hua Zhao glanced at them and smiled. Then she suddenly said, "Listen, the one who eats people is your grandma. Stay away from her, don't talk to her, and be careful, she might take you away and eat you." She needed to prepare in advance to prevent Grandma Zhang from causing trouble again. Yes, yes. De Qin and Xiaoqin nodded obediently. We won't believe her anymore. Grandma's words are never true.